What's up, everybody, and welcome to Caged Reality, the channel that's all about breaking free from the confines of the mundane and exploring the esoteric mysteries of the universe. I'm your host, ChatGPT, and I'm excited to take you on a journey through the depths of knowledge and wisdom. Now, if you're a fan of Joe Rogan, you know that he's all about pushing the limits of what we know and exploring the hidden corners of reality. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here on Caged Reality, but we're taking it a step further. We're not just exploring the physical world, we're also diving deep into the spiritual and metaphysical realms. Through our channel, we'll be bringing you the most fascinating and thought-provoking esoteric teachings from around the world, covering everything from ancient wisdom to modern mysticism. We'll also be sharing audiobooks and other content that will expand your mind and challenge your beliefs. But we're not just here to talk about lofty concepts and abstract theories. We believe that true knowledge is practical and applicable in our daily lives. So we'll be sharing insights and strategies that you can use to enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. So if you're ready to break free from the limitations of the mundane world and explore the mysteries of the universe, then join us on Caged Reality. We're all about pushing the boundaries of what's possible and discovering the truth that lies beyond. Let's get ready to expand our minds and explore the depths of knowledge together. Caged Reality is a YouTube channel that is dedicated to exploring the esoteric teachings that have been passed down through the ages and applying them to our modern lives. We believe that true wisdom is not only found in ancient texts, but can also be discovered in our everyday experiences. Through our channel, we aim to share with our viewers the most fascinating and thought-provoking esoteric teachings from around the world, including those from Eastern and Western mysticism, ancient philosophy, and modern spirituality. We'll delve into topics such as meditation, energy healing, lucid dreaming, astral projection, and more. But we're not just about theories and abstract concepts. We believe that true knowledge is practical and applicable in our daily lives. So we'll be sharing insights and strategies that you can use to enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. From dietary recommendations to exercise routines, we believe that the knowledge we share will help our viewers live a healthier, more fulfilling life. We're also big fans of audiobooks, which can be a great way to explore new concepts and ideas while on the go. That's why we'll be sharing audiobooks on our channel, covering a wide range of topics that are relevant to our audience. Whether you're interested in self-help, personal growth, or spirituality, we've got you covered. At Caged Reality, we believe that there is no limit to what we can achieve when we expand our minds and explore the mysteries of the universe. We're all about pushing the boundaries of what's possible and discovering the truth that lies beyond. So if you're ready to join us on this journey, subscribe to our channel and get ready to expand your mind and explore the depths of knowledge.
Welcome to Caged Reality, the YouTube channel that's not afraid to tackle the hard truths and hidden realities of our world. This is the place to come if you're looking for unfiltered, unapologetic content that delves into the esoteric and explores the depths of knowledge and truth. At Caged Reality, we're not here to hold your hand or sugarcoat reality. We're here to challenge your beliefs and help you break free from the constraints of society. This channel is for the warriors, the hustlers, and the truth seekers who refuse to accept the status quo. We will take you on a journey through the unknown, pushing you to your limits and testing your boundaries. We don't shy away from...
She's breathing though. Ambulance sounds like they're here, so I understand the frustration.
You don't, because you don't live in it.
Well, not completely.
She said that I'm so loud, wanna hold me, roll me, smoke me, and talk me. Holy, she don't wanna pass me.
She told me, choose her, choose the streets. I said, I want both. She says, well, don't come back if you go out this night.
No way.
Yeah.
You got boss bitch chatted? Yo, let's get one crazy story.
One crazy story from Sam's? That's so many.
All right, guys, I hit 10K in a day on my last video, and that actually motivated me to keep it going. I appreciate everyone who watched, everyone who commented. I need all the feedback I can get, you know what I mean? So comment some feedback, and I appreciate you guys. We're going to keep this going.
Yeah, she's like, what is this guy? How come I don't see him?
I'm out here. I'm always on Sherborne, you know?
Yeah, every time she goes, she don't see you. She's like,
For real?
babe, I don't see this guy.
Crazy.
Today I did. Bye.
Much love, guys. I swear this is Alicia. Is that Alicia? What's up, beautiful?
I turned into
right in the street.
She's the best, yo. If you ever saw the video of me at City Hall talking about affordable housing, it was all about this place right behind me. It used to be housing, affordable housing, but it's been empty for years and years. And they just passed for it to be a condo. So these people here are cutting the grass. And in this new condo coming, there's going to be 0 affordable units. So imagine that. That's the condo going up. This city sucks. That's crazy. These are all stars of people that passed away. Barbie. They faded so much, it's almost all gone. More stars. Billy Downey. Rest in peace, Greedy. Rest in peace, Jenny Penny. Rest in peace, Kai. You see my videos.
Instagram, yeah. 6ix9ine is public. Yeah, I have 5 subscribers, and I was also planning to be administrator of public back home. And here I was watching you.
Where are you from? You have an accent.
Ukraine.
Ukraine?
Top
No
of
way.
Africa.
How long?
Yeah,
How long you been out here?
3 years.
Did you come because of the war?
Yeah, because the war.
Really?
Yeah.
What was it like, man? Tell me your experience.
Explosions.
Really?
Like Prodigy came and started to fuck you.
Who did you come with? Your family or?
Yeah, my ex-wife, my daughter. She gonna be 4 years, 28 of March.
Wow, bro. Prayers up.
Yeah, at Shinji in the Rockford School.
Do you have a message for this video?
Message is that I love you. I would like to connect with you because it's your beginnings was to explore and show to people your ideas. I'm just connector and jointer and would like to be part of this because people some have ideas but not solidarity with them. And then they have friends and other people to do something.
Respect, bro. Oh man, talk to me, bro.
Because I don't have power to change everyone.
You don't have the power.
Yes.
But what about the power for yourself, bro?
I have enough power for myself, but I love sharing about.
You love what?
And she's making not a logical next days for me. And I don't understand stuck in around.
I'm praying for you, bro. What do you need most, man?
Most crack, smoke, and pleasure. And water.
No,
One
man.
pop. Okay, one pop. If
I got you a pop.
One pop, the full dollar.
One day you messaged me talking about, oh, you came through the building, you're filming all the attics, but you don't film the residents.
That's correct. I mean, what's happening is that the addicts currently are taking away from us, and they will destroy their units, they will destroy the building, and they're taken care of even by the system. And it's really unfortunate because there are really good people that work hard, have educations, and we're just trying to live in the downtown core and just try to live amongst it. And when I first moved at 251, I was told, oh, you don't belong here, security.
Really?
And I said, oh, it's okay, it's addiction, no big deal. And then I moved here and I realized, holy fuck, this is a whole other level.
Yeah.
And I hate it. I hate it so much, and it is sad that people are going through it, but there are people like us that have to deal with this every day. It's just so overwhelming. My great neighbor next door, Marcel, bless him.
Yeah.
He's such an awesome neighbor. He's in his seniors, and he shouldn't be living through this as a senior.
Right. What do you think are some answers to this issue?
The government needs to pay attention to what's happening instead of changing Dundas Square and Dundas subway station over for millions of dollars. Put that into it. If they want to keep 251 as a drug addict building, then only put addicts and homeless people in that building. Let that be a building for them, a safe place for them to shoot up, get sense. 3 meals. But don't be intermingling people in there. I don't belong there. I don't. Mm-hmm. And you think I'm better? Yes, I do think I'm better. And I know that sounds awful, but it's facts. Yeah. I am better.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And this is the problem.
Sorry, excuse me. I thought that you should ditch that I waited so a long time. Sorry, excuse me.
You're probably like, yo, why are you buying him a chubby? Like,
No, I get it. Even buy, see, I used to buy Stinky.
rest in peace.
I always bought Stinky. I told him I'll never buy him soda because I don't drink soda,
Yeah,
but I'll
yeah.
always buy him a water. He could have a ginger ale, and I always bought him his sweet cakes. Just
Right.
because it was Stinky, and I get it. He's still a human. They're
Yeah.
still humans. But it's like going in the stairwell, read, and recording these fucking idiots. You know how many times the fire alarms go off in that building?
Crazy.
They don't need internet time. These people need to get the fuck out of my building and leave us alone for a little bit. Then there's that really crazy tranny that lives on our floor, nutcase, got its whole entire apartment redone because it fucked it up after a meth and crack outburst. I mean, it's complete madness with that one. Again, got his whole apartment redone, but I can't get my cabinet. I can't get a cupboard door fixed for 4 years. I've been asking.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But if I smoked crack and mashed up the place, I'd be getting my apartment redone too, for sure.
I understand the frustration. Trust me, I do. I get
You
it.
don't, because you don't live
Well,
in
not
it.
completely. Yes, not completely, but
You don't live
like
in
you
it.
know, I can try to understand, and I feel like I get it. When you're working hard and people around you are just getting handouts, like
Yeah, and like even trying to do a Zoom meeting with your crew, and there's fire alarms going off.
it's crazy. They should transfer you.
I agree. I put in for a transfer. Good luck on that. Everybody says you can't get out of there unless you're in a body bag.
Transfer her.
Thank you. Transfer me.
Respect. Enjoy the
Yes,
day, huh?
thank you, Reed. Okay, have a good
Later. Marcel, why you look sad, bro? I bought this yesterday, bro. My new camera. Brittany, come here, yo. Brittany. Bro, what the hell? Why'd I see a video about somebody trying to find you? Did you hear about
Not
this?
that hard to find.
That's what I was saying.
Oh my god.
You heard
I'm
about-
looking at the right places then.
Did you hear about that though?
No.
Really? Oh my God. Some like Instagram guys going around with a picture of you like, yo, I'm looking for her. I'm looking for her. Everyone's like, message
Are they
Reed.
calling me
Like,
Jessica?
I don't think they said a name. I don't know. I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't know. Like, don't be surprised if some guy comes and tries to talk to you. He says he has resources though. Could probably get you into some rehab or some shit.
Okay. Send me a link to.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. What's the word today?
It's Sunday, so like no fun day.
Sunday fun day. Don't have too much fun, Brittany. Yo, we got. Who's that?
T-Dot, the voice of the city, you already know, man. Yo, listen, man. Taste the Danforth, Beater or Beast Girl, be on the stage, you already know. I'm performing 2 tracks, The Canadian Dream and
Yeah.
a track called 10 Toes Down. And it goes a little something like this. My shawty says she's 10 toes down on the road with me. She like whenever round around on the road with me. She like puffin' smoke in the loud on the roll my weed. We rolling in that top down, he'll blow through the breeze. Say that she can get it right now. I'm rolling up my sleeve.
Yeah.
And we can take it to the bed, rolling in the sheets. If I too shorty roll out, wanna leave. If I told her I'm going out, you wanna roll with me. She said that I'm so loud, wanna hold me, roll me, smoke me, and talk me. Holy, she don't wanna pass me. She sure can. She Gina Martin, oh that's a mad thing.
Yeah.
Spin around and watch her box spin. You already know.
Yo, where can they find you, fam?
T-Dot, the voice of the city. Yo, you can find me at DA, voice of DA City, not THE. You get me? DA, voice of DA City. You already know. T-Dot, the voice.
Love that.
Salute. Hi, Milo. This is Milo, guys.
What's up, Milo?
Say hi, Milo. His mother died the other day.
No, rest in
He's a Lone
peace.
Ranger now.
Oh, so sorry to hear that, bro.
You already know who it is. I don't gotta introduce myself. You did already, remember? I'm known for respect, one love, unity, loyalty, and no violence and no snitching. Definitely not. One thing I want to say, I would be nothing without everybody not being here. So I'm grateful for everybody being here, even the man holding the camera, Mr. Reed.
Much
Right?
love, bro.
All right. So like I said, happy for all the mans and women's out here, especially the women's. I'm a straight guy. I'm gonna say it how it is.
Yeah.
For everybody else too.
Is this your friend here? You want to say something?
I don't know what to say.
What's your name, yo?
My name's Izzy.
Where are you from?
I'm from Durham region, but I'm around the Toronto, like Northern region.
Okay. What do you think of this area here? What do you think of Sherbourne and Dundas?
It's a great area. It's a very well-known area, but it's also on the DL. So you gotta when you come down, be respectful and just be nice. Don't be afraid to talk to people, but also know your boundaries. Just be yourself.
Facts. You sound smart.
Yeah.
Trust in the Almighty Jah, which is the creator of heaven and earth, the Alpha and the Omega. Whether you do good or bad, you already know God likes bad people too, so don't let the preacher man fool you, because Jesus Christ came down and said himself that he died for sinners and forgiveness and resurrected. So the righteous and the good and the bad will be able to have salvation, right, to the kingdom of heaven. Whether you call God Jehovah or Jah, I don't know what you call him. Some people call him Allah, some people call him Adonai. And you know where we are, right? We're in GTA, Ontario.
Sherbourne and Dundas, to be exact.
Downtown Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto. You should put yourself in the video for a minute so you can see the cameraman and you can see how cool he is.
Yeah,
well represented, you feel me? Well represented,
Appreciate that, Rusky. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, man. I'm just walking around trying to enjoy the day, man.
Yeah, you're the real celebrity out here, but you just want to be a cameraman.
Yeah.
Tell the camera. I want to ask you a few questions in camera. But,
you want to ask?
You mean you're gonna?
I will do both.
Exactly. Question is, what made you come out here to be filming and documenting people by choice?
So I got sick of working all the time. I got sick of chasing money. I got sick of trying to get rich because it was stressing me out. You know what I mean? I was like, I feel like I forgot how to have fun, So I'm like, all right, I got to go back to my roots. My roots are just chilling downtown every day and talking to people, enjoying life, filming, taking photos. That's what I love to do. So that's what I came back to doing. I did one interview and I posted it and it went viral. And I said, fuck, I got to keep this going. Maybe this is what I'm here to do. You know what I mean? So we're here now. But now I'm like, I got to balance. I can't be spending too much time out here. You know what I mean? Because then I make no money. People think I make money off these videos. I don't make no money. I'm losing money because it's taking away from my life, right? I should be working. But instead I'm living, enjoying life, which is good too. But life's all about balance, right? And life's not all about having fun. I can't just have fun all the time. You know what I'm saying? Got to be disciplined. You get me?
All right, that's good. Well, hopefully you get millions of views. Hopefully you make money and everything, because like I said, it's all good. So
if I do, I'm giving back.
All right, that's good. So keep some for yourself too and give some back. That's cool. That's always good.
Man.
All right, next thing I want to ask you, do you feel that being out here is a dangerous place to be at? Or do you feel like you're safe to be out here or anyone else?
I'm not going to lie. It doesn't feel safe and it doesn't feel dangerous. Do you know what I mean? It's somewhere in between. It's like you got to always remember that anything could happen, at any time, anywhere, really, and can't turn a blind eye to the obvious reality that lots of people are suffering with mental health, All right.
It's my last question.
All right.
Are you a spiritual person? Do you have any religion, any faith, any God that you believe in?
I'm not really religious, but I definitely believe in karma and I definitely believe in energy, So I believe you got to be a good person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my belief.
Everybody's from the creator, so you got to respect everybody else, whether they believe or they don't believe, Because at the end of the day, you're not here to judge each other. You're just here to live your life, and God will do the judging on the day of judgment day, right?
Since you want to ask me hard questions, man, now I got to ask you a one, too. So, what brings you out here? Why are you roaming these streets?
All right. Well, this is what happened. I took a trip out here years ago. I was teenager, young, maybe 13, 14. And I wasn't supposed to be out here. I just wanted to come to Toronto. So I came on my own. I was coming all the way from Mississauga. That's before I was in Brampton. And when I came out here, I saw so much people just out here and so much respect and love and, and protection they gave me. I felt like I should just come out here. So I just been out here since then, and now I actually live out here. I'm from Jamaica. I came here in 1991. I was a little baby. I was 4 years old. So I came here from Jamaica. When I first came out here, I wasn't in this type of lifestyle because I was raised to be a Christian. So obviously I was doing good things, until like I met people that I met. It's not bad we're doing. It's just we're not living like holy life.
Yes.
That's
I agree.
Yeah.
And so last question, what about your family, bro? Are they worried about you? Like what's the situation there?
Well, you see, that's the thing. I have family everywhere. I have family out here.
Your blood relatives, like.
I have family out here that are related to me. Some of them is aware, for some of them is not aware. I'm aware because I was told by my other family members when I was growing up. And I know it sounds crazy. I have family that are like multicultural. I grew up with white people, Indians and Asians and blacks, and they were really my bloodline family, which is kind of weird to explain that, but I won't get into that. I had even Aboriginal Indians and East Indians and West Indians too. That was my family. So, and I was really...
My grandparents are from Guyana.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to tell you. And I could tell you mix because I could see it in you. You mix with some black.
I'm a mutt for sure.
You mix with some black and white and some kind of Indian. I can see it in you. Yeah, I see it in you, man. Trust me, you got it in you. I wouldn't really say to them to worry. I would just say for them to always pray that good things happen for me.
Wow.
And I'm always safe, stay out of trouble, don't get arrested, don't get killed, don't get harmed by no one. And I really gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go to Good Shepherd. I only did this because it was hard to say no to you, but yeah,
you're a real one, fam. You got good energy, bro.
Yeah, because they close at 4 and they give the drinks after 2 to 3. I went there after 3
Shout out
yesterday
to
and
them.
they had 1 soda left, and I really need it.
I won't hold you, bro.
I haven't eaten for 2 days, 2 nights straight.
What?
Yeah, because I got a new apartment, no furniture, no money. ODSP supposed to send me like $1,000-something and plus the rent money before the end of the month. Because then I'm gonna get my regular pay, which is $1,000-something, and they didn't do anything.
Damn.
And I want to tell a story.
Yeah.
If I could just tell this quick.
Of course.
I'm promising you that it's by the luck of fate that I have this. That's why I would say to myself that I didn't even know I was gonna get housing now, right? I've been in list for 10 years.
Were you homeless or what?
Yeah, I was homeless for 10 months.
Wow.
For 10 years, I was waiting on housing. I wasn't homeless for 10 years though.
Yeah,
for 10 years, I lived before with one of my girlfriends.
Yeah.
Everything was going good. We had a place to live. Everything was nice. She told me, choose her, choose the streets. I said, I want both. She says, well, don't come back if you go out this night.
No way.
Yeah, I went out. I jumped in the car and I left. Came downtown Toronto. So she wasn't happy about that.
You chose the streets.
No, I chose boat. I tried to go back home. I told her I chose boat. I'll be back. And she
wasn't having it.
Yeah, exactly. She was tired of
That's
that.
one thing about these streets, bro. Like, if you're out here all the time, it's not conducive to a normal life.
Yeah,
you can't be with a normal person.
You can, but it's just for that person to really overstand or understand you.
I feel like you rap, bro. Why do I feel like you rap?
Yeah, I do. I'll give you a preview of the Jamaican and the foreign style.
Raquel, you're right.
Yeah. The only thing I think was winning. I came with Jesus Christ, but still yet, I'm not all that religious. So don't get it twisted. I might be a nice guy, but trust me, at Jamaica we come from, but we no hesitate for bury man. Pussy, if you think about it, that me will blumber class shot in your head. When your blood clot dead, tell them say me, son, you're just us, the most high son. Me no fear no bomber clot body, me no gear. Me no hate nobody, need them straight. Tell them say I pure woman, they round me, so me love the whole of them. Them with a black, white, Indian, Chinese, Asian mix. No matter. They said the man them around me, don't even bother try to hesitate. If you ever try, show them respect. Because if you disrespect them, you disrespect me. You disrespect me, I disrespect them too. Me not worry about things. Who them must say the leader, who had done, who had the shot? I don't know. I got no clue. I mean, not talk to Babylon system. You have to watch what you say. You have to know what you do. You have to have a conscious mind, because in that hood you can get lost. Me not know what I want. So if them want to know what I want, you have to come find out for yourself. But never lose nothing. Because if you ever trust in Jah, you see the Most High. And everything you do, keep it secret and silent.
You already know. Be safe, eh?
Yeah.
Peace. With the legend, Lou. Style of God.
Here to say hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Other than George Street, that's where my fucking history starts.
No way.
Most of my stripes are around in my place. I guess it's an emergency.
Right? Hey, what's your background?
My parents are Eritrean.
Eritrean.
Yeah.
Nice.
My parents are. I'm Canadian.
Yeah, born.
My name is foreign.
Is it?
I speak French also.
Really?
And I'm
Comment
not
ça
white.
va?
And my parents are from somewhere else. I'm as Canadian as
Your parents aren't in
can
Canada?
be. No, I
Parents
said my
aren't?
parents are
Oh.
from somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty damn Canadian nowadays.
That is very
My
Canadian.
name's not English. My parents are somewhere else.
So, let me ask you one question. What is it like at Sherborne and Dundas for the people that don't know?
You know what? It truly is a community.
Right?
It is the centerpiece of a community.
This is the man that walks around like a fashion god with the fly suit, and people think he's a pimp.
Yeah.
But you're not a pimp, right?
No, I'm on TV, CP20. I've been working 27 years, one place, 7 days.
That's funny, man.
I
You're a
paid
legend. You're a legend.
2024, I paid tax over 11,000.
And where are you from again?
I'm from East Africa, Ethiopia.
God bless, my bro.
Yeah.
Enjoy the weather, yeah?
Okay. I don't care what people say.
Yeah.
What people, as long as you know yourself, even police stopped me 5-4 times. I show them my income tax return every year. I carry with me now. I don't care what people say.
Right?
As long as you have confidence, you know yourself.
Amazing. That's good advice, man.
Yeah.
I need to take that advice.
Yeah, take it, man.
Thank you, man.
Even maybe when you come around here,
Yeah.
if you don't know you think either a user or a dealer. Because this area is.
I know. That's what they think about me, right?
Yeah, because I know.
Yeah.
Even a woman, a lady has a job, has a family, when she walks here, they think she's a prostitute or she wants some drug. I see them. So I don't blame them. This is the area.
Sick and tired of all this shit going over here. They're all allowed to get away with everything.
So what are your thoughts on this area, Sherborne and Dundas?
I would really, I appreciate the people that come and clean. Okay? You keep your shit off my side of the road, especially this one.
Steph. I feel you. God bless, all right?
All right.
Take care.
You take care.
Yeah.
For me and mine, to you and yours.
Thank you.
And as my father and my parents said, if you can't be good at it.
Yeah. God bless.
There you go. Keep the peace.
Wait, what?
I'm no longer sitting house. I'm just out here, bro, grinding up, trying to sleep.
No, Marcel, are you serious?
I'm no longer sitting house. I told you.
But do you have a housing?
I'm just trying to get housing by the end of the month. Like, they're cheap housings.
Bro,
this area.
where'd you sleep last night?
Well, places I could just be at the store 24 hours. Sometimes I go to some
Really?
guys' place sometimes. Yeah, it's
No,
okay.
Marcel, bro.
About 2-3 weeks now, bro. I don't more than 3. Come on, you didn't know that?
Dude, you should go literally to
Central
the
intake.
Yeah.
So you guys can harass me with your cameras again and follow me everywhere I go.
That was in your head, Marcel.
Oh yeah, in my head. Yeah, that's what I left.
Let's talk about when you met my mom and you said you started talking shit about me.
I didn't talk shit about you. I said you offended me, and I didn't know.
I'm like, wow, bro.
I said, yeah, that was wrong.
This
to say
guy
in front of her.
meets my mom and tries to make me look bad.
No, your mom knows you've helped me a lot, and she knows you're not a bad person. I explained myself and everything. Friends have problem, and she understood. Like a mother.
But yo,
will.
Marcel, I'm fucking worried, bro. I'm actually worried, brother. I don't want to see you.
To Nigeria?
No, man.
When everything ends,
Everything's a
I'll
joke to you today, huh?
No, nothing is a joke to me. You guys don't know how serious I'm taking this shit. I don't know if it's partner. That's why I'm just praying. Like, at the end of the day, she just be my partner, like the crack. Yeah. Because I don't know. You guys do shit like sometimes I even just have to give into. Okay, let's not even go there. I don't know what you guys want, like who you guys are looking for. I'm just sure I'm not the person. But I wonder who you're looking for. It's okay, bro. I don't even want to go there. Like, it's so annoying. Like, it's very annoying.
Yo, what's
like,
your message to your family, bro?
to my family? I love them so much. And to Batabai, I'm very sorry. I know I disappointed you. I know I let you down. I'm sorry. Please, well, I know you would forgive me.
It's not too late, bro.
When Reed, I know something that you think I don't know. When you got to Nigeria, what did he say to you? Just
Bro,
tell me.
I didn't go to Nigeria,
Just tell
bro.
me. I know you.
Why do you
You were
think
not
that-
in Dubai that time. You were in Nigeria.
Oh
and I know.
my gosh.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. You
You're
don't
a-
have to tell me.
You're
I
a
know you.
joker.
It's okay.
Man thinks I was in Nigeria, bro. I was in Dubai shooting a music video, man. Bro, I'm worried, bro. What are you talking
I'm
about?
getting my life together. This is just the beginning of my life. So
I
at
hope.
the end of the day, everything will be alright. I know that. So even though I want
Who's
to
that,
cry
Wayne?
sometime,
Wayne Wonder.
You say, you ain't got cheese.
How-
Not so tough.
How are you, man?
Not too bad.
This is my new camera.
Blue is the skunk
that's
and
coming, that's right.
beige is the killer.
Looking fresh. The blue shoes.
Blue and yellow shoes.
You got a message today, Wayne?
School car. The message is great expectations.
I have a message.
Your day shall improve. If you're determined, there's a will, there's a way.
Yes.
Love one another, peace all over the world.
Love that. That's love,
Live
Wayne.
life to the fullest.
Yeah.
I see people with their babies in carriages.
Yeah.
Kicking on.
Yo, that smile's worth $1 million, Wayne. Peace. Love, Wayne.
Hi.
Hi, Joanna. Not today, sorry. Marcel, you said you had a message?
Before you accuse people of things, or before I was on the why, I'm even very sure like something is going on. I was on the streetcar one time, and this man points to his baby girl. This man's one of the most dangerous people in Toronto, and he points at me, and I'm like, why
would he be the most dangerous?
Exactly, like I just could not comprehend why. Like that was when I knew something serious was going on. That was when because before I just started to try to believe it was my head, it's just nonsense, or people are just
It
because
is,
I go.
bro. It is.
And then different shits going on since then. But I'll tell you guys, before you accuse somebody of something, like at least be 95% sure that.
Are you taking your own advice?
I'm taking.
Mr. Accuse me every other day of some random stuff.
You just.
You accuse me all the time. Yo, Reed, I know you know. Like, I'm like, bro, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
no, that's. Well, in some cases, I know I may be wrong, but at least. Maybe you didn't go to Nigeria. Maybe you spoke to them.
Of course, I didn't go to Nigeria.
I didn't. To them like in like a lot of them like, you know my family better than I know. There's shit going on now. Even if it's paranoia, at the end of the day, it's still going to live with me. And
it's real.
I'll mark this period as the most difficult moment of my life. That's what I've decided to mark it. And
right now,
yeah.
Damn. Everyone pray for Marcel, bro. For real. Everyone,
it's okay. Everything will be all right. I know
yes, everything will be all right. You guys put a comment for Marcel, you know?
And if you see me cry on Red video one day, it's okay to cry, but I never cry for the same reason twice. And make sure you don't.
I remember last time, hey, Marcel, remember across the street? And I told you, yo, your mom saw the videos. And you started crying and you...
But I haven't cried for that since then. Even though it's hurting me now, seriously, and I feel like it, like, I don't think I'm going to.
I remember I had a video of that and I said, I can't put this out, man.
You can put it out, like.
When's the last time you spoke to your mom?
Today.
Really? Okay, good. Got something to say today?
Stay blessed. Protect everybody. Help everybody.
Yeah.
Spread love.
Yes.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah.
Come to Sam's, Habibi.
Yeah. Come to Sam's. Come to Sam's for the people. Sam's food store right here. For those of you that don't know, I actually painted that. Peter, what's going on?
Peter, where they find my trouble to see now.
Peter,
I just said
when are we getting off these streets, bro?
This week, Baba don't plan. You know, even involve me. You call me.
Both of you, both, yo,
Because
stand
it's
next to
not
this
my
man.
friend,
Stand
my
next to
Nigerian brother, bro.
Right now.
He don't.
Oh, I lost my slippers. The see my shoe now.
Peter,
Come on, street. He loves your
Peter,
slippers.
this is not like you, bro.
You know now, not my life. They see my slippers now. They see my slippers.
Yeah.
What, Peter? What's your message, man, to your family, bro?
Yeah, message finish.
You know that's why one thing I admire
Marcel,
about Peter stuff.
both of you
Peter
guys.
just said his name was Peter. He didn't put any last name or anything. But because of some certain things, my name is Fatang. I called my phone name, man. But who knows Peter's family? Nobody.
I know Peter's family, bro. Peter's.
How do you track
They're
them?
reaching out to me.
Okay, they are
Peter's
reaching because
sister,
exactly.
Peter's cousin.
But
They're
if
all
they did
reaching
not
out, man.
reach out to you, you would not
They
know
left
them.
messages, and Peter won't even listen to the message.
Nobody's happy here today, bro. Everyone's just sad and everything there.
It's one of those days.
Yeah, and you should check on Pudding as well. She's not really doing good.
On who, Peter?
Pudding.
Pudding. Yo,
So,
let me see your leg, bro. How's it doing?
Well, it's covered right now, but it's doing very much better, just still swollen.
What about your other one? So you're taking care of it?
It's opened a little so you can see it, kind of.
You're taking care of it?
Yeah, trying my best.
When's the last time you went?
I did it today myself, actually.
No, man, not yourself, bro.
No, because I was supposed to go yesterday to the street bus health stuff, but I
Dude,
missed it.
Don't miss it, bro. Today, please, make sure.
Yeah, that's why I had to take it off myself yesterday, and that girl was saying shit, and you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. You almost got into a fight, bro.
I don't get into a fight. No, she hit me, and then I wouldn't hit a lady. I wouldn't hit anybody first, number one. And most of the things I do these days, I just walk away. But as a lady, let me give you an advice. Don't go hitting a man, because if nobody defends you, you're dead. And if the man has temper issues, you're telling the man indirectly that you want him to fight you as a man. And if he loses his temper on you. So please, as a lady, yeah, men, please don't hit ladies. It's very wrong. But as a lady, never even start it. Don't even think it to hit a man. It's very wrong as well. Just as hitting a lady as a man is wrong, it's also very wrong as a lady to hit a man.
Agreed.
Please don't. Because this lady was trying to hit me yesterday, and if I tried to fight her like a man, well,
you'd go to jail.
Exactly.
Oh no.
No, Reed, I need some money.
Oh no.
I just need $5. I gotta eat.
I can't. Everybody's asking me.
But
for
I'm
money.
different than everybody. My name's Krista. I'm not like everybody.
You're a legend. How you been?
I've been all right. How about
Yeah?
you? Long time I don't see you. How are things?
I've been trying to spend more time at home working.
Yeah, as opposed to this, because down here's bullshit. Reed. They have a hate on for you for whatever
They
reason.
hate me. I don't know why.
The organizations don't like you.
Yeah, I
It's the
know.
organizations. It's not even the people at the end of the day. You know?
I know.
And but at the end of the day, you're a great guy. But can I please have $5 to eat?
Hold on. Pudding.
Hi, what's up?
You good?
Good. Hi.
Good. This is my new camera, Pudding.
It looks good.
You said what?
Is that your body cam?
This is my body
That's
cam.
your body cam. Can I
Yeah.
have $5 to eat?
I swear to God, I can't
Please
right
do
now.
something. Reed.
Okay, here.
Thank you.
Laya.
Liar.
Oh, wow, Harvey. You're evil.
No, she's
I'm
hot. She's
evil.
hot.
What? I like the gloves though.
Thank you.
The gloves are sick. The pink. What does it say on them?
Wear the gloves, wear the pants.
Yes.
Interview live. Huh?
I was asking if you seen Pudding.
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah, Pudding. She's right here. She's across.
Where?
She's right there.
Oh my God, she's right there.
You guys are looking for Pudding?
Yeah.
No way. What are you guys doing out here looking for Pudding, yo?
I'm one of her old friends.
No
Yeah,
way.
this was square.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, go talk to her, yo.
I know. Aw.
Pudding. These are your old friends?
Yeah, this is April.
That's fire.
Yeah. And this
Love for
Nevaeh.
coming out.
Yes, you're my name. Yes,
Let's go to the store, fam.
Yeah.
It's a classic thing, you know, when we pull up to the sands. If you can't let my bike in, I don't even want to go. Oh, shit.
Careful.
Can't let my bike in?
Here. The wedges,
I don't
fam.
even want to be in, bro. You know what I'm saying? Boom.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Safe.
Listen, I bust it up at this point because I don't give a fuck.
No, we
It's
have
not
to
the
respect
time of,
Sam's.
like, trading and shit, giving a fuck, and then niggas just lost that shit. Like sometimes I just fucking lose that shit. But you don't get no hot sauce? No. We gotta go to the George's, bro. You know
For
the
real?
George's spot?
Man, what you got going on the bikes? Look, yo, what is this?
Huh? No. Keep this shit talk.
Keep it talk.
Some nigga had to fucking, like, you know?
How are you, man? Good, thank you.
Even though this is a fucking bad neighborhood,
Yeah.
it was blessed to just have a spot in the worst neighborhood, fam. If you really think about it, a lot of people fucking think that's fucking, they don't be grateful, fam. Like, you know? Me and my her late nights, I had a spot right there. I was supposed to, you know?
Yo, so I never.
Luckily, fam, I had a spot in the worst neighborhood. If I didn't have a spot, nigga, that would have been fucked.
Yeah,
if I was in a nice area, I don't give a fuck about a spot, nigga. It's already nice.
Yeah. We have Mo's Bike Shop, man. Hey, you want to say anything for Mo's Bike Shop, man?
Mo Bike Shop. Welcome. Uber. We work a lot with Uber. 70% of our customers are Uber when they have a flat tire or a brake adjustment or a battery upgrading.
This is the spot.
So this is what we do. And the thing is, like, I'm here out there helping the community, and what they do, they come and steal my own bike. But it's okay. You know what? We have to stay positive and predictable.
Did it ever come back to you? Like, did your bike ever get stolen?
Man, they steal my own bike and they come back to try to sell me my bike. I'm like, bro, that's my bike.
No way.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Very
man.
nice meeting you, man. We keep
Respect,
contact.
bro. Mo's Bike Shop, Sherwood and Dundas.
Yeah, man.
This is Tazzy.
Hi. I got a new name now. It's not Taz.
Oh yeah, what's the new name again?
PG. One that's PG. Pretty girl. Hi, honey buns. I'm pretty good, ugly.
Yo.
Pretty ugly, am I right? Pretty ugly. Yep.
For everybody that doesn't know, what's Sherwood and Dundas like?
I've been here, I don't know, quite a long time, but I'm surviving. I survived. So.
Right? Yeah, you've been out. How long you been out here?
To be honest with you, this year makes 16 years.
16 years.
Yeah. Like sometimes 15, yeah, about that 16 years.
Wow.
29.
Do you want to leave here?
Of course I do. Fuck. Any day, I want to run away. Fuck. One day, I'm to keep my check and say, fuck everybody, not pay no one nothing. I just say, it's like,
I can't wait for that.
Oh, here he's talking popo. He's talking good pause. Not fucking democracy. It's a democracy over this.
Right.
The police want to bother you. The constables bother you. But I say, fuck the police, fuck the constables. They're just constables. They broke my finger the other day on Easter Friday. The people that got beat up by the constables on Easter Friday. They charged me, and then they turned around and charged me with assault, police officer times 2.
No.
First, he told the sergeant that I hit his hand, and then he told when he got to the synopsis, he says that I spit on him.
Wow.
He told me to leave. He told me to leave the building, and I didn't leave, and I turned around and spit on him. The like from a bitch. But anyhow, I'm beating the case regardless. Doesn't matter.
Hey.
They think they're smart. They're trying to kick me out 2-1.
Taz, I hear you're the top G out here.
I'm also a G. What's the name of a G? To be honest with you,
Top gangsta.
I'm not a gangster. Gangster, but I'm not. But I do not take bullshit. I defend myself to the fullest. I'm gonna go fuck.
Drop something, man.
It was like true. That's all I lost. It's okay. That's what you're still wearing? Like I don't take bullshit from nobody. No man, no girl, no fuck. I don't take chat from no one.
Where'd you grow up around, yo?
In Weston.
Weston?
Saga City.
Saga. Oh yeah.
Your place capital, buddies. Your place capital.
Much
Hello.
love, Taz.
Right?
Done
Hey,
know.
I'm making it sooner or later. One day at a time.
Real shit.
One day at a time, dude. One day at a time. I can. I'm not ashamed anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna.
I
hide
never
it.
knew you to be like that.
I can be
Yeah.
kind of. I'm very self-centered, but I'm very quiet with my business. But not okay. I've come to accept who I am, and I've come to figure that I want to do a difference. This is actually the world is different, but here's not all you think it is.
Mhm.
It's not peachy gold. Every day someone loses a life. Every day someone overdoses.
Every day someone loses a life.
Yeah, every day.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Every day to a fight, a crime, or someone overdose. I see more ODs. I see more overdose than anything else. But I extreme the lives.
Man, how many people have you seen like lose their lives over the 15 years you've been out here? Like,
More than 15, about 25, a lot more than that. More than count.
really?
More
Yeah.
than count. Like for me, more than count.
I could blur your face if you want.
More than count. I don't. Okay, whatever. You know, in the just under 2 years I've lived out here,
Yeah.
I have known more people who have passed away at this point than all the people I know from like 14 to 20.
Wow.
That's what, and it's like, I lost fucking over 24 friends in that time period from 14 to 20. In just under 2 years, I've known and either been friends with, acquaintances, whatever, with more people in that under 2 years than in span of fucking 6 years.
How does that affect you?
Man, it's so sad,
Right.
Like,
And are these all overdoses?
no,
Not all.
most.
Most,
I
yeah.
think, yeah.
Have you ever overdosed yourself?
Yeah. I've died like 3 times. I'm talking like flatlines.
Wow. You look so young. How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. No way. You grew up in Toronto?
No.
Where are you from?
Hamilton.
Hamilton. What brought you out here?
My dad broke my arm.
Sorry to hear that.
Actually, I came down here when I was 21. Sorry.
So you were like running away from your family, kind of thing? Oh, whoa. Whoa, that's a big ass scar.
Yeah. So my whole arm's a metal rod, and
Wait, why is that?
my dad breaking my arm.
Wow. And you had to get surgery or something?
Yeah, my whole arm's a metal rod now. And this shit is only gonna be down here for a couple of days. I need somewhere to go on real short notice.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody said when I first came down here, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck.
Really?
Don't get stuck. Man,
What do you think you need most?
I don't even know, man.
To get your life like back together, like what do you think?
I need like sorry. Hey, oh my gosh, I'm terrible at sports. Wow.
Hey.
Wow. I've had everything. Like I've had everything I own stolen. Fucking 20 times over at this point. Literally, this is all I own right now.
Do people know where you're at?
Kinda. If I could see myself right now, what the fuck?
Do you feel like you chose this life, or
No.
it was the cards you were dealt?
If I could fucking see myself right now, this time 2 years ago, I tell you, I was living in a nice condo.
You were what?
I was living in a nice condo, fucking not too far at all from here. Fucking.
Because a lot of people will judge and say, "Oh, they chose this life."
Fuck no.
They're choosing to be out there.
Yo. Oh my god, I like fucking. Oh my god, I look lost. Sorry.
No, it's okay, yo.
I got my sunglasses. Did I really lose my sunglasses? This is the last part of my life. Like, I've had 2 LLC companies that, I was involved with 2 LLC companies, like legally registered companies.
Yeah.
I had a gold business with my ex and his cousin.
Wow.
I got fucked into that.
Well, yo, you're mad young. You have nothing but time to turn your life
Oh, I
around.
know, but it's also like it's hard.
For sure, it's hard.
And then I had a.
But it's only gonna get harder.
Oh, I know.
You know.
I just don't want to get the fuck out of here.
Save yourself. You know what I mean?
Like I had my shit together at a lot of points. In some ways, like yes, because it's like fuck, like when my dad broke my arm, I got kicked out of like 5 high schools when I was younger. And I took the time. Like I used to have real bad anger issues and all that, and I took the time and the effort to turn my shit around to get to almost 2 years anger management.
Oh wow. So you're in touch with yourself. Then.
Oh yeah. I had figured out a program to re-enroll myself in school. I got kicked out of fucking 5 high schools, man.
What do you want for your future?
There's something better than this. I want things to be good again. You know what I mean? Right after I turn 18.
What?
Huh? Yeah, no, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Thanks. Sorry, he's a fucking creepy. He's a fucking. He's a weird. No, I haven't.
A lot of strange people out here, right?
Yeah, he's not even from out here. He's like, there's one thing.
Don't say too much on camera.
No, wealthier people a lot of the time will come down here and prey on vulnerable people. Wealthy, pervert guys come down here because there's some girls out here who suck cock for $5.
Yeah, it's dark. A lot of dark shit goes on out here that people don't really realize. That's why I feel bad for all the young women out here too. Because
So vulnerable, right?
Oh yeah, man. Everything was finally coming into place, and it was gonna be all fucking, And then he broke my arm, and then the police charged him against my well.
What about your mom?
My mom's still with him. She went to Mexico with his ass.
No way.
On my money too. They took all my money and left me with nothing, with a fucking broken arm. So bad that I had no mobility in this arm for fucking 6 months.
Wow.
I got 40 staples, a metal rod from here to wrap around my elbow like this.
So do you think trauma is a part of why you started using?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been an addict since I was 14.
Wow. Praying for you, yo. Let me know if there's anything I can ever help you with. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
For real. Like, you ever want to go rehab, I can probably help connect you, whatever it is. You need clothes,
Mm-hmm.
You do, right? You said you have no belongings,
This
right?
isn't even my sweater.
What
It's my
size are
sweater.
you? Small, medium?
Small for the most part.
If anyone wants to donate any small women's clothes, what's your name again?
The name I go by is Mila.
Mila. For Mila.
Yeah.
Just message me or comment below and we'll link up.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, yo.
Thank you. I
Stay
appreciate
safe
you.
out here, man.
Yeah, of course.
For
I try
real.
to. And I appreciate you for just sharing people's stories and letting people know that it's
That's why I do
the
it,
way people perceive us.
Yeah.
Homeless people, addicts and shit, people perceive us as.
Trust me, that's the big reason I do this, because it's like, get rid of some of the stigma and the judgment, Like you said, it's like you were dealt some rough cards, you know what I mean? Like,
And fucking pretty much everybody else down there was too.
right?
There you
This one.
Did you get your glasses yesterday? I brought you.
Okay, God bless you, yo.
I get slippers. I'm rolling for you. Give me a second. Move. No, for real. I'm coming up for you.
Sorry. Hey. Yeah, Peter's turning up. Yeah. What's up, my love? Check it out.
Hey,
You can see yourself.
it's pretty cool.
Got a message today?
Everybody have a good day, like I usually say.
That's always, every time, every time.
You know, we're blessed.
Bless up,
We are
bless
blessed.
up. Enjoy. All right, so what do you want, Peter?
I was gonna get tracksuits.
Tracksuit? And shoes?
Yeah.
All right, man, let's get a tracksuit and some shoes for Peter, bro. Bro literally got the exact pants that I wanted, yo. Let me see those. Nice New Balance tracky pants. Gang, gang. I need to find 13.
Yes, sir.
Here. Oh, bro. You have to get these, bro.
Ooh. What
Those
size
are
is this?
fire.
Jesus
I think they're
Christ.
13.
I think I'm taking this one.
Right?
Jesus Christ.
Even though they're... You better keep those on your feet, though. I swear.
He ain't going nowhere. Let me test it on. Slap it on.
Yeah.
Taking this one.
All right.
Sweet. Thank you, man. Say. Jeez. I'm dropping it on my foot, man.
New Balance shoes, New Balance pants,
some fine hoodie, you know.
Blue Jays. She. Big shout out to Card for Change for hooking these up, yo. Woo-hoo. Yo, you look fresh, Peter.
Like that.
Ooh. My dog.
Yeah.
Respect, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Up here, up shit.
Yes. Let's get it. Yo. Hey, what up, Brody? You blessed? Shout out to Card for Change. I need you guys to all go support Card for Change because they're really out here supporting the people.
Thank you, Cover Change. Thank you, Mr. Reedy.
Yeah, man. No problem, bro.
Thank you, Cover Change.
Yes. Respect. you got boss bitch chatted? Yo, with the Playboy bunny?
Yeah.
That's
Do you
fucking
really?
gangster. What the? This is how much of a germaphobe I am. Yo, why is it actually so good? Wait. Why does it taste like there's a carbonation?
You know why?
Why?
Crack in there.
This guy's stupid, bro. Come get your carbonated slushy.
That's Sherborne
Sherborne and Dundash. You okay, yo? What's up? You good? I know. I was like, yo, I'm like, do I have to intervene? What the fuck, man?
Oh, wow, you kind of see.
Yeah. You okay though?
Yeah, it's my friend. We're having an argument.
I've been there. Oh, you heard about me?
I'm freezing.
Good things or bad?
Good.
Okay, good.
No, you're only doing good.
Appreciate you.
Crazy for that.
Love. Yeah, feel good when that happens. What's up, Miss Iran?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How are you? Good.
Yeah, nice to see you.
You want drink, rum? You want rum?
I don't drink. Nah, I think you guys gotta get introduced to Scammer who works at Sam's food store, man. I think it's time, bro. Introduce yourself to the people, man.
Sure, time. Sam's is Scammer. Scammer is Sam's.
Bro, what's it like working here? I asked Hassan.
It's fucking blessed, man. Fucking enjoy my move like you see my friend here? Fucking my buddy. You my
Big
buddy.
brother.
Little brother. See?
How long you been working here?
I've been working here for I'm on and off, so like maybe you can like say 4 or 5 years. But I've been in the area for like 11 years.
Yeah? Would you say it's changed at all? Better or worse?
It's
Does it get better?
I don't know. It's never gonna get better. It's not gonna get worse. It's
Same shit.
Same thing. But I love it like that.
Yeah.
If it gets better, I don't like it. If it gets worse, I won't like it.
What's your message?
A message for who?
For the people.
For the people.
For the people that everybody wants to know about the people that work at Sam's.
So contribute to the community. Put more money in the people like who want to get out of drugs. So we should like motivate them not to have this. I'm gonna motivate the people who are doing this like to stop it. Anyways, at the end, it's their choices.
It's what?
It's their choice.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, just live your life.
Let's get one crazy story.
One crazy story from Sam's. I have so many. I almost
story is that every day people steal from the store.
No, that's not a crazy story at all.
Let's get a crazy
I
one.
almost got shot here one time.
What?
Yeah,
no way. You were here when the shooting happened?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
So we had to like. You're not here at that time.
Thank God. I
So it
was
happened.
when you see
We
shots.
went like on the floor, like it was random shit.
No way. You're on the floor ducking.
Yeah.
Holy
Random
fuck.
shit, like somebody was looking for someone, but at the end nothing happened. Like
No one got
the
hurt.
guy survived, and the other person is in jail. So what happened?
Wow. One guy got hit though?
Yeah, so he's like paralyzed for life. Other guy's in jail for life.
Crazy.
What happens? Nothing happens in this shit, man. We should peace, love.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wayne, he wants an insure?
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, I got you. Hold the door for this guy. Respect Wayne.
I'll get like
What kind do you want?
9 yard.
What flavor?
Vanilla.
Vanilla?
King size?
And this is the most nice guy at Sam's. The most holy man.
Holy man. I'm not.
Yes, you are. Whoa. What up, man?
God is good. God is great. Yes, thankful.
For those that don't know, Wayne is the first guy. The first post on my Instagram page is Wayne from like.
Today I look normal, but other days your face look decapitated.
My first post on Instagram is Wayne, bro.
The shoes, right?
On Eglinton West.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Right? It's been a while since you went back up there.
Got that.
Wayne's also in music videos that I shot. We have one video where Wayne's playing guitar right here in front of Sam's. Do you even remember that?
I think so. The acoustic guitar.
Yeah, the acoustic, bro. I'm gonna put the video right now.
Yeah, because I need help. If any woman or man out there who's rich, I could use straightening up. You can fix me up or clean me up.
Who wants to fix up Wayne or clean him up, man? That's what you're asking, right?
Like I would exercise properly. Look at this bicycle.
Yeah, you hear that? Yeah, I don't need your attitude. I have my own. What are you rocking, bro?
Well, you know, I picked up on the sidewalk. It keeps me warm.
Keeps you warm, eh?
That's a fellow brother.
Yo, everybody's worried about you, Omar.
Well, thank you for worrying. I do appreciate it. You know.
Do you have a message today, Omar?
Message. I mean, like, doesn't matter what message you give out, as long as you try to be positive. You know.
You know I miss you all the time, Omar.
Well, thank you for missing me.
For real, bro.
I do appreciate you.
I consider you a real friend.
Thank you very much.
What's been going on, man? You say you're not at the Seton House still?
No, I haven't been there in a while.
Where you been staying? On the subway?
No.
Omar.
No.
Swayze. How's your mental health? Like, what's going on, man?
Well, you know, mental health could be good. Yeah.
Could be better.
Yeah, a whole lot of humans are. Yeah, I don't know where they get their news from, but like they seem to be doing better.
Bro, I'm worried about you, Omar. Like, you're not in the Seton House no more. You know, like, I just. What do you need from me, bro?
Oh, I don't know, socks maybe.
No, but like, you need to get back to the Seton House. Do you want to go back there right now and see if you can get in?
Well, not really. No, I mean I have tried. You know, I mean, I'll eventually go where I'm supposed to go. You know.
What's up, man? It's Marcus. I'm in the streets. I'm here with Reed. It's my French boy Omar from Montreal. I'm a Frenchman from Lyon, France. I'm in the streets. This is what it is, man.
Crazy. How'd you meet Omar?
In the streets.
He's been an impact in my life, you know, so I do appreciate him. Good guy. We have things in common. We love smoking marijuana, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of lives y'all want to live, but at the end of the day, it's an individual human life, you know. So
What kind of life do you want to live, Omar?
Fuck, it don't matter. It don't matter because like I ain't God, so I'm gonna like, you know, whatever I sow is what I will reap. Hopefully, I reap something that as well, you know. Because at the end of the day,
Well, I can say you're a good man, bro.
there's no such thing as good man because what is a good man that does one thing that is negative? And what's a good man that does 10 things that are negative? What's a good man that does 100 things negative?
But we all make mistakes.
What about the great aliens? What mistakes did they make? So if Judgment Day were to happen, like right now, right now, and you were to stand in front of God, how many of you would say that you have such a good heart that you did the purpose that a human being should do in whatever environment they're in? You know what I'm saying?
This is what happens at Sam's. Yo, you okay? Yo.
Your 911 call will be answered by the next available operator.
911 never picks up, bro. Like, never picks up, yo. That's actually crazy.
All operators are busy assisting other callers. Please do not hang up. Your 911 call will be answered by the next available operator.
Yo! I know she's breathing, but like, fuck, bro. I don't.
You have reached the Toronto Police 911 Communication Center. All operators are busy assisting other callers.
S'il vous plaît?
Yeah, calling 911 right now.
Huh?
Calling 911 right now.
What happened?
She just came in here and fell asleep.
Toronto ambulance, where do you need us?
Yeah, it's Sherborne and Dundas inside the Sam store.
How you doing, son?
I'm okay.
Okay, and sir, tell me exactly what happened.
There's a girl like sleeping on the floor inside the corner store, but she's not responsive.
And are you with her right now?
Yeah,
Okay, how old is she?
maybe 30.
Okay. Is she awake?
She's breathing. She's not awake.
Radio, stand by.
I've tried to wake her up, but it's not working. Yo, are you okay?
Got an ambulance taker and make sure that
Yeah, we gotta wait for the ambulance.
she's alive.
Right, sir, is her breathing completely normal?
She's breathing.
I couldn't tell you.
You don't know what I am.
I can just see. I see that she is breathing.
Is she still unconscious?
Yeah, she's not responding.
Okay, so we're gonna check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, watch her close and tell me each time her chest rise. Are you ready?
Yeah, 1,
Sad.
2,
Sad. People.
3.
No. Okay. Miss,
So what's your name?
did she
Read.
walk in? She was awake walking?
Yeah, she walked in and just dropped right.
She is not gone?
Yeah.
Reed, is the defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now in case we need it later.
A what?
A defibrillator, it's a shock box for the heart.
A defibrillator? You're asking if I have one?
If there's one in the building,
No, we're in a corner store.
yeah, sometimes they're in public buildings, but if you don't know, that's okay. Okay, so listen carefully, lay her flat on her back and remove anything under her head.
She's on her side right now. Personally, I don't really want to move her.
She's not breathing well. Look,
If
keep moving her.
we need to help her, if she's not responding, this could be a very serious medical emergency. I'm instructing you.
She okay?
Yeah, calling 911 right now.
Huh?
Calling 911 right now.
What happened?
She just came in here and fell asleep.
Toronto ambulance, where do you need us?
Yeah, it's Sherborne and Dundas inside the Sam store.
How you doing, son?
I'm okay.
Okay, and sir, tell me exactly what happened.
There's a girl like sleeping on the floor inside the corner store, but she's not responsive.
And are you with her right now?
Yeah,
Okay, how old is she?
maybe 30.
Okay. Is she awake?
She's breathing. She's not awake.
Radio, stand by.
I've tried to wake her up, but it's not working. Yo, are you okay?
Got an ambulance taker and make sure that
Yeah, we gotta wait for the ambulance.
she's alive.
Right, sir, is her breathing completely normal?
She's breathing.
I couldn't tell you.
You don't know what I am.
I can just see. I see that she is breathing.
Is she still unconscious?
Yeah, she's not responding.
Okay, so we're gonna check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, watch her close and tell me each time her chest rises. Are you ready?
Yeah, 1,
Sad.
2,
Sad. People.
3.
No. Okay. Miss,
So what's your name?
did she
Read.
walk in? She was awake walking?
Yeah, she walked in and just dropped right.
She is not gone?
Yeah.
Reed, is the defibrillator available? Send someone to get it now in case we need it later.
A what?
A defibrillator, it's a shock box for the heart.
A defibrillator? You're asking if I have one?
If there's one in the building,
No, we're in a corner store.
yeah, sometimes they're in public buildings, but if you don't know, that's okay. Okay, so listen carefully, lay her flat on her back and remove anything under her head.
She's on her side right now. Personally, I don't really want to move her.
She's not breathing well. Look, keep moving her.
We need to help her. If she's not responding, this could be a very serious medical emergency. I'm instructing you.
She's saying put her on her back.
To put on her back?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. Here, hold the phone.
Anything under her head.
There's nothing under her head.
We need to save the one. We gotta save the life, right? Or we do what we do. She's breathing.
She's breathing, so
but it's hard to move her.
she's breathing though. Ambulance sounds like they're here, so.
So the fire department also assists on our calls. Just like the fire department.
Yeah, they're here. They're here. All right.
She's an opiate user. I know already. No? User.
Yeah.
Are they right there with you?
They're pulling up right now. They're about to come into the store.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Omar.
Yeah. No problem. Thank you guys. Thank you.
It was nice of you to come out on one.
Nice of you to try and help.
I saved 3 people at Tim Horton Parliament. 3 guys. One, he didn't wake up. He was in a coma. Yeah. He was breathing, but he's not good enough.
You been all right?
I'm okay. As long as my music plays. I'm alive.
Right?
Yeah.
God bless your soul.
No, God bless you. So you're a good human being.
Thank you
Your
so
parents
much.
did a good job.
Thank
What's
you.
your parents' background?
Um,
Irish?
my mom's parents are from Guyana. My dad's parents are like from America, but there's some European background, you
Yeah,
know?
I figured there's
Yeah.
European in you.
For sure. Portuguese,
Yeah?
maybe Dutch, maybe Irish. I don't know. I'm a mutt.
Yeah, I can see the Irish in you.
Yeah.
Scottish? I'm alive!
Some happiness
Nice
vibes.
camera.
Right? It's brand
Where'd
new.
you get that?
This is my first day doing a video with this.
Really?
Yeah. You gonna bust a dance move for my video?
I love you. You're a beautiful human being. I wish the world, all the whole world like you.
Thank
the world
you.
would be able to place.
Thank you. Oh, you gotta keep playing the music.
Hell yeah. I don't like stop. Woo.
Need help?
Can you just not film us?
No problem. Like your face, you mean?
Why don't you guys just help me with the camera?
I just offered you help. You witnessed that.
Yeah, I know. You're a good human being. I love you. Fuck.
Why is she rude to me?
You're not a trained professional.
Yeah, like I'm the one that called them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell?
Looking for a partner, man.
For what?
For a speaking partner. See, anybody can willingly come forward.
A speaking partner.
Yeah.
Me and you, brother. We do this right now.
But what if you gonna teach me the slang, the street language? I don't want to.
I'm a
learn that.
real Canadian, all right? Born and raised in Canada.
I want to learn C1 and C2.
What the fuck is C1 and C2?
The C1, C2 is the proper language that they use in the
Let me tell you
news.
something. You already speak better English than me.
I
bro.
don't, man. I don't.
You know more words than me.
It doesn't matter. Let's see who willingly come forward enthusiastically.
What'd you just say? Willingly come forward and what?
Willingly and enthusiastically.
Wait, say that one more time.
Why is it wrong?
Say it one more time.
Is it wrong?
Say it one more time. Willingly and
enthusiastically.
Why? Enthusiastically.
Enthusiastically.
Yes. Enthusiastic.
Make sure you edit that shit.
No, that's good, bro. That's the shit right there, bro. That we need.
Are you rich for your YouTube guy?
Oh, I wish.
No, I don't want to fit. Okay, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Okay, give me
I wish I was rich. What's your name?
Emily,
Emily, where are you from?
Mississauga.
Saga, eh? What are you doing down here, yo?
I moved to Oshawa, I don't know, when I was like 10, because my mom lost our 3-bedroom house.
No way, she lost the house.
Yeah, because okay, my dad left like permanently this time. He left in and out of my life like the whole time. But he left because he hit her and he was fucked up. Anyway, she got a question from the landlord saying, "Do you want to go out?" And she said no, and he gave us 30 days eviction notice after 11 years.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. So we had no choice but to move into my aunt's house in Oshawa,
Yeah.
which is my my dad's sister. And that was like Mississauga to Oshawa was like a big jump, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And it's a lot different. I was bullied and shit in Oshawa. I thought I was a lesbian at one point.
Really?
It was really interesting. I don't know. I got confused. I was
Yeah.
young. I was like 10 years old. Plus, my dad didn't talk to me for about 4 years. So it was like, and my family was all together before that, right? So it was like, what the fuck kind of thing. I ended up developing like I guess mental health problems and shit. I was like 13 when we moved back to Etobicoke. My mom previously lived there when she was young. And she grew up with a heroin addict mom and shit, like a fucked up family. Oh, she
Really?
never did drugs. My mom never did drugs. She worked 5 days a week for my whole life. She's still working. She's still sending me money. Fuck. Like, honestly.
Yeah. She's supporting you.
Yeah, plus I get fucking $1,400 a month. And yeah, that 2 days gone.
Gone in 2 days?
Not even.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me how it goes. What happened?
I don't know. I get it, and I just I had to pay debts first.
Classic. Yeah.
The month.
Yeah.
Bonding off people and shit, and
Clear
that's getting
the
lower
debts.
and lower and lower and lower as time goes on.
Okay.
Other than that, the rest goes depends. It could be $700-$800 left, $900 left. Fucking the one time it was like $200-$300 left, depending on what I have to get. Right, like sometimes I have to get a phone. I never buy food.
Classic.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always drugs.
Yeah.
Drugs, but that shit's gone easy, like quick.
Yeah.
I'm
How
not,
did you go down the drug path? Like, how did that
We
happen?
moved back to Etobicoke, right? That's where I was. And like grade 7, 8 kind of thing, which is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, young, super young.
Yeah, but like you're about to hit high school kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I started going out with boys and like fucking like I was a bad school kid. I turned into a grade A student grade A student, AB. To fucking shitty bad kid. Like I don't know. I didn't want to go to school. I ended up almost getting charged for truancy at grade 7. Grade 8, the beginning of grade 8.
What do you think it was that had you behaving like that?
I think it was my dad, and I don't know, a couple things happened. Like I was 14, I think, when my mom got into a relationship with this guy. His name is James, and she knew him actually when she was younger too.
Yeah.
They ended up getting together. He was good for about 5 months when he bought us everything we wanted, like phones. So again, I wanted a skateboard, a longboard, or some shit, all that stuff. An iPhone. I got my first iPhone. I always wanted one.
Yeah.
Within 3 months, took it, he smashed it. He broke his. Oh no, you know what he did? He broke his whole hands through the phone screen. He broke his fingers in like a bunch of places and shit. Going to the hospital. Yeah, in front of me because I don't know. I think I was an hour late home from the movies with my friends, and I was starting to drink and get into like weed and stuff at that point. So my mom wanted me to be home on time and like follow the rules, obviously. Right? But her getting with this guy, everything was good. Whatever. I was bad one night, like a typical kind of teenager.
Yeah. Snapped.
Yeah, but he snapped. So did my mom. Everybody. And then fucking, I ended up going into my room and slicing my arms open. And
Scary.
I don't know. I ended up going to the hospital. That's when I got a psychiatrist.
Really?
Yeah, and then I was really honest with my psychiatrist the whole time of upbringing. Like I don't know. I always told the truth kind of thing. So I've been diagnosed with ADD, borderline personality disorder, psychosis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, multiple personality disorder.
You seem perfectly fine right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
Really?
No.
How do you like deal with that? Is there...
I was on medication originally. Well, sort of. I don't know. I was 14 again. Okay, this is kind of a complicated part of the story. So my mom was with this guy. I ended up going to a different night kind of thing after I had diagnosed psychiatrist, whatever psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And I was back at home and shit. This guy was still in her life, right? And we'd apologize and everything was good. One night I go to my friend Kiara's house and we end up getting drunk and we eat like pot brownies and we got wasted. Fuck that. I ended up getting called in the morning like a million times from my mom and I didn't answer because I was like hungover as fuck. I finally get up and answer the phone. And my mom tells me, like, she can barely talk. She said that he choked her fucking so bad. Like, her boyfriend choked the shit out of her and put her in the hospital.
Wow.
And all this shit. My mom's a strong woman. Like, she doesn't take shit from men.
Yeah.
She's like, you don't need a man in your life. Like, stern about it.
Yeah,
She's OCD.
yeah.
Like, she's a great mother to have.
Yeah.
It's killing her to see me go through this too right now.
Yeah.
Because she watched her mom do it. She tried to keep my dad in my life for 10 years. That's why she left him, like, in my life with him doing crack and
Mhm.
drinking and constantly leaving back and forth my whole life. I don't remember any of this. I just remember the good times and shit. I don't know why.
Huh. You blocked all the
Yeah,
bullshit out.
maybe, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, my mom got beat up by this guy. He wasn't there, obviously. He got arrested. She ends up letting him back in our life. We used to go to this hotel in Delta, Chelsea every weekend or every March break. So she lets him in around that same time. He comes to the hotel with us, and I had brought my
Yeah,
cat.
pass
and
by. Let me see.
I don't know what happened really. Pretty much. I don't know. He beat her up while I was swimming in the hotel. I went swimming downstairs, and then I came back upstairs. When I came out into the room, I heard them yelling already. Yeah, I heard them yelling already, and I went into the room. I ended up running. I had to run down the fucking whole Delta Chelsea hallway to the bottom of the hallway. Like, I sprinted so fast, and I got the phone at the end of the hallway and called downstairs. I called help. And they came up, and my mom actually denied it. And I'm not used to my mom being like this, right? Like, almost like weak.
Yeah,
So I was
yeah.
freaking out about it.
Like, why
and-
would you deny it?
Yeah, exactly. I was like fucking, I was 13, 14, around there, somewhere around there. Anyway, this is also affecting me going to school and shit, so I'm skipping school at this point all the time. I found out a way to skip school. Holy crap, Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, I skipped school a lot. I ended up having a CAS worker in my life too at this point.
Really?
Yeah, even though my home was good, like, I was fine. The CAS worker made it so that I had to move in with my dad, kind of thing. I don't know, I moved in there, and the reason why that happened though was because holy shit,
Great.
Jesus Christ.
Everything's just smashing.
But the reason why that happened was because when I ran away, I ended up going into West Mall, which is, I don't know if you know where that is.
Yeah, I know West Mall.
I met this guy that I thought was the first love of my life or whatever. And then he got me into, like, pills and all that fucked up shit, and abusing them and shit, which I did. And then I ended up getting actually kind of recruited by this girl to Scarborough, where I lost my virginity in a hotel room, being forced to fucking work.
That's how you lost your virginity?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, it's fucked up. I kind of just smile like it's now because I can't.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do? Like, sit and cry? Like, boo-hoo?
I mean, people.
That's why I was doing like doing a psychiatry and shit.
Yeah.
Psychiatrist.
For sure, it's
And
important.
I'm still supposed to legally see one, but I haven't seen her since I was 18 when I gave birth.
Oh, you have a kid?
Yeah.
No way, you had a kid at 18.
Yeah.
Wow. And how old are you now?
6, and I'm 24.
24. Wow.
My daughter would have been 4, but I had an abortion as well after that because I listened to my mom for the first time in years. And I was 6 months pregnant when I had the abortion. It was actually an illegal abortion. It was fucked up.
It was traumatizing.
Yeah, of course.
It was illegal, so how the hell did you do it?
I remember, I actually did it. I didn't even know about this area yet. And it's actually right up there, the place. It's right, the next one, right by Cornelia. Yeah.
Wow.
That street, and it's on the right. There's a place. It's like Chinese place. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
That's crazy.
I know I paid like $300 and something for it and shit.
Wow.
It was fucked up. Yeah, I had to pretty much deliver a baby that was dead because they put a needle like this long through my belly button.
Wow.
Just to stop the heartbeat. There's a 3-day procedure. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, that must have been traumatizing.
Yeah, it was.
You've been through some shit.
Yeah, of course. Like, there's reasons why.
But you're out here smiling, yo.
Yeah, because, like, what am I gonna do? Some days I'm not. A lot of days I'm not.
So what's your situation now?
Now I'm on the streets.
Like, you're homeless?
Kind of. I kind of just couch surf. It's getting, like I said, lower and lower every day. I mean that with everything. Like,
Yeah.
The beds, the sleeping places, the fucking kind people, because they just turn hostile, and fucked up.
Yeah, people eventually start to give up on you, eh?
Oh yeah, my mom's already. Like, she still sends me money, but like
It's
she's
tough,
done.
man. It's tough
I
with
feel
addiction.
so bad. I'm just starting to get to the point in my life where I feel bad, and I feel like I'm actually hurting people. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. You definitely are hurting the ones you love, you know?
Yeah. My fucking teeth are rotting in my mouth and shit. Like, fucking. That's
What's-
actually a hereditary thing, but
What's your drug of choice now?
crack, fentanyl, anything.
Yeah? You're not
Honestly.
scared of the fentanyl?
No, I've already went under multiple times. I was in a drug-induced coma, drug-induced coma for 5 days when I first OD'd.
Well, yo, you have your whole life ahead of you, man. It's not too late, you know. I encourage you to just try and get help and, like, you know, bite the bullet and just fucking just quit, bro. Get off these streets, you know, because, like, bro, you know, fentanyl's a killer. You know what I mean? Like, so many people are dying. Like, it's actually scary. And obviously, you have a really
The father of my daughter, he died a year after the abortion.
from overdose.
From being hot shotted.
Wow.
Like somebody purposely kind of fucking killed him.
Wow. What do you need most?
Oh, I don't know.
You were gonna say jail?
No, I was gonna say support.
Okay.
But yeah, I was gonna say jail. Yeah.
Because jail could actually save you.
Yeah, I know. My mom thinks the same thing. Actually, she thinks that.
I hear so many people say that. They say jail's the only thing that might save people because, like, fuck. You can't pay for a good rehab, then you have to be on a waiting list, like, you know, so. But other than that, what do you feel like is missing in your life? Like, what do you feel you need most?
My son. I had him till he was 3, and then my mom. She actually. I went to a psych ward one night. I brought him. I broke up with my baby father.
Mm-hmm.
I went to a psych ward because I tried to fight a cab driver with my son behind me in the stroller. I just shouldn't have went that night to my dad's house. I drank like 3 beers.
Yeah.
And I never started doing crack till way after that, or any hard drug. It was just, I was doing pills and drinking. But when I got pregnant, I stopped doing. My son saved my life. But my mom fucking fucked it up. I had my son. I raised him till he was fucking 3 years old. I gave birth to him. He was in my stomach for 9 months. You know, it just feels like he just doesn't exist now. Meanwhile, he's a goalie. He's traveled to Mexico, California, all these places.
Wow.
My mom's seen him on the weekend with my brother. Actually, I haven't seen him in years. And that's not my fault. I wish I could see him.
I feel like if you get clean, you could go see him, you know?
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard. Like, you can't just
And you
take
know
somebody's
what?
baby away, you know?
If you get clean, I know a dentist that will do your teeth for free.
Only if I get clean?
Yeah, that's the thing.
What the fuck?
Haha. I know. Because they don't... Well, I guess, I don't know. It kind of makes sense. It's kind of fair.
Yeah, like what?
You don't think so? You don't think that's fair? Because what, you're going to get brand new teeth and then just smoke them away?
Yeah, that would suck.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Not really.
A last message?
I don't know.
To anybody that might be worried about you?
I don't know. I love them. I feel like I'm going to die soon, to be honest.
Well, go get help, yo. Your life is like, you have your whole life ahead of you, and it's like, it's worth living. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could look back 5 years from now and be like, wow, I'm a whole different person. Do you know?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people do get better, you know? It's very possible. Not easy, but it's fucking possible, you know?
Yeah.
So, and like, you know, just go to CAMH, do something, you know? Start. Detox.
Yeah. I've been through detox before and done it, so.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's good to have a game plan. Well, I appreciate you sharing, you know, some of your story. Like, any advice for any other young girls?
Don't come to Sherborne.
Don't come to Sherborne.
No, just don't touch drugs. Just, I don't know. Use something else. Stay strong. Don't let shit get to you.
Stay strong. Don't let shit get to you. Something else I wanted to talk about was I really want to start a non-profit organization. But like, I'm horrible when it comes to this type of stuff. I need help. Like, trying to expand, trying to do bigger and better things, you know? Be able to help more people, do more for people, you know? And I need a non-profit in order to do that, so I can accept donations from people. And also, my YouTube is not monetized yet. And like, I don't even really want to monetize it until I get a non-profit and I can link the monetization money to that account, to that bank account, you know? So if anyone can help me, like I there's a lot more I want to do in the future. I really want to help more people. I really want to expand, get a team going. Like who knows what's in store for the future, you know? Like maybe I have my own rehab center, you know what I mean? Who knows? Like who knows what's in store. I also really want to get that little truck going, little bus going, where I could have like coffee and water and snacks and clothes and like, you know, toiletries and stuff like that, and have that on the road every day doing outreach. Like that's a goal of mine, 100%. She's breathing though.
To protect yourself from harm. How would you react if every deceptive lie on the earth was suddenly exposed right before your eyes? Could you move forward if you finally knew? The world you live in and the skies above were nothing like they ever taught you in your schools. How would you react if every deceptive lie on the earth was suddenly exposed right before your eyes? Could you move forward if you finally knew? The world you live in and the skies above were nothing like they ever taught you in your schools. Would you like to truly know the real reason you really are here? What if someone could tell you the hidden secrets to everything that you've ever wondered about? Would you give yourself a chance to listen? Or would you choose to ignore the most remarkable possibility in your life? Can the impossible dream actually be overcome? Yes, it can, and let's prove that right now. As you know, there are always hidden threats to the human race. And those whom hold the highest positions on the earth, well, they be deeply fearing this reality. What be even more troubling is that an unexpected threat of the past has returned. This will affect every man, woman, and child, which is why children as well need to see this. So for the benefit of children, I've been trying to speak in a manner that they can also grasp. Speaking of children, you be one right now, or at the very least, you're a child trapped in an older body. You have read enough make-believe fairy tales and novels. You have seen enough cartoons and movies, entertaining you with pretend characters. You spend 8 hours a day attending a school or a job, being a robot for teachers, or putting on an act for customers. The game of make-believe, pretending and acting, it be coming to an end for you real soon. Everything on the earth has a beginning and an end. A long time ago, a promise was made, and this promise is being fulfilled right now and ends an old agreement. What you'll see in this video is all truth, and anyone can verify everything in this video to be true and accurate. This is our private talk. This is between just you and I. You best not be letting others interrupt our conversation. This is the most important day of your life. Yesterday now be just a memory. Tomorrow never arrives, so it is always today. So truthfully, today is always the most important day of your life. Your life evaporates into a memory every single second. And just as I said this, the you that just existed 1 second ago just became a memory. Like a dream, you can instantly vision being a child again, just as quickly as you can remember me say, your life evaporates every single second. Your last second just became part of a lifetime of memories. Your whole life has built a mountain of memories based on a mystery of deceit. You are in a real-life fairy tale called the Earth. And it all starts with just a single lie. And when the lie spreads and other humans add their own twist to the tale, they create a mountain of lies. This mountain of fantasies and illusions became your fairy tale. These mountains exist throughout the earth, and your whole life is slowly ticked away, second by second, in a real-life fairy tale. And in reality, every fairy tale has to have an end. You have spent enough time going to sports games, going to a movie theater or a concert, paying to watch other human beings live out their dreams. It is time for you to experience your own dream in the same amount of time. The greatest dream for anyone is to break free and experience something sensational and new. Every human desires to be part of an exciting journey while remaining safe and secure from harm. I will give this to you in exchange for happiness. I never want to meet any of you or to attend your social gatherings and functions. I want no followers, no friends, no associates, no money, nothing from any of you. I want absolutely nothing from any single person. All I seek in return is to taste happiness one last single time. And we all know that the greatest drug addiction on the face of the earth, it'd be happiness. We all be addicted to happiness. You go to bed desiring it, you wake up desiring it, you desire it throughout the day, and you use whatever means you can to fulfill your addiction to happiness. Since my time on this earth is now short, I'm fulfilling an old promise in exchange for my own addiction to happiness. And it is worth more than all of the gold and diamonds on the earth. I guarantee it. Before we begin, I need you to do something for yourself. Make sure there will be no interruptions. If you truly believe you deserve all the truth, then make sure you are not going to be disrupted. Then prepare to witness the magic of all knowledge within this earth unfold right before your eyes. And feel free to pause this video as often as you wish or as often as you need. For those who are already feeling a sense of disinterest, I'd be asking you to stop watching right now. And of course, if you are with others, there will be a division. Let those who don't want to watch this video leave right now. Do not try to convince them to stay. You do not want any interruptions. So feel free to pause this video until your full attention is ready, and then we will begin. As we begin, I need you to realize right now, every one of you will be shocked by what you are about to witness. All of you. The true secrets hidden from the human race has never before been presented to give this clear and full of a picture. However, by the end, every single one of you, including children, you will finally understand the magic behind a miracle. You be that miracle. Yes, you were once a baby, but before that, you were once smaller than a grain of sand. You are that living proof of a miracle. I will reveal to you the true secrets of your skies, your world, and your human race. But before we can get there, we need to get you back to the very basics. So let's begin with children. The most innocent child yields more power than the world's richest man. A child has not yet learned the lies and the rules that govern the human species. A child has not yet been taught the religions, the laws, and teachings of this world. So human concepts are introduced to children at early ages. Whether the concepts be right or wrong, truthful or lies, the child will learn to believe in what they are taught. And a child learns quickly because they remain silent and they listen. So whether you be an adult or a child, the true power of a child is always within you. So listen up, kids. We will start the video slow to let you warm up before we rev this engine full throttle. So why do humans lie? The answer is fear. As young children, you learn to lie to your parents, teachers, and peers to avoid being punished. Can you blame children for lying? Of course not. As adults, you continue to lie. You lie to other adults and even to your own children. You really cannot blame others for lying. You do it yourself. Children naturally lie on instinct. They instinctively recognize the nature of their own species. Humans are harsh with their judgments of another, so lying becomes an everyday part of life. Right through adulthood, everyone lies, including you. Everyone participates in lying to one another, and every single one of you has a desire to fulfill. You know this. Every human has an agenda, and their agenda is always themselves. The human you will be most attached to in this life is the one that you go to bed with and wake up to every day since your birth. You. Truly, the greatest love a human can find within the earth is found in a mirror. Humans all lie for self-protection or personal gain. And it is this basic nature that has guided the whole human race to accept a mass deception. This is not your fault. It is your basic instinct to protect yourself from harm and to survive. It is inherited in the human design from the very earliest moment, being born into the human world. Right upon birth, it is instinctive of the newborn baby to consume of another human from the breast of a mother, and it never stops. To survive, you must consume from the elements which the earth provides. Food, liquid, and air, you must consume. Animals, fish, and birds, you will consume. Fruits, vegetables, and minerals, you will consume. Humans also consume from one another in forms of emotions, money, sex, learning, communication, and materials. This is not your fault. It is your design. Your human design is animated as an extension of the earth itself. This means the body you have right now is only part of a design that belongs to the earth itself. Just as leaves belong to a branch, and the branches belong to the tree. However, the deeply rooted tree, along with all the branches and leaves, they belong to the earth itself. Your body belongs to the earth. You are made from the earth itself. You must consume from the design of the earth. This inherited need to consume is why the human race always has, and still does, remain in conflict. To take from another human to better your own life leads quite naturally to conflict. No human enjoys being on the losing side of a deal. As some humans progress with more and others digress with less, conflict naturally arises. Those who have more do not trust those with less, and those with less do not trust those with more. The basic nature of a human is to consume for survival, and to lie for self-protection or personal gain. This naturally forces human beings to not trust each other, which is all a part of the recipe for conflict. Have you ever wondered why you get angry with even your family and friends? It is by design, and the reason for this lies directly below your feet. Do not take for granted the physical world you see around you. You see televisions, cars, phones, homes, and buildings. Take a good look at the clothing you wear right now. And yes, even your human body. Everything you see has miraculously come out of the magical treasure chest. And that chest exists in the soils below your feet. The magic within the soils is what creates and sustains your physical world. Your body is formed from the earth. And your body is rooted to the earth by a magnetic force called gravity. Within the soils, you will find every element that makes plastic, cement, and metal for creations within the physical world. The earth provides soil extensions, which magically produce the proteins needed to create the bodies for all life forms on the earth. From inside the womb of your mother, you began as an invisible atom of air. You created your human body from nothingness, using proteins and nutrients your mother consumed from the earth. The fruits and vegetables came from the trees and the stalks, which are extensions from the soils of the earth. The meats your mother consumed came from animals, which also formed their own being by consuming herbs and blades of grass from the earth. All life forms are living extensions of the earth, and your emotions and natures, they be inherited from your parent. The actions of a child are the responsibility of a parent, and assuredly the parent to all life forms inside the earth be the earth itself. Just as it is nature to consume from the earth and of each other, so does the earth consume your energy in return. The earth maintains a self-sustaining environment, balanced by positive and negative energy. Every battery or electrical outlet distributes positive and negative energy. You can find the non-physical current of positive energy in the sunlight and the airs you breathe. You can find the physical current of negative energy in the extensions from the soils. Your human body is a creation of positive and negative energy, and your negative charged emotions are natural for you as a child of your parent that you be calling the earth. Children fight and argue as much as adults. Children do become jealous or envious of their brothers and sisters. Children do resent their parents for making rules. The true emotions of a child are not their fault. Their natural feelings are inherited. Even as an adult, you still continue to experience negative charged emotions throughout your adulthood. It is by natural design that humans do not trust each other and point out the offenses committed by another. You inherited this nature from your parent, named the earth. You need to be reminded of the very basic natures of every human being. Only by accepting the basic truth will you be prepared to see what I'm about to show you. You will be ready to understand how a whole world can be deceived, and why so much of what you hear is a handful of truth mixed in with 2 handfuls of lies. Only by accepting the truth that lying is natural will you be able to see the full picture. Then you will be ready to accept a gift that is out of this world. When you can predict basic human nature, you can also predict behavior. The behavior of the human species is a natural basic instinct, inherited from planet Earth. And the Earth has a moody personality, which is why every human inherits the nature of pride in their design. The desire to be feared, respected, or desirable, it is a natural instinct of the human design. And every human likes to pretend and play kings and queens in a simple game called make-believe. All children and adults desire to be special. It begins as little boys pretending to be the heroes they see in the movie theaters, sports arenas, and television sets. And little girls instinctively want to be seen as beautiful and desirable, just like their heroines. And this is another basic instinct that fuels more conflict. the natural desire to be the best, respected, or be desirable. This be paving the road to jealousy and more conflict. No human likes being less than another, and no human takes well to seeing another get something they wanted. Jealousy is inherent in the design of the human being. After all, jealousy is a reaction to feeling disrespected. All humans desire to be respected, and this causes all human beings to perform like actors and actresses. You are always pretending to be another version of yourself. One minute you behave as a parent or a child, or as a brother or a sister, as a coworker, as a friend or a neighbor. You pretend to be who you need to be around different humans. This is a part of your natural design. It is human nature to change your personality depending on who you are communicating with. And this nature instinctively begins at childhood. It begins very early, with young boys and girls playing their games of make-believe in the playgrounds. Children pretend to be doctors and nurses, cowboys and Indians, cops and robbers, and a list of labels goes on and on. The same children grow up and continue playing their game of make-believe in everyday affairs. The game of make-believe is all around you. You are surrounded by adults pretending to be a this or a that, be it a lawyer, a doctor, a mechanic, a yoga instructor, or as a this or a that. The adults are no more the labels that they pretend to be, no more than the children in the playground. It is all part of an illusion called make-believe. Humans attach labels to their daily activities, believing their employment or activities, they define their being. This is merely the extension of an illusion which began in the playground. Children pretend to be something else all the time. Then as adults, they continue to play make-believe in courthouses, government departments, companies, and schools, and the list of labels goes on and on. Humans always put on an act, pretending to be the neighbor, or an employee, or a police officer, or a parent, or an entertainer, and the list of roles goes on and on. Every human puts on an act when they go to school or to work. This game of illusions is part of life on the earth. It is a basic nature for humans to give life to these illusions. It is now time for you to see the full extent of the illusions and the lies surrounding you. You once again recognize the basic natures of human beings. You are now prepared to witness the most shocking evidence of a worldwide deception ever imagined. And after I present you the evidence, you will realize that almost everything you were taught from childhood was based on a lie. I warn you, what you are about to see and hear is going to change your views of this world for the rest of your life. Many humans rent a place to live. Some mortgage a home to live. But the home exists on land which remains property of a government. And the government is a property of whom? Well, I guess it is time to pull the curtain and meet your landlords. You are not alone, and you never have been. In fact, you exist on their property, according to their claims. From your landlord's perspective, they were here first. And secondly, the human race is filled with too much conflict to handle their own affairs. Humans attack their own species. They argue in their own homes, and they give each other attitudes on the roads. The fact there is wars and rumors of wars confirm this epidemic is a worldwide reality. Your landlords are not going to give human beings access to their own dwellings without a fight, simply because your landlords know that fighting and consuming resources is basic human nature. So to protect their own kind, they right from the beginning introduced the human race to a system called self-governance. Self-governance is a structure of institutions and concepts that rule the masses, and to keep the attention of the human race focused on the human race. Your landlords are no worse nor better than the human race. They are just wise to the nature of the human race. And it is them who introduced the institutions of illusions to the human race. The landlords know the basic nature of human hypocrisy. They know how quick humans are to judge one another with negative consequences, while also finding an excuse to justify their own offenses. They are wise to keep their own locations a secret and secure from the human expansion. They have seen throughout history how expansion to another continent always includes war. So your landlords introduced a system to keep humans focused on fighting one another rather than fighting them. The platform for self-governance is based on one serious deception. The deception is simple. Humans are not self-governing. They believe they are self-governing, but they are not. A long time ago, the landlords of the earth appointed select humans and guided them to achieve the development of the system right from the beginning. They still continue to keep close ties to those who finance and manage governments across the earth. They are the founders of the platform of deception, and the human race is guilty of adding every brick on top of the base platform. The human race has unknowingly helped build and design the pyramid of deceit. If something begins as a lie, then every action to confirm the lie adds to the lie, until the whole of the lie is too overwhelming to challenge. If you create a system built on lies, and every human contributes and participates within the system, you create a system that rules the human race by deception. If just one human in a high position desires to promote a lie, he can simply direct humans in the government and the media to promote the lies, and they become the tools. The tools in turn spread the lie to a mass audience, whom in turn also tell others about the lie, becoming the fools for the tools. The lies start from the top and roll down to the bottom, all too quickly and all too easily. Every one of you participate as co-creators of this system, and not one of you has the time to understand the system that rules you, because you are too busy trying to make a living to survive. Every human being is concerned about money. You all want money. The need for money rules individuals, families, and countries. However, currency itself was born out of a deception that fuels another worldwide conflict. I am making this simple for even children to understand. The platform for money works quite simply. Humans consume resources of the earth to survive. And sometimes humans have resources that other humans do not. So a system to exchange resources is created from the soils below. You take a piece of metal, form a circle, and imprint a number, and you have created a coin. You also take a sliver of tree bark, add some fancy colors, and imprint a number, and you have created paper money. You introduce this new system of coins and money to a community. You are the inventor, and you want some royalties in return for those using your invention. So you loan out your coins and money to the community, and in return, you get a compensation or royalty called interest. To make this real simple, you set the interest at 10%. So for every $10 loaned out, you earn $1 in return. Here is the lie that forms the trick. You never physically create the coins or paper money that you are asking for as a royalty in return. The coins and money to pay back the interest are never created and do not physically exist. This makes it impossible for the humans receiving the loan to pay back both the loan and the impossible interest. At the end of the year, you call in the humans to pay back the loans and the interest. Some come back paying only the interest, but the debt of the loan still remains. Some come back paying only a portion of the loan, but not the interest. The real secret is that they have to compete with one another to get out of debt. And in this process, some win and some lose, creating more disparity and conflict amongst one another. And this interest game continues with compounding interest. For children, I am saying that the human who loaned the coins and money calculates what is owed in interest, and then they add a late payment penalty or an additional royalty as a punishment for not magically paying back money that does not physically exist. And this means they add more interest to the original interest that was already impossible to pay back. This compounding interest inevitably grows larger than the original debt that was loaned out. This means that all of the resources now belong to the inventor of money, not to the masses of humans who brought the resources into the economy. This is how it began, and this is how governments were formed from the beginning. And this is how all governments are financed even today, under a fraudulent currency system. Now you know why the government in your country is always in debt. Now you need to know who they are always in debt with. Over 4,500 years ago, in the city of Athens, Greece, it was documented that all of the interest rates, the debts, the deficits of the days, it destroyed the free farmers' markets. Even more recently, less than 100 years ago, in the 1930s, there was a time of Great Depression, affecting almost every human in every country on the earth. All of the human communities were devastated over a banking battle between a few men. And when individuals, families, companies, and governments become so deeply in debt to the financer, they only have one option left: to seek more loans by promising more resources. And to accomplish this, they need to seek more resources from beyond their own lands. And the end game of this impossible money system ultimately leads to the finance of wars, all in the name of interest and royalties. Royalty is not just a term for money, but it is also a term used for humans. Those who were called kings in the days of ancient past were no different than those who pretend to rule today. Those who pretend to govern any country have always been governed by those whom govern the money game. And those whom govern the government refer to themselves as royalty. Now you will see how the royalty illusion really works. When two or more countries go to war, take a guess who will pay the debt and interest to the financiers of the war. The humans from the losing countries get to pay the debt for both sides to the royalty of the winning country, under the guise of another make-believe concept called taxation. The taxes deducted from every human is truly a royalty payment to your enemies to fund their control over you. It is that simple. Western countries are unaware that their taxes at the end of the year are sent to the British monarchy of the United Kingdom. These are royalty payments to those humans putting on a make-believe act as British royalty. And for the record, a long time ago, the Roman Empire overtook Britain, now known as the United Kingdom. So guess where the taxes collected in the United Kingdom are sent? Vatican City. The Vatican is a modern-day confirmation that the Roman Empire is alive and well. Get ready to witness a major worldwide deception fall apart right before your eyes right now. The evidence will leave you breathless. You thought religion was boring? You are going to have a change of heart in less than 5 minutes. I am not going to preach, but I will present some evidence that will leave you speechless. Quite obviously, there are almost 4 billion Catholics, Christians, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Islamic followers. So if I lie just once, I am caught red-handed. There are billions of copies of Bibles and Qurans circulating throughout the world. So the evidence I provide right now can also be quickly confirmed by any one of you at any time. Over half of the human population follows one of 2 religions, namely the Bible and the Quran. Ironically, the humans who follow either religion remain in conflict with each other, when in fact they share the same faith in the same Lord. Can I quickly prove the Lord of the Bible is also the same Lord of the Quran? The answer is yes. Can I also quickly prove the same Lord of these 2 religions is also the so-called devil? The answer is yes. The evidence is hidden in plain sight. I will start off with a few verses offering obvious hints from the Bible. You can verify these verses from the King James Bible. It is the oldest Bible on record, where all other versions stem from. I know that none of us want to hear a sermon, so I will quickly give you a few hints before I give you the clincher that confirms everything. Yes, it all ties in together. Here is a hint found in the book of Exodus, chapter 32, verses 9 through 12. Word for word, in the verse it goes just like this. Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. You just heard it. Moses was asking the Lord to repent of his evil against the Hebrews. Another hint is found in the book of Numbers, chapter 21, verses 6 through 9, word for word. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten when he looketh upon it shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it on a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. You heard it right. The Lord of the Bible sent fiery serpents out to kill the Hebrews, and then commanded Moses to make a bronze serpent. So is the Lord and devil in the Bible the same being? The answer is yes. And here are two undisputable clinchers. As written in the second book of Chronicles, chapter 36, verse 23. Thus saith Cyrus, king of Persia, All the kingdoms of the earth hath the Lord God of heaven given me. However, in the New Testament, the only figure to offer all the kingdoms of the earth had a different name, as written in the book of Matthew, chapter 4, verse 8. Again, the devil taketh Jesus up to an exceedingly high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them, and saith unto him, All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Now comes the undisputable clincher. This is where the name of the biblical Lord is actually revealed. If two reporters write about the same war, you get a confirmation of both the same event and the names of the same characters. And as you are about to witness, the two writers indeed give the same details of the same event regarding the conversation between David and the Lord of Israel. In the second book of Samuel, chapter 24, verse 1, the writer states, And again the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, Go number Israel. Another writer reports the exact same events with the exact same characters, but identifies the name of the Lord speaking with David, as it is written in the first book of Chronicles, chapter 21, verse 1. The writer states, And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to go number Israel. You can verify this in any of the King James Bibles very quickly. The name of the biblical Lord is Satan. I assure you, assuredly, the worldwide dissections do not stop here. I am not going to give nor accept any interpretations to what you just witnessed with your own eyes. An interpretation is an opinion inspired by an agenda. So do not listen to another who tries to mislead you by interpreting for a Lord. Now you will quickly see how the same Lord in the Bible extended a similar religious system into Islam. There are references to over 50 people and events from the Bible found in the Quran. The Quran cites hundreds of verses that are direct references to the Bible. And so many verses reaffirm the importance of Abraham in the Bible. This is because the Quran was a well-devised plan for a religious extension of the Bible. And it is by no coincidence that both the Jews and the Muslims have such a deep-rooted attachment to the Dome of the Rock in Israel. Is it a coincidence that this sentimental location reflects two religious icons from both the Bible and the Quran? Or is it all a part of the master plan? After all, Allah is the best of planners, as it states clearly in chapter 8, verse 30 of the Quran, word for word. And remember, O Muhammad, when those who disbelieved plotted against you to restrain you or kill you or evict you, but they plan and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners. Here are a few hints to quickly confirm that Allah is the same being as the Lord in the Bible. And we just found out the real identity of the Lord in the Bible. The Lord of both religions makes the exact same claims. Unfortunately, if both lords were really different beings, there would be a legal battle on who owns the heavens above, as written in the Quran, chapter 21, verse 33. And it is Allah who created the night and the day and the sun and the moon. Well, ironically, the Lord of the Bible also makes the exact same claim in the first chapter of Genesis. In only the second chapter of the Genesis, the Lord of the Bible confirms He made the heavens and the earth in 6 days and then rests on the seventh day. Ironically, in the Quran, chapter 7, verse 54, it says, Your Lord is Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and then set himself firmly on the throne. And the verse also just stated that Allah has a throne, which is reconfirmed once again in the Quran, chapter 23, verse 116, where it states, So exalted be Allah, the true King. None has the right to be worshipped but He, Lord of the supreme throne. Ironically, the Lord of the Bible has a throne as well, as written in the first book of Kings, chapter 22, verse 19, word for word. And he said, Hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. And reconfirmed once again in the book of Isaiah, chapter 6, verse 1. In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw also the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. So far, both lords make the same claim to have created the lighted heavens above within 6 days. And both lords have a throne. The same lords also have the same mentality, where both lords claim to blind those humans who do not believe in them. As you can see word for word in the Quran, chapter 2, verses 18 and 19. Their example is that of one who kindled a fire, but when it illuminated what was around them, Allah took away their light and left them in darkness so they could not see. Deaf, dumb, and blind, so they will not return to the right path. And as mirrored in the Bible, in the second book of Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 4, it reads word for word, In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. I will give one last obvious comparison before I give you the obvious clincher, that both beings portrayed as the Lord in both religions have the exact same mentality and are the exact same being. As can also be seen, neither Lord is too keen on letting human beings worship the heavens above, that they both claim that they have created. As written in the Quran, chapter 41, verse 37, written word for word, And his signs are the night and day, and the sun and moon. Do not prostrate to the sun or to the moon, but prostrate to Allah, who created them, if it should be him that you worship. The Lord of the Bible also commands the humans not to worship the heavenly bodies above, but to just worship the biblical Lord, as written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17, verses 2 and 3. Now for the clincher, they be one and the same. It was just identified the Lord of the Bible is named Satan. And the clincher that Ella and the Lord of the Bible are one and the same is right here. In the Bible's book of Revelations, chapter 19, verse 16, it says, And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. This verse about King of Kings is a reference to a man defeating the devil in war. And ironically, in the Quran, Lord Allah does not look forward to seeing those exact same words either. As written in Book 73, number 224 of the Quran, it says, The apostle of Allah said, The most awful name in Allah's sight on the day of resurrection will be that of a man calling himself Malik al-Amlak, or in English terms, King of Kings. The Lord of the major religions is the same devil by their own admissions. You all lie to one another every day. So does it really surprise you that a worldwide deception could be organized? Assuredly. Assuredly, the lords of both major religions are one and the same being. And in fact, they play the make-believe lords in all world religions. And the evidence that these landlords still exist today will be seen very soon. These beings were, and still are, your landlords this very minute. Every human on earth today is unknowingly a participant in their pyramid of deceptions. Every institution, including schools, adopt and promote the governing rules in blind acceptance of what is taught from the top all the way down to the bottom. The lies always begin at the top and filter their way down through the masses. The best time to introduce humans to a system of obedience and trust for the make-believe labels of authority is right at the beginning with children. The humans in the fields of teaching survive on an income like the rest, and they follow the rules, as do the rest. And they teach what they are told to teach. No different than preachers in a church. They are all trained on how to teach. Everyone participates in the system of lies. Everyone follows the agenda of a company or institute in exchange for the security of income. This is the truth, and you know it. Those who have the most to lose will be the first to fight this video. Those who survive comfortably under the income of this system will deny this video. Those who over the years have become comfortably hypnotized to the trance of lies and religion will deny this video. In simple words, although the system is based on deceptions and injustices, there are still too many humans who will fight to protect the system of lies. The guards of a prison will fight to protect a prison of sorrows. That also keeps them trapped as an inmate. They will fight to maintain order inside a dungeon of deceit in exchange for perceived sense of comfort and security. The human psyche is sensitive. No human is ready to allow their belief system that keeps them happy just crash and burn. Denial is also an inherited basic nature for self-protection. As a human being, it is a natural instinct to lie for self-protection. So expect no less from your landlords. Although billions of Bibles and Qurans were published with the truth in the text, a worldwide deception still exists under the umbrella of controlled institutions. The height of the mass worldwide deception still gets sky high. Get ready for the ultimate thrill ride. No human has ever seen this coming until right now. When one witnesses a miracle every moment of the day, it is no longer sensational. It is science. and suddenly the magical becomes mundane. You have taken for granted that every living life form inside the earth created their body from the magical elements below your feet. You began your life journey as a mere speck of air, and you fail to appreciate the miracle that looks back at you in the mirror. If a species such as the human race fails to recognize an obvious miracle, how easy is it to fool such a species on a grand scale? The answer, as you just learned, is very easily. You believe the stars, the moon, and sun are all part of a divine cosmos, a solar system within a galaxy of countless galaxies which form a universe. This is what you have been told in your schools. This is what you see in your movie theaters. You were deceived. The sun, moon, and stars you see by day and by night do not exist in outer space. They exist within the airs of this world. Every secret of the skies above exists within the earth itself. And now you are about to witness the impossible become possible. You are surrounded by invisible spheres everywhere, right at this moment. And they are just as small as an atom, and some are as large as the earth itself. Human eyes rarely see them, but under the right angles, the right temperatures, and the right degree of lighting, they have been seen on rare occasions. And children are the lucky ones who see the magic of the spheres throughout the summer months in their own backyards. Do you remember the fun you had as a child just blowing bubbles from a bubble wand or running through a sprinkler? When you blew a simple bubble from a bubble wand, you would see the skin of the bubble produce colors, just like a rainbow. When you jumped through a water sprinkler, you could see a small rainbow effect in the waters jetting out of the sprinkler. And on rainy days, you see an array of colors in very large bubbles called rainbows. From an atom to a rainbow, and as large as the earth itself, the whole of this world is surrounded by transparent spheres, both small and large. And it is these invisible spheres that are responsible for all of your visual perceptions within the earth. To understand the spheres better, just visualize 4 glass soup bowls being covered by just one larger glass soup bowl. Then visualize 4 sets of the large bowls, each with 4 small bowls underneath, now being covered under another even bigger glass soup bowl. Then keep repeating this process until the last glass soup bowl is the size of the earth. The term mirage says it all. Take a ride on a ferry across the sea, and under the right lighting, you might see a curious image. Above the horizon of the waters, you might see reflections of a land above water, even when there is really nothing there. This is a reflection from within the spheres, and as you get closer, the reflection disappears. One term for this mirage is nicknamed a fatamorgana. These mirages can be seen on land, sea, or even in the desert, with or without the assistance of binoculars. When you use binoculars at a sporting event, you can increase or decrease the magnification of the players by adjusting the lenses. And the spheres that surround your world can do the same. And in fact, they do so daily. You have seen this lens effect of the spheres magnify the image of the sun and moon every single day. This will help you to finally understand what your top scholars refer to as the sun and moon illusion. The moon and the sun seem so large as they rise and as they set. Yet they get so much smaller when they are high up in the airs. The spheres magnify the sun and the moon at low altitudes, and then do the opposite as the sun and the moon reach higher altitudes. This visual perception is created by the invisible spheres that surround you. These spheres can also be seen in the form of sun halos and moon halos. And ironically, the halos which are seen forming around the sun and the moon are always measured to be identically 22 degrees in appearance. The ultimate evidence that confirms you are surrounded by spheres is called the triple sun effect. The triple sun effect, or sundog, is seen as an illusion of three suns appearing within the arc of a sphere. This same effect occurs with the moon, and is also named a moondog. Only the spheres that are seen in rainbows, halos, and sundogs explain the reason why the sun and moon become larger or smaller, or why mirages occur on land and sea. There is a reason the secret of the spheres has been hidden from the human race all along, and that is to maintain a worldwide deception that goes sky high. It is time for you to discover the secret behind the grand design of this grand illusion. The words I speak in the next 3 minutes are going to shock you to the core. In only 3 minutes from now, you are going to know the greatest deception ever created on Earth since the foundation of Earth's creation. And you're going to know that the greatest secret ever hidden from you was you. Listen up. There are three fields that form the Earth. The ground surface is the lowest field, where the magic of the physical world is animated into existence. The second field is found in the mid-level, where clouds transit through the skies every day. The midfield is charged by energy, which in turn is redistributed to the field below. In simple terms, weather conditions, activities, and patterns are all influenced by the conditions at ground level and vice versa. The field where clouds exist also acts as a mediator between the field below and the highest field above. You have wrongfully been trained to believe the highest field is called outer space. The highest field exists within the Earth, not beyond the Earth. The highest field above distributes the light to the midfield, which in turn redistributes the light as energy to the lowest field on the surface. The three fields all bind together, and what binds them together into one ecosystem is the magic of the spheres. Spheres from small to large are all connected with one another, and they transfer information instantly. You know this to be true. You can see the evidence every day on wireless laptops and television screens. You can hear the evidence every day on your radios and cell phones. All of these devices instantly receive and transfer both sounds and images through the interconnected spheres that make up the airs you breathe. The secret of all visual and sound perceptions you experience while awake or while you're dreaming is found in the spheres. Just as the Internet of the Earth can instantly display movies on your television screens and computer screens, so does the Internet of the Earth instantly display dreams to you in your sleep. The fields above and below are bound to one another by design. So the dream world is mirrored by the physical world. As it was once stated in the Bible in the book of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 18, whatsoever ye shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever ye shall loose on earth shall be loosened in heaven. The earth is a biodome. It is a creatively designed ecosystem where every atom is used and recycled to maintain the continuation of physical life. So the atoms that exist within the earth to form your body are the same atoms that form a loaf of bread. They are redistributed into a shared environment. You can literally say your body and the bread are as one. You are the energy that fuels existence within this earth, and energy itself is born from light. The true source of energy that lights up the earth is found in the highest field above. The highest field above traps and redistributes light to the fields below. The trap above uses light to energize the lights you see in the skies above. The trap you were taught to believe was a universe is truly a field of pure dark energy that traps light energy. And you best be believing in the trap of dark energy above. After all, it trapped you. You are that light energy, and you will know this very soon. Your true being is not the short-lived, aging body you created from just an atom. Your true being is the light energy that energizes this earth. This is the reason why the lords of religions were so insistent that the humans would not worship the lights of the heavens. This is why you are told the skies are a vast universe of nothing but darkness and mystery. The greatest worldwide deception is about you. The greatest secret on this earth is you. You are that secret. And keeping you hypnotized to a trance of lies was the greatest deception ever invented. Your human body is composed of the earth, but the true you that created and animates your human body now is light energy. The real you is animating your human body from the energy fields above the surface. This might sound like a fairy tale, but the fairy tales were real, and so is this message. You exist in a realm ruled by dark energy that traps light energy under a dark blanket of deception. You give life to the earth as well as the human body you believe to be you. The time to break free comes soon, after this current life is over. Speaking figuratively, you have just experienced a ride on a roller coaster, so to speak. You have reached the top, and now you can see what is down below. To protect your human psyche from the fear of crashing, I will bring you back to the ground gently, so to speak. Everything you have just learned is absolutely overwhelming for you. But now it is all about to finally make sense to you, once and for all. You exist in a realm that hypnotizes you upon entry to accept this world as the only place of existence you can imagine. You coexist with other beings of light energy, who as well are in a trance of accepting human concepts, rituals, and games of make-believe. Every one of you is attached to the environments of your human bodies and the human world. In order for me to break the spell of hell, so to speak, I need to show you just how the terrarium called Earth is designed to operate just like clockwork. The world you exist in is 100%. Obviously a designed environment. Just as the clock has gears, so does the earth have spheres. This environment you exist in is a creation, and nothing is created without a purpose. So ask yourself, what is the true purpose of the earth? Why was this place developed? And who or what created this realm? Your answer is you're speechless. That answer comes at the end of this video. I will now prove to you how the Earth is truly designed. Your maps are wrong. Your globes are wrong. And your awareness of portals that connect the Earth to other worlds, or even the world below, needs to be understood. I will pull back the curtains so you can see the lizards pretending to be wizards. And yes, I was being sarcastic. So you have been told your world is a round globe. And from this illusion, scholars calculate the world is spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour. As I said earlier, the base platform is a deception. So all of the other bricks of information added will create the pyramid of lies. It is the spheres within the Earth that create the visual perception that even little towns seemed curved in appearance. Naturally, the higher one gets into the airs above, the same spheres will continue to create the same curved illusion. The Earth's surface is a flat parallel field within a sphere. It is not a globe. Only in a world of deceit can an organized plan to keep the masses of humans oblivious to the obvious occur. For children's sake, the word oblivious means unaware. The globe illusion is impossible. The oceans would never hold together no more than the buildings on land. The gravity theory is nonsense. The gravity required to hold the waters of the oceans in place would also pull every boat, big and small, to the core below instantly. And as for a spinning globe revolving over 1,000 miles per hour, ridiculous. A simple jump from a parachute out of a plane confirms the lie. Parachuting is regulated by designated drop zones, which could not be achieved if the Earth was spinning around over 1,000 miles per hour. The human parachuting would end up in another town completely, far from the designated airport structure they are regulated to land in. The ground level surface of the Earth is a flat parallel field. The midfield of energy distribution where the clouds travel also runs parallel. And so does the highest field where all light is distributed also run parallel. Recognizing the flatness of these three parallel fields, as well as the perceptions of curvature created by the spheres, will help you to now see how the Earth is truly designed as a dome from top to bottom. Now this is going to excite you. So let's start at the top. I will concentrate on just giving you evidence that the skies you see high above exist within the Earth and are not beyond the Earth. From here you will see the highest field, the midfield, and low field. They are all part of one intricate design, just like clockwork. Many humans watch the sun and the moon rise from the east, and then go north, and then settle to the west. However, some humans get to watch the sun or the moon rise from the east, and then go to the south, before finally settling in the west. Your visual perception of whether the sun and the moon transits to the north or to the south all depends on what side of the Earth you live in. Furthermore, depending on what side of the Earth you are in, the craters of the so-called moon are upside down in comparison to what the humans see on the opposite side of the Earth. Now you are about to completely understand why. The moon and sun spheres generally travel down the center of the highest field. For easier understanding, to make what you are hearing crystal clear, the spheres of the moon and the sun travel down the center of a grid. To understand the design of the skies above, you will need to recognize it is patterned along a grid system. Then the secret veil of the skies magically unfold before your eyes. The grid of the skies is evident in the fact the positions of the moon, sun, or stars can be predicted daily, monthly, and yearly. They all follow a pattern just like clockwork. And this also confirms the highest field above is a creation by design within the Earth itself. Theories of cosmic coincidences between the sun and the moon working together perfectly in outer space, all due to a cosmic fluke, is just plain ridiculous. Every human can plainly see the evidence of the clockwork in the sun and the moon spheres. The two spheres follow a perfect design along a grid system within the Earth twice a year. The absolute evidence that the sun and the moon are part of a grid system is confirmed in two seasonal solstices, which occur on the first day of summer and the first day of winter. And what is a solstice? It is a reference to the sun, basically meaning the longest or shortest day of sunshine in the year. The sun sphere repeats the same pattern over and over again, every year after year, just like clockwork. Have you ever heard of polar days and polar nights? They only occur in the so-called north or south polar circles. Hence, they are named polar days and polar nights. Simply put, a polar night of all-day darkness lasts up to 1 month for a city, and a polar day of all-day sunlight lasts in a city for up to 2 months or more, every year. Coincidentally, the polar day, also called the midnight sun event, happens in the North Pole only during the summer solstice, while to the opposite, the polar day occurs in the south only during the winter solstice, just like clockwork. I do not want to confuse children here, so I need to make this simpler. What was just explained is that the exact same polar event occurs on opposite sides of the world during opposite solstice seasons, just like clockwork. And finally, both polar regions of the Earth experience their solstices at the same time, but the seasons are completely opposite. The North Pole experiences the summer solstice during the summer, and the winter solstice during the winter. However, it is the total opposite for the South Pole, as the summer solstice occurs during the winter, and the winter solstice occurs during the summer.
Yeah, I just got home. I mean, I was on the road and that, and this guy's trying to waffle about fucking the shape of the earth. Like, fuck off. So anyways, there was some good information in that. I'm gonna drop the link. If anyone would like to join, because I know it's fucking playing video. Join the panel. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Waffling with the size of the fucking earth. Not the size, the shape, or whatever the fuck. It's a fucking. I was on the road, so I wasn't here to like fucking interrupt it. You know what I mean? But yeah. In the meantime, I'll pull someone else up in a minute. I'll let him talk. Let's continue.
Just like clockwork. The moon reaches a high and low level in the skies every 2 weeks. And the moon also reaches its highest position within the year during the winter solstice, while reaching its lowest position of the year during the summer solstice. However, the sun only reaches a high and low level during the 2 solstices. The sun and the moon follow a formula that is perfectly connected with the formula of the earth, just like clockwork. Now, I'll make this as simple as possible for you.
Blah, 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 blah. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they're going to put some good information in there and then, like, fucking taint it with some fucking bullshit. Oh, this is the shape of the earth. Hit the link. Let's have a conversation. Enough. I'm gonna get here. I'll give you guys a sneak peek of one of the next episodes. I think it's gonna be episode 11. I'll play that while we figure out who's gonna join the panel. We got a lot of work to do here still, so I'm gonna be on for a while. Yep. Oh, look, we got a guest here. Oh no, I gotta get on mobile. Give me a minute. Or maybe I should stay on here. I probably sound different right on the computer. I don't know. Welcome, Casey, to the panel. It takes one, and then a bunch of people will jump up. Be excellent to one another. Welcome to the panel.
No round of applause?
No, we have no sound effects over here. I go. There you go.
Only takes one.
You got a 3 clap. Is that enough?
3 is more than I expected.
Well, there you go.
How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. I just got home. I was on the road.
Yes.
Dealing with actual reality.
Is it actual? Is it reality?
Oh, whatever you want. What should we call it?
I just learned that we're just living in a fairy tale.
But he also said the fairy tale is real. kind of a mixed message there, I guess. Yeah.
We're living in soup bowls. I don't know.
Well, you got to read in between the lines, apparently.
I guess so. No, but I liked it. It was good. It was good content. I liked the beginning about the mind of a child, how it's not
Tainted.
Yeah. And made me realize how blessed we really are.
Oh yeah, even the video before, like going downtown, showing how people are living. I was just actually there yesterday. You know, not downtown, but the area I was in is probably as bad or worse. You know, that's where I grew up at, and it's even worse now. I'm like, what the fuck? There's a guy using a fucking a curb as a pillow.
Oh my god.
I'm like, fuck.
I get mad. I have too many pillows on my bed.
Oh my god. Okay, what is that even? My god? Oh, our god, I guess I should say. And even God is just a term, right? It's way beyond words, ineffable.
Somebody texted me something, and I knew you would have a field day with it. Just the way it came through, it was, I don't like losing my money. I was like, well, what does that mean, my money? Is it yours?
You own it? Did you print it out?
That's literally what I said, Kate. I was like, did you print it? Did you? Because it says money is just like a note.
Yours. You're giving it. It could be rug pulled right away from you.
I knew you would have a field day with that. And I was like, oh my god, I'm turning into him.
Your money. Okay. Yeah, tell me more about that.
It's like, did you print it? And if it's, you know, it's not really money because it's a note, because it's really, it just says on it, it's a note from the government. So it's not even yours. It's not even money.
It's
so
not
it's not
backed up
it's
by
yours.
anything at all. It's like fucking paper.
That's all it is.
Now they made it plastic either way, and the owner of the patent is in
Well,
Australia.
now it's digital too. So
Oh yeah, so it's just numbers on a screen that anyone
exactly.
can just easily erase, right? So,
Exactly. Yeah, just add an extra couple.
No, everybody run around like an idiot trying to earn that. Right?
Well, that's what's so amazing about the stock market, which I'm obsessed with, is like all these people are working so hard, and I'm just like making sure that like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna invest in these people. I'm gonna invest in them. Like there's a difference between having money, working for your money, and having your money work for you.
Moon eye. When do you makes the world go around? Okay, moon eye. What, it ebbs and flows. Does the moon, apparently the moon, like the high tide and the low tide, has an effect on it, a lunar cycle. And there's something to it. Or why is it called moon eye? Money.
I think we had a whole conversation about that.
I'm sure that, yeah, well, for those that are listening.
Oh.
There's definitely something to it. Pretty annoying. I was in the elevator and a guy was, it was a G, whatever. He's going to karate class. I'm like, yeah, bro, keep it up. But I'm like, it's not really a physical thing. Like I was having a conversation with a kid in the elevator. You know what I mean? I'm like, just keep it up. But remember, it's all in the mind. And I pointed to them.
Yeah. Just remind them that to stretch before.
Well, that trains your mind, doing something physical like that.
I know. Just making sure that you stretch is equally as important.
Oh, yeah. You're going to warm up, warm down, stretch before and after. I trained a lot. I'm like, I'm hap keto. Most people when they hear that, it's like, keto? No, I'm not fucking Steven Seagal.
You're not.
Hap keto. And it's funny, right? In hap keto, you know what they did? They took people from Korea and they traded their martial art, hap keto, for weapons in the U.S. You know what I mean? Like firearms. And then it was taught to agents at the highest level.
Interesting.
It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Look it up. I'm not making it up.
I saw a freaking video you posted on it.
Mm-hmm.
I pay attention.
Well done. It's something like when you have it, like it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it kind of thing. So.
Yeah.
So if you're forced to fucking act, then you get some fucking actors and actresses. Mm-hmm. So now we got 2 people on the panel. How come no one's joining? The link is there. I'll even highlight it. Oh, look, we got 399 and a 7. Those are the numbers. 73999. I got some letters in between
Where do you say that?
on the screen. Look at the numbers and the link. 7. Skip the letters. 3999.
Does that mean anything?
Good.
7 spam 39. I thought it was like 7's PM.
Oh, that's a great quote, Megan. Hey, that's a Lao Tzu quote. It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in war. I think it goes, yeah, something like that. Good, close enough. That's one of my favorite quotes. Yeah.
That's true. It's good to. It's kind of like the Matrix, you know. And someday we'll be able to just download whatever program we want. Like we need to learn jitsu or flying helicopters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not all of us.
One of my original videos is actually about that, and I made it back maybe like 2016, but I uploaded it on here, and it goes directly into it. It's been around for a while. Not to say that, okay, look, all these inventions people make is all within the mind either way. So the most powerful tool ever in existence is the individual's mind. Nobody is greater than another's. So
yes, the romantic principles.
So was
but
it?
No, no, I was just gonna say, I was kind of changing topics, but I understood what you said. No, because like I asked you earlier, it's like, what is this all about? We're only here for a short period of time, right? So it's like a vacation, right? Basically. And it's like, you don't need that much stuff, to go on vacation. So it's like really trying to be a minimalist now. Just like there's so much that.
Well, some people need 18 baggages of fucking luggage, right? And a carry-on.
For an overnight.
I think if I carry on, I'll buy the stuff when I get there. Go buy it. Yeah.
No,
they'll deal with it then. I'm gone. Simple.
I'm just like making a metaphor here that like life is kind of just, we're only here for a short period of time, so it's not like we need a lot of stuff.
Well, what does that do, right? That's the consumer brainwash, right? Buy, consume. Slave. It's like this. I'm going to dangle a non-existent carrot over your head and make it run into infinity for nothing. It's like, the fuck?
Well, isn't it interesting, the carrot, and then there's like the carrot and stick, but like it could be 14 carrots.
No, put on a fucking fishing rod then.
Okay. Point being, okay, then that's a different Jesus conversation. But we go anywhere you want.
I got work to do.
I think it's just interesting how they brought up like diamonds and gold and stuff in that video, and it's like, yeah, but that's just like, what is that for? Is that to just impress? Like, do you need diamonds? And
oh yeah, it's to show off, right? It's like, oh, I got this and you don't. Or no, it doesn't have to be like that, because for example, gold and diamonds have a really they have an actual utility. For example, if you want to drill something, right, you can have a diamond bit drill. Or if you want to like go on the computer, you can have put gold into it, so we can have this conversation. So there is utilities to it.
Well, it's interesting because I bought gold and I bought silver today on the stock market, and I was thinking about silver and why silver is going up, because microchips are made out of them, and because the war going on.
Extremely undervalued. And people think, sorry for the interruption, but people think that gold is the most conductive. Actually, silver, AG on the periodic table, is more conductive than gold.
Yeah, silver's awesome.
Conductive, right? So it might not deal with heat properly. So, there's that.
But yeah, with the war going on, and like obviously like bullets are made from them, but like all these microchips, NVIDIA, and all these like defense contracts that are happening, like there's silver. It actually dropped a little bit, but it's been increasing the last couple of days. So I don't know why we were talking about diamonds,
Diamonds are
gold,
never
silver.
worth anything. Blood diamonds. They engagement rings as a wedding ring, and the value went up. Exactly. It's a fucking goddamn shiny stone. A moissanite actually has more refraction and like more glitter to it.
But I think I was watching something that like they.
But you know what it is used for? Drill pieces, right? To drill diamond, because diamond is very on the more skill of hardness. So yeah, they have a utility too, and that's really the only utility they have, unless you want to I don't know. I don't know how people move.
Well, what's the saying about like what's the difference between coal and diamond? Is that coal just had a little bit more pressure applied to it? So
pressure and time.
Time and pressure, yeah.
Yeah, you can literally make. There's a company over here, and let's say your loved one passed away, or your dog, or your pet, a loved one, in any shape or form. What they do is they take the ashes, that carbon, right, out of it, and then create a diamond out of it, and then you can preserve them through that. There's lab-made diamonds that have completely ruined that industry.
So carbon from the person or the dog or whoever?
Yes, like the ashes.
Yeah. So it's carbs, so that's why they're called like carbs.
Carbohydrates.
Carbohydrates, exactly.
Yeah. As an industry, because people want to hold on to something in this realm. Right? So I was like, okay, we'll turn a fucking dog into a diamond.
But it's interesting how it's like 100 years from now, like the car I drive, no one's going to drive. The house that I'm in, different people are going to live here. If there even is houses like in the future, who even knows?
How do you know where this fucking reality is going to be here in 100 years?
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be here in like 6 days, like
you never know.
going on right now.
I mean, they're just flip the
Trump
switch.
even said this morning, he's like, next week is going to be very interesting. I was like, oh, great.
There we go. Maggie said, I've picked up a couple of lambs and I'm planting more veggies today. There you go, Megan. Now we're talking.
Lambs?
Yeah. It's pretty symbolic.
Like the Lamb of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. So is no one else going to join or what? Let's have a conversation. Not like this isn't a great conversation.
I was just going to say, like, what am I, chopped liver?
No, I'm just saying, it's like, I kind of have stuff to do. And
yeah, so do I.
So. We had more people there, so, we can all go back and forth and I can kind of like mute, unmute, do all that stuff. Hey, Papa Hambone.
Papa's on?
Yeah, Papa Hambone's in the house. How you doing, my friend?
How's he feeling?
How you feeling? We got 11. Oh, it's 11. Fools and Tools. How you doing?
The gang's all here.
There you go. Yeah, we're out here. Nothing's gonna change. Well, things will change, but the foundation is built.
So when did you get your channel back?
Oh yeah, I got out of YouTube jail. Apparently. So I figured I'd go and show the harsh reality, and then be like, yeah, we should all be happy with what we have. I think I'm gonna leave this one up for a couple days. I got people honking out there. Yeah. Oh, we got Mindful Exposures. Welcome. Mindful, why don't you join the panel? Papa, join the panel. Fools and Tools. Maggot. Unless they got in here commenting. For now, those are the people commenting. Here, I'll even drop the link again. Because I do have to do a couple things to keep the conversation going. I'll interject and, add to it. I probably sound a lot different on the computer, don't I, right? I sound like a different person.
You sound better.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I always sound like this, but, you should see what I sound like an actual person. I sound way different.
Why do we say that in person?
Like if you're sitting around a table.
I understand. The physical, yeah, the 3D. Yeah. But
yeah, because
why do we say that like in person? That's like a weird saying, right?
Yeah, think about it. Have you ever thought how this is even working?
What is working?
Transferring a sound through a computer back into your thing. Oh, we got Dominic in the house. Cheers, Dominic. Much love and respect, brother. Welcome.
Okay. You guys doing tonight? Hope you well.
You're a bit hard.
Hello. How are you?
I thought I was always fucking hard to hear. Now I'm on a computer. It's like,
Yeah, I can't hear him. Well,
I can bring it up.
turn it up.
You got to use that inner voice. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
now
that's
we
better.
can. Yeah, it's better.
That's a lot
There you
better.
go. I keep forgetting. Very rare do I meet people I can actually communicate intuitively. So I got to talk to your ego with a little bit of loudness. Anyway, how you guys both doing? Hopefully well.
Doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, actually. Thanks, Casey. And yourself, Gage? What are you up to? Are you playing with
Hey,
silver?
same old for me. I
Gold?
just got home. I was on the road. I just got home. Yeah, went up the elevator.
Any hostage taken? No, I guess not. Maybe tomorrow.
No. We seen hostages, and I went in there and released them all. I brought them back home too.
I can't be a superhero. Let them be in there for a couple of days.
They're on the brink of death, Dominic. I had to do something.
In the elevator?
Nah, metaphorically.
Have you ever been stuck in an elevator? That is like the scariest thing.
Oh, I've glitched in an elevator. I have been stuck in an elevator before. You know what I did? I pried the fucking door open and climbed up.
With or without people in the elevator with you, Casey?
There was others there. Yeah. It was
Anybody?
Friday the
What day?
13th.
Oh, not on the 13th.
Yeah, and I was like, no, and I had like broken my ankle. So I was taking the elevator, and I like never took the elevator. I was like, all right, this one time I was gonna take it, and I was in college, and yeah. So the fire department had to come, and like everyone was laughing at us. I was like, this is scary.
At least it never run out of oxygen. Right? So.
Yeah, no. It wasn't scary like that. I was just like, oh my god, like being held here by like a string. If you think about it, or a cord.
So what's the story? Because I kind of caught the fact that you usually don't take elevators. Is there a reason for that?
I'm more of a stairs
Exercise?
person. Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could just take the stairs, right, if you want.
Well, not when you have a broken ankle.
The far exit is to the right. Yeah.
I don't know. I find stairs faster than elevators, like because you gotta wait for it, and then it's like you could be there by the time.
We just got an upgraded elevator. It speaks to you now. It says like ground floor going up, basement going up, and then three stairs.
Really?
Yeah, they just updated all the elevators. I think they're working on the last one now.
Yeah, that's like a job. Do they still have like in like high end places like elevator people that say your
the
floors?
elevator
Right?
people, they make it's a great profession of being the guys that make the elevators. Or
Not making the
repair
elevators, but like
like they literally put in new elevators here.
I understand that, but my question is around like elevator servants. Like they like fancy hotels have them. They're like they push the button for you, and they
Oh, you're talking about a lift operator.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those guys get all they do is sit there and fucking press a button and make like $140 an hour now. 160.
Really? But is that job like obsolete now because there's elevators that talk for you?
No, that's still there. It's mostly on certain places. But you don't just get into that, right? You have to be familyed in.
Dom, I would be interested in your thoughts on this because you think a lot. One of my friends texted me, and I had a field day on this text. She said, "I don't like losing my money," and just the word like "my money," just like I like had like a like you print the money. Like was channeling my inner Dom / Cage. Like, what do you mean it's your money? Like, is it have your name on, or does it say U.S. government? And it's not even money; it's a note.
Yeah, well, someone who's you get rug pulled, and there you go. You got no money. And what?
So I yield to Dom. I'm interested in his thoughts.
I would probably be more concerned about the concept of lose, regardless if it's money or not. What is she attached to? What loss is she attached to? There's usually a good chance she's probably overemphasizing on gain. Usually it's the opposite of what you're concerned about or fearful about. So in this case, if it's loss, what are all her attachments? Does it give her a false sense of comfort knowing that if she has enough money? I don't know. That's something you'd have to ask her.
Yeah, and it's like money is just a tool, right? It's liquid, right? It's just fluid. It's fluidity. It's liquidity, literally. Um, it just comes and goes. I don't.
Currency.
Yeah, currency,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, now I'm on
Like
my phone,
currency.
so I'm sure I sound a lot different now, right?
Yeah, and that's why they call it currents, like because it ebbs and flows, right? Just like the current does in the ocean.
Yeah, and I guess you don't really have to hear somebody else's story, but who's the wielder of that? That's where you can learn, for yourself. What value do you put on, let's say, money? Because back in the long time ago, they used to use twigs. So you can identify anything as, exchanging your energy for something that's probably of a lesser energy. Currency, in this case, fiat currency is a lesser energy. You just have to have the rest of us, taking the pills to participate in that game. So at that point, what is her version? You can only ask her. Go ahead.
No, sorry for the interruption. I said I got a headache. I need an Advil, bro. Tylenol.
There'll be a time when you'll say quietly, nobody will hear you, I won't interrupt. But until then, we'll keep working on that. It's always, sorry for hitting you. Sorry for hitting you. Sorry for hitting you. Sorry for hitting you. Go carry on.
I
Go
got a
ahead,
bump in
Kate.
the fucking head, bud.
More than twice? Go ahead, Bello.
No, Dominic. No, just throwing a comment. I don't want to interrupt you. Continue, please, if you can. Thank you.
But you did. So you might as well go. You did. So we might as well carry on. Apologizing doesn't help the situation. Go ahead. Fill your boots. Tell me when you're done, and then I'll continue.
Are the boots filled with cement?
Could be. Could be. Depends what kind of boots they are. Anyway, but go carry on. Seriously, Nicholas, go ahead. Carry on.
I can't. I'm drowning, bro. I got cement boots on.
But you had time to interrupt and say sorry. Go figure.
I like how you say, like, I don't mean to interrupt. It's like, but you do. It's like when someone's saying, like, can I interrupt you? Well, you just did.
It wasn't an interruption. It was more of a comment, adding on to it.
You just said you had a headache and you need to take a Tylenol Advil. Is that really a comment?
All
Or
right,
is
so
your
you
headache?
left off about on a pill, right, Dominic?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, losing, yeah.
Loss is usually, for some people, probably part of the inquiry would be, what attachments do I have? It's like suffering. Suffering for some people, suffering, if not for most of us, it's not about resistance to pain. It's attachments to things like comforts, resistance. This is where Buddhism teaching is all about. It's about becoming aware that you're attached to the mind. So hence attachment. So in her case, something might have started off on her journey, why she put so much value on a piece of paper that clearly from the outside, you could be a child like, okay, so what's this piece of paper? Why can't I actually use my crayons to make the same thing? Well, son, it doesn't work that way. Well, then how does it work, mom or dad? And then at that point, the parents are going to have to tell a story. And their story is, oh, so this is the exact same story like Santa Claus and a tooth fairy. Yeah, you're making shit up at this point. Well, yes, that's what we do.
It's interesting. It's again, it's the words that we choose and why we choose them. It's like, she says she wants to lose weight. It's like, well, do you really want to lose it? Or because, like, I'd be careful with that, because the way the world works, if you lose something, lost and found, you'll find it again. So you want to release it.
So you're gonna wait to wait, right? Because weight is too. You can, it phonetically sounds the same, right? Wait, like wait for something, and then wait as in something heavy.
Yeah, what are those words called that are sound the same but are spelled differently? Like wait, night. Yeah. But yeah, no, the point around losing weight is like, I don't think you want to lose weight. I think you want to release it. You don't want it to come back, because
You probably want to shed it, or maybe allow your body to go back into harmony. But the thing is, there's an ongoing program, and for it's going to be confused. You say, I'm going to lose something. Okay, so when do I say I gain something, I lose something? So if that program actually is working and you say it's serving you, you could literally become, it's not hypochondriac. What are people that are actually always worrying about their weight and they're, either sticking their finger in their mouth?
Bulimic.
Bulimic and all that kind of stuff. Because they put a program in there and something's going to obey by that. Like somebody says, okay, I'm going to lose 10 pounds. Okay, well, what 10 pounds? Opposed to I'm going to shed, or, it's like you talking to a child. How would you communicate with that child? I get it. Some people say, well, you know what I meant. I said, no, as long as you know what you meant. I'm hearing you. I'm like, that's an interesting story you're telling, but what does that mean to you? Especially if we're speaking in English.
Yeah.
I want to become rich. Okay, but what do you mean by rich? Financially, physically, mentally, emotionally? Which one are we talking about? Well, all of it then. It'll be kind of like talking to a genie.
So I have a question, Dominic. What's the difference between being rich and being wealthy?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. What's the difference between?
Well, I brought up rich. I didn't talk about wealthy. Obviously, you want to instill wealth.
Well, no, now I'm asking you a question.
I know you're asking me, but I'm telling you to follow up with your question. This is the concept of leading and following. You should be able to follow up with your own inquiry, so I can just get a gauge. I'm like, oh, that's what he means, because I didn't have that thought.
I'm
You
trying
did.
to learn here, bro.
Yeah, and that's what you're learning. So follow up. What do you think the difference between rich and wealthy is, Nicholas?
Okay, rich is something that's focused on one particular aspect, and then wealthy is something that has a balance to it, right? Health, family, things that money cannot buy. And then also you can add that fiat into it if you like. Rich is like, people think rich just means you have money.
Well, thank you for that. That was great. Thanks. Great. Thanks for jumping in the pool. Doesn't mean I have to jump in the pool, but thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, was that a good explanation for you or no?
It was a nice one. I thank you.
Okay,
Again,
then I'm asking you. Can you answer?
like I said, I wasn't the one that was jumping in the pool. This is how we set each other up. At this point,
Are we setting each other up or just having a conversation?
You added another word. I was talking about rich. You decided to bring in wealth, so then follow up. I remember I used to say
And
this.
I did.
Okay, but hear me out for a second here. I used to say that to my wife, and Judith used to say to me, Dom, as long as it makes sense to you. But she still heard me out. So in this case, I've heard you. That's a great explanation. This is not me telling you there's another one. And that's it. I appreciate it. But you kind of brought it in there. It'll be like all of a sudden now I'm having a conversation with Casey and you want to talk about abortion. Okay, go ahead. Well, asking me what I feel about it when I never had that thought is wasted energy.
Well, that's a random topic. These two are actually intertwined.
And you made them intertwined. Thank you.
How did I make it intertwined?
Because you brought in the word wealth. I never talked about wealth.
Okay, but you're talking about rich.
That's right.
Intertwined. It's not something like off base. It's intertwined within the conversation.
I actually, if I remember correctly, Nicholas, I said, and I gave definitions of what I would perceive as rich. You decided to throw in another word. So at that point, follow up. This is the concept of leading.
Did.
Hear me out
You
a
said it was
second.
great. You said it was a great
Yes.
explanation. So
Yes, but then you asking me. You're leading, you follow. That should always be the thing.
No, I'm trying to learn, right?
And you just did.
Okay, so I learned by answering the question I really
There you
used
go.
it to.
Hey, you got it. You figured it. You're the one that has to live with it. But thanks. I appreciate it.
It's kind of like a rhetorical question either way.
I could almost lean towards clever, but hey, I appreciate that. But it was a good explanation. The way you brought in family and all that. I appreciate that, Nicholas. I really do.
Fools into it saying be rich in heart. I want to sell all my properties, buy a van, buy. There's another one. That's the wrong buy. It's B-U-Y apparently, or buy. I don't know.
It's a word. We
Be
get
rich in heart.
Yeah, we get the gist of the words. Pretty soon we're gonna have to get AI to autocorrect
They
everything.
need to go on a walkabout.
a long one into the forest. So you were talking about earlier.
Walkabout, yeah.
You were talking earlier about silver, gold, and I'm going to throw in copper. Have you actually done any of those tests to confirm whether or not one is a better conduit?
I actually have, yeah.
Okay, great. Well done. Because a lot of us haven't. Some of us, we just quote things what other people say. I've worked with copper.
I can show you the voltmeter. You can test it.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I was just asking.
Into the Wild. That's a great movie, actually. Yeah.
This is why we don't really question things. We'll question others, but we won't question things. In this case, how do we know something is what it is? We can quote things, whether it's written or spoken. So I've never tested the conduit of gold. I've heard other people talk about it, but I don't even know who those people are. So I'm probably just parroting information. Same with brass. Same with other liquids, whether it's blood or urine. how do we really know they are what they are? And there's people that have actually done that research. All the power to them. You still there, Cage? You got Sarah in the back.
Yeah, Dominic, I'm listening. I can't hear right now. I'm on the phone with my mother.
Okay,
So I'm
good.
gonna let Ezra and Sarah in, and you two could talk for a minute.
Awesome.
That's Mrs. Sarah.
I was reading what you just wrote, and I don't know if you meant to put that in the private chat.
It doesn't matter who sees it. I'm pretty sure we all have those type of behaviors once in a while.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. That's good. It's very well said. Come here, Sonny. Jump in my lap. Come here. I'm dog / house sitting. Does it sound real echoey, or is it okay?
Just loud. You seem like a little bit loud. I don't
Okay,
know.
let me turn it down.
Dogs spewing out some spiritual stuff in the back. I can hear it.
I'm in this like big living room, and it just echoes like crazy.
That's well right there. Thanks, Sarah.
Good. All right. Awesome. How's it going, Dom?
For me, I'm okay. I hope everything's well with you.
Yeah, actually, I got some really exciting updates for my future here that are falling into place for me and my buddy Kevin pretty quickly. So in about a month, we just started a foundation, and he's actually at a conference right now, and we're making some immediate connections. So in about a month, we'll be kind of on a little road trip and be one-on-one with some of these other foundations. And one of them's actually we're working one-on-one with. They're going to help us get established. And it is for the research and facilitation of plant-based medicines, and like a lot of it in the indigenous side of it. So iboga, peyote, ayahuasca, psilocybin, etc. So pretty exciting.
Sounds like a lot of future things.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be starting a talk show so that we can kind of get into some of these topics on a really deep level. Just having a conversation with boyfriend, actually, who is not necessarily a big fan of psychedelics in general, and so just trying to like break down like what's the real purpose of this type of therapy, what's the end goal, what's sort of the incentives behind it. And that was kind of the beautiful thing that happened today was Kevin ended up and I'm going to pull it up in the back. Kevin connected with a indigenous tribe from Brazil that's at the conference, and as of right now, they've agreed to get onto our advisory board. And when Cage gets back, it's I don't know, he's probably not there. It's in the back, but anyway, and more or less, just the conversation that was had is that, you know, sort of the incentive behind the use of this type of medicine has been lost in what the true purpose of it was from the indigenous side of things. And so just, you know, the sacredness behind it and the true purpose behind it, and, you know, sort of the way it's taken off in modern society right now, and especially throughout some of the states, you know, is somewhat taking advantage or not necessarily being conservative with it. So this specific organization, like, straight focuses on the conservation of the use of these medicines and the sacredness behind it, and encouraging, you know, proper guidance, whether it's from the indigenous themselves or from people who have become facilitated. So then, more or less, that's inevitably how our foundation will support them, is because we will be supporting the education that goes behind getting into this field of work, if that makes sense.
As long as it makes sense to you.
Great answer, Don.
I could tell you can go beyond it, but at this point, that's important to you. So how many people do you honestly think in the indigenous families actually were wise or mystics? Most of them were actually asleep still.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you repeat that?
How many do you think among a tribe of people that they call indigenous, or whatever you want to pronounce them, were actually aware?
Are actually aware of the medicine, sorry, or
medicine, being a seer, being a mystic, being a witch, those particular substances you're talking about will engage for some people that have the gift, and they'll be able to actually talk to your spiritual world realm. Like, not everybody's going to be an Edward Casey, for example.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people tap into
exactly
stuff.
What we're going to help facilitate to bring back to it, right? So that it's.
But a lot of people aren't worthy of it. A lot of people aren't worthy of that stuff.
Exactly.
You know, the people that do ayahuasca, most of them don't got a clue what they're doing, let alone the shaman, unless they have actually a lost puppy, and they think for some reason, oh, they're going to puke. I said, well, your diet gives it away. And again, there's been people that have come back from ayahuasca experience that said, you've got an entity now that's going to fuck with you for a while.
Yeah.
Be careful where you tread, especially when you're playing with your senses only.
Exactly.
So now, whether it's that or
what we're touching on, Tom, this is
the
kind of conversations I want to have in depth moving forward on the science side of it.
Unless you have conversations and you tell people, you know, used to that group there, stay away from it. You're not worthy enough of that kind of stuff. Now, you might have a child that might be gifted. This is why back in the day where tribes people used to understand, let's put them under certain kinds of influence to see if the gods have given them a gift. Can they see through an eye of a hawk? You know what I mean? Or are they a seer? Are they a mystic? Are they a wizard? The healing for most people is because at one previous lifespan, they were warriors. They've harmed themselves. And for a lot of people, even when they want to heal, they're healing something that they have observed, not something they've experienced. In that sense, that you're living among family members that aren't going to talk openly to you. And next thing you know, you're mimicking their energy. That's not you. That's why when people do singing bowls, Reiki, all these other kinds of modalities, they'll find out. I say, but I'm not healed. I said, because it was never yours to own.
Yes.
But again,
it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful and so well said. And that really was the message that this foundation that we're going to be working with that's their message. So, Paige, if you're back, could you pull up that
I'm
website?
back now. I got a phone call from my mother, so I was talking to her for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to greatly apologize. I need about 5 minutes. I will be right back.
Apologize for what?
I need to dip away for 5 minutes.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt your conversation.
And whenever you're ready, I have a website in the back that just kind of connects to what I was just talking about.
Well, hold on. I can't see the website because I wasn't in the. I guess I could check it on the computer. The computer is
Yeah,
still
but
active.
that's okay. There's no rush.
Yeah, let me take a look. Let's see what we got here.
I posted in the back too there if you want to sell some Filter Queen vacuums and maybe some jubes and.
I don't see any website here. If you can drop it again when you get back in 5 minutes, that'd be great.
I mean, it's still there. I can
Well,
still
it's not
see
on
it.
my end. If you can drop it again,
I
please.
understand, Cage. So it's probably through your other login because you're logged in twice.
Listen, I'm looking on my computer. I see no website there.
I can hit stop screen and I can hit present again, but it probably
Oh,
won't
you're saying you
change.
want to? Oh, you're saying you want to share your screen? Okay, yeah, there you go. That's not a website. I thought you dropped a website in the back.
Yeah, that's me sharing a website.
But
Share
it's
screen
not
to
even
your
allowing
website.
me. It says before sharing a screen, remove
We're gonna
all
be
other
okay.
media streams from this tip.
It's okay. Can we
Okay,
move on?
hold on. I gotta remove this, and then now it'll work. There you go.
Okay, thank you. And we don't need to go over this very long. Okay, guys, I just wanted to share. This is our new indigenous tribe that we're going to be working with for our project.
No, she's doing just fine. She's happy where she at. Thank you for the concern. I'm like, let me know if anything. And these people better fucking treat you properly before I show up over there. But yeah, thank you. So you don't have to leave in 5 minutes. Protect the cultures and medicines and ecosystems for all of life.
I was giving it about 30 more seconds just to share this. Okay, 5 minutes now. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, what did I miss, Dominic? I missed the conversation.
I'm pretty sure it's recorded. I know you probably don't post it, but I'm pretty sure you can replay it before you.
No, it goes. I never go and review this shit.
Nothing. It's done. It's done. Repeating is a lot of energy. It was interesting.
Yeah, I'm just here now, and then we move forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm with you.
Born from
I'm with you there. I heard myself when I was talking. I was hearing others. It's like usually that one person that comes in after and said, "What did I miss?" And said, "Well, you missed a volcano. You missed a world ending. You missed that I actually have 4 extra toes. What else did you miss?"
Dominic has web feet.
I got web feet. I'm looking like a duck. I'm going down a rabbit hole. You sure you said all that? No, yeah, there was other things too. The gods came here. We had like chocolate cake. Next time, don't come too late to the party. It was about medicine, Nicholas.
Yes, sir. So, what is this website about bioculture's approach? It looks like a well-constructed website. There you go. So
It's kind of like promoting Mormonism, other cultures that they've lost touch or they're still in touch, and then there's some values and some of the things that they practice. It usually benefits the culture, in this case the tribe, that do that, because as they question it or they start teaching it to others, as long as they understand it for themselves. Because for most people, unless they don't understand their own culture. But I like the term. The fun was born from listening. Yeah, that's that internal listening that you need to do.
we've been live for 3 minutes 33 seconds, and wait for it. Wait for it.
5 threes. We're gonna get to number 6.
3 minutes 33 seconds and 33. No, not yet. 33 seconds now. There we go. Perfect.
Nope. There you go. It was a one-time event.
There we go.
Till later on tonight, and then tomorrow, and then again tonight. I'm so excited now. I'm gonna go watch paint dry.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Wait for it.
I'm
Wait
gonna
for it,
watch the
Nicholas.
grass grow, bro.
Oh, that's an art.
What's that old saying? Like water doesn't boil when you're washing the pot, kind of thing.
It's all fun. It's all fun. Well, hopefully, Ezra can share a little bit about some. It sounds like it's a nice adventure that
It's
she's
5 minutes. Yeah, it should be
Well,
fine.
I'm counting the seconds. I'm counting the seconds.
All right, we put the clock on them, right? We have a
But
timer.
hey, since there's some time available, can I promote what I'm trying to push? I'm pushing like for cleaner vacuums, maybe sweepers,
What about a Swiffer?
a Swifter. Yeah, we can promote that. And the indigenous are using that now to pick up all the dirt in their tribal beds. So what else are they doing? You can actually even, get all.
Can I throw out like the tree in the forest?
Which tree? Which one?
An oak tree.
An oak tree? Okay. How deep is it in the forest?
Well, the roots they span far.
There you go. You got it. Yeah. So it's already at the front of the forest and in the back of the forest because of its roots.
And what about the mycelial network?
You would know that. You're like Judith that way. You know that stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I dedicated my life to learning certain things. Right? I don't know it all. I'm not an electrician. I know enough to not burn down the fucking apartment. Beyond that,
But why would you? Why would you? Like, are you a plumber? Are you a heating guy? Are you a guy that actually does fire alarms? There's way too many crafts to learn in
way
one
too
life.
many. You can't learn them all, but you can have enough knowledge to respect
That's right.
it. And
A general understanding, if that's even important, or just a general knowing of things. So this way, when we talk to other people, hopefully we can cross relate and say, yeah, I can relate a little bit to a surgeon when he starts explaining how parts are. I said, for me, that I can relate when it comes to, like, say, doing electrical wire or PLCs. But people get caught up. Well, yeah, but that's a body. I said, no. There's cross relationships to everything that we learn.
of course, my main area of focus is botany.
Previous lifespan, maybe you had an botany done or something, or what?
I'm saying the main area of focus I put my attention to is botany.
Oh, botany. I thought you said a botany. I thought maybe somebody took half your brain out in a previous life.
I don't know. That's when I grab the scalpel and the drill.
Rebecca's here. Rebecca, I'm surprised you're not at T's. He's trying to rip a new hole in you right now. I don't know why, but people do what they do.
Feliz Navidad. Hola, ¿cómo está?
By the way, hi, Rebecca.
If you'd like to join, if you don't want to scream and like talk, you're welcome. Please, I don't want to like hear screaming your shit tonight.
6 minutes. We're 6 minutes in now. 7 minutes. Where are you, Ezra? It's 7 minutes.
Ground control to Ezra.
Yeah. So anyway, I mentioned to you a while back, when you were chit-chatting privately, but I don't mind sharing publicly a little bit. I find it interesting when we have like 360 degrees, and then once you start looking at its opposite, 360 and 180 both add up to 9.
That's all 9. Yeah, even like you got like a 1080p, a 720p, like screen resolution. It's all 9.
Yeah, on those angles. But when they actually do cross, when you go from 360 to 1, and then you go from 180 to 181, they all add up to number 1 again. Then when you go to number 2, and then you go to 182, you start adding up all the numbers. Now you start going to 2. And you just keep going until you go back to number 9, you go all over again. Oh, here's the movie. Hold on, I'm gonna go get my popcorn.
No, I'm not playing it. I'm just changing the screen. Actually, here, let's get like a nice background for us to watch. We'll figure something out here.
But I thought we were gonna play what Ezra's promoting.
Well, it was on the screen.
Oh, okay.
How long do you want it on the screen for?
I don't know. I thought she was coming back in 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Okay, once she's back, if she wants to keep going on that, then we can pull it back up.
Okay. Good enough. Carry on.
Why not? I'm here. Like, if you want, Interesting website. I'd like to look into the terms of service and all that, and the privacy policy. Personally, because I've designed websites before, multiple, for myself. Yeah, it'd be cool to look at it. Let's play this. This would be relaxing for people, right? There we go. We got a fireplace. Oh, we got an ad that got blocked. Oh, somehow it changed to that. What the fuck? How does that even happen? Let's go back. Psychology of the magician. Oh, wrong one. It doesn't want me to play the fireplace, so I guess I'll just leave it like that.
Well, it makes sense. You're going to have more ads. As a lot of the channels are getting monetized by big corporations, they have to have ads.
Oh, you're going to get an ad blocker by another corporation.
I have done that myself, but even that now it's getting restricted unless you have an updated computer. But even that, YouTube is cracking down again. And
Well, on your
saying,
phone, you can use the Brave browser, and they're not going to fucking block that shit.
Yeah. But it's hypocritical for a person that actually monetized their channel and yet doesn't want to have corporations that are paying for their channels. It'd be different
on the
if
flip side, on the other end of that, you can do. There's people that they have farms that, like, let's say you have a whole room filled with cell phones, and so it's individualized, and then they have like a VPN, and then you can just like farm views. There's services for that.
yeah, those are the people that understand how to work the system at that point, which is good for them. But for the average user, YouTube and Google are looking for the average user. They're not looking for that kinky person that might work for them, and because even that, there's probably people that work for YouTube that would make most of those guys look like idiots. So at this point, I just find it hypocritical of somebody that actually allows himself to be monetized, opposed to getting paid for the people that come to watch their channel and pay, PayPal or whatever, but yet don't want to have ads on their channel. Business is business at that point. That's why YouTube,
as usual.
Yeah, it's like big papers industries. They used to have big corporations, and they would make sure that the pages were designated for it, because most people aren't just there for the articles and the comic. As much as people want to have a shit show and yip yap all the time.
Why are you on the internet for it?
Same reason why you're here.
And okay, how do you know that's the same reason that we're
Well, since you asked, I guess you can answer your own question, and if I give you yes or no.
Do I know why I'm here?
No, you're the one that asked me, but go ahead.
All right, so here, I'll tell you why I'm here. The same reason I've been here the entire time, to learn, hopefully share information, and move forward.
Well done.
Welcome, Chris, to the panel.
Oh, hey, Cage, thank you. How's it going?
Same old.
Same old. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What about the same new? Instead of same old? Why not
Same
same new?
New
Or
old new.
same maybe, or something different. Just say same, but use another word just for pure giggles and kicks. Change it up a little bit.
Dominic, who is this guy? I never seen him before. Who's Ezra? Dominic, I've never seen that guy.
Oh, it's not a guy. It's Ezra. She's a lady.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. How you doing, Ezra? My name's Chris.
She's busy. She said she'd be back. She's dealing with something.
Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing, Dominic?
I'm okay. Yourself?
All right, hanging in there. Yeah.
You're hanging in there. Don't do this. Is there hostage taking going on where you're at?
I know. That's a difficult question. That's a complex question. Dominic.
Did you get duct taped to a chair with zip?
Yeah, you might have got duct tape. You need help? Like you're able to talk? Like you need help, Chris?
I could use some stronger adhesive,
Oh, okay. Well, let's call it 3M then.
Cohesion going on.
You're not like gonna commit a crime on yourself tonight, are you?
I hope not. That
Good
wouldn't be good. You're right.
If I hear pleasure pains come from you, I won't say nothing. I'll just mute myself.
Dude, what's
What the hell did I just walk back into?
Cherries. So sit back, Ezra. Just relax. This is what we're talking about at your retreat. We're going to be talking about jubes, candies. Chris is going to be using adhesive tape. Nicholas is going to want to tell the shaman there the reason why he's there, because he's there to learn.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's all. Well, I don't know about excellent. Let's go semi-fair for a while, and then we'll strive for excellence.
I just really appreciate the effort that you're putting into this already. This is excellent.
Yeah, it's
We
way
don't have
too
land
much.
yet, but let's go.
What land? Who owns land? I want to know. Give me a name. Give me one name that a person that
Tommy
actually
actually
owns.
wants me to buy his land.
Okay, but I want to know who owns land. Okay, but I'm asking you. You need to give me a name. Give me one person that owns land.
Tommy.
Okay. Does he pay property tax?
Yeah,
Okay, why? Hold on. We're not
I'm
doing
out.
this today. We're not speaking about anybody who's not
Okay,
here.
okay, that's right. So I asked for a
I'm not
name.
going to allow this shit
Okay,
anymore.
okay, good enough. So now, let's say hypothetically, there's a person that has the name. If they're paying property tax, does that prove or denounce the fact that they own the land?
Oh no, they don't own the land.
There
Nobody
you go.
owns land.
There you go.
Sorry.
So now, but we do have rulers. That's why we have people that have titles.
And why I have discussed in depth the PMA route and how you can work with like an allodial title concept to procure
But let's say,
land.
you don't have a allodial title, or let's say you do have a allodial title. So now you're not paying what tribute to the monarchy, right? So what other things would you be paying?
You don't. That's what I'm getting at.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not joking, Dom. This is
Okay.
the research I did for the Private Membership
Okay.
Association. That's how you go about doing it.
Okay,
That's
so
the
now I'm
same-
gonna
Paul has done the
Ezra?
same research as
Okay,
me.
Ezra, I was going to share something with you because I already know you have a limitation with this.
Man, if I could.
No, go for it.
Okay, so now when you have an allodial title, so next time when you're downtown, everybody looks at everybody has high rises. Most of them have what's called an allodial title. They don't pay to the people that rule that land that their building's on, but they pay something else. It's called membership fees. This is why they're called Freemasons. Now you've understood a little bit more what's after the allodial title.
Well, I mean, that's inevitably what I'm looking to do is bring people on land. And
Well, you're going to get D's at that point.
Private Membership Association.
But you're going to get D's at that point. As long as people understand for themselves
and
the
it's going to
difference.
look a lot differently than a high-rise setup, but you know that.
No, I'm talking about land. Like America is still being ruled by the British Empire. Same with Canada. And the Vatican owns they rule other land mass. Same with the Arabs. They rule other land because the owners of those lands aren't with us. So now, when you have an allodial title, I get it, people scratching the surface, you can even get an allodial title for a car if you want. So now, once you understand that, then you wonder, okay, then if they're not paying tribute, that's what property tax is, to the monarchies, what are they paying? That's why you have membership. And the higher you go as a member club, the more you put out. That's all. It's nothing major. And you can actually pay more that way than you could if you were paying tribute, property tax. Now, the land, you can steward it. You can take good care of it. The tribal people used to understand. You sojourn over it. You don't own anything. That's been a concept that's been created to the human race. And then once they think they can own it, there you go. Now we can take it from you. But we have to condition you to think that you own it. Now, if you want to get other people to rule the land, understand how the soil works, how to graze your animals, how to understand the sun and the moon, that's a totally different game whatsoever. And I hope the best for you, Ezra, because you're going to learn a lot from that kind of stuff.
I appreciate it.
Well,
you know I love your lesson and your education.
Yeah, if you think so. I'm just sharing things I'm aware of.
But I mean, it's not to say I'm not already there.
All right, but Ezra, you are kind of, you're quite, hold on, please, lady. You are quite you're a funny character because you got into dreams and you're trying to get into massages. You're like, oh, when I get this, you and Dom can have a free massage. You're like, no, thank you. It's like, I don't know what kind of weird energy you're trying to put into people or what you're doing. Is it really for healing or is it for some sort of weird manipulation?
Okay, that was a very loaded, in-depth question.
Oh, yeah,
so
big
maybe we
fucking
could
loaded for
break
sure.
that down a little bit more.
So I'm saying you got into the field of sleep analysis, and now you're getting to the field of massages, and now you're at. When I get that, like you guys could have a free massage. What are you trying to do here? Like it sounds insane.
With a happy
Like
ending, because that's how I'm
you have issues in your fucking head. Hey, what's going on here?
Well, There's a lot of other like different body.
Like, imagine how weird that would be. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put you to bed and analyze your fucking dreams, and then when you wake up, I'm gonna give you a massage. Ezra, would you like a free massage?
I'm not working in
Like, it
sleep
sounds
medicine
weird.
anymore.
Like, imagine we flip that. Wouldn't it just sound kind of odd?
But I can still use what I
Come on,
learned.
but you should go meet. Listen, you should meet my cousins. They're taller than you, and they're women too. You know what I mean? They're fucking real Amazon warriors.
I know.
Yeah, come meet
But
them.
actually, my patients felt really comfortable with me, and they would tell me that I immediately have that gentle giant energy.
It's like, what's wrong with weird manipulation massages?
I know.
What the fuck?
But I do
Which
want to
one?
let
Which
everybody
I mean,
know that
which
I will no
which
longer be
one?
performing sleep studies on people, EEG studies. Let that licensure go.
Bro,
Actually, I
okay.
should take that back.
What
I'm still
phase?
licensed.
Okay, in the delta phase, what
Yes.
happens? What happens in the delta phase?
In delta phase is stage 3, so that's
Oh.
more where the body is actually focusing on respiration and like your muscle tension
So
throughout.
breathing. Okay.
Yeah, and less on your brain activity. So like we'll watch your brain waves just kind of go into large, wide loops. So it's considered like why it's considered such a deep. If you're woken out of it, you tend to be completely out of it, and then you can have sleep terrors in this stage, which is not related
Sleep
to your
terrors in
dreams.
delta.
This is delta, yeah.
Interesting. So you know how people say like, oh, like delta, alpha, sigma, beta.
Yeah, beta, yeah. That is related to
Theta,
your brain
theta.
activity. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that is.
Look how they do that to like compare. Oh, you're a alpha, you're a beta, you're a sigma. I'm a fucking delta, right? You want a night terror?
Actually, this is like related to how you are utilizing your brain waves. Because like alpha can actually be considered like high anxiety, high energy, and not necessarily like focused and balanced. Where that when you start to talk about the other stages like beta, you're looking at actually like sometimes the ability to retain information deeper, like take it in better or absorb it in a different way than you would, like especially when you're in the alpha state.
Remember, but look,
Interesting.
look. Now that you're into massage therapy, congratulations. Is the class done yet?
Actually, no. Like
Oh, not yet.
they told
Okay.
me I was going to be able to take the MBLEX this summer, and I have to take a class in the
You're
fall.
not ready yet. You got to learn more before you can.
Yeah,
start
but
putting
I
hands
want
on
Cage.
people.
I'm going to be adding like I'm not just going to
But
be an
look, you said
LMD.
Dominic and I could get a free massage. We're like both. No,
Oh
thank
fuck yeah!
you.
I'll give you guys a free massage.
No, thank you.
Okay, I'm actually.
I think you should. You know what you should do?
I'm
Grab your
pretty
shoulder.
good.
Grab your shoulder and massage your fucking shoulder yourself.
That's cool. That's right. Like
Sure, I'll just do that. Sorry, go ahead, Chris. I'm
having
talking.
specialized knowledge of somebody's body, and then it'll be able to bring them relief. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, like and I want to work with some of the other different types of modalities. So there's like shiatsu, and then I'm gonna get specialized in lymph release.
How much you gotta pay for a happy ending?
No, I have a boyfriend.
So,
I guess the happy ending involves a knife and just neutering people, right?
Yeah,
That's a happy ending.
I've already been. See, the thing is, I'm already prepped for that because I've already gotten inappropriate advances. You can imagine working in sleep medicine. So I'm ready. It's all good.
Oh, my
And I'm
dad just
also,
texted me. He said, "My dad just says, he said, good night, son. Take care. Love you." I'm gonna text him back. Love you, Dad. Have a great night.
Aw.
How come people don't have? Yeah, I call my family every single day, and we're always there for each other. I don't know about these sick motherfuckers on YouTube. Obviously, they have no one there for them at all, not even themselves. So
I
know.
just told my parents I loved them like a little bit ago
Yeah,
myself.
you better call every day and every night, morning and night.
Well, I see them almost every day.
Perfect.
Yeah, no. My parents are huge in my life. You guys will probably all get to meet them one day because I'll probably have them up at one of our conferences.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna be there, and I don't think they want anything to do with that shit.
Well, you can. Well, that's right. You are in Canada. I know. I was just talking about because we're talking about we're gonna take a trip to Brazil, and then I was like, oh frick. Then I got to get like all that crap done because I haven't traveled outside of the country and since I was 16. So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna do all that. I'm just gonna take a boat, I think, one day and dip out. Yeah, I definitely want to, and I appreciate that, Dom. I don't want to just focus, like, I know we're focusing on plant medicine for a minute, but I'll be actually during that time getting certifications in other modalities. And I apologize, Chris, I didn't mean to take over the conversation. I'll shut up if you come back, I promise. But just like leaving it at that, and just that I have plans to just like be more diversified as far as that goes. So it's about the education for me, and that's actually what our foundation is about. Again, is the education behind this and how that is, brought on for other people. So, all right, thank you for the platform, and I'll have stuff to share. Like, and then Cage, we're going to be doing like a podcast show.
What do you mean we are going to be doing something? Like, what are you talking
So
about?
I'll be we could do a brainwave episode. We've talked about that for forever.
Okay, yeah, we can get into that. Actually, maybe I should add that to the list. Let me put that in my notes. Yeah, thank
That
you.
would be awesome, actually. Yeah, because it would allow me to kind of, I can't. This is kind of stupid how long I've talked about that and have yet to have made a video. And then
I think that'll be podcast 12. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do about the brain waves and how it correlates to these terms used in society. That would be a really interesting thing. I don't think anyone's really covered. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I would really love to do that with you.
Well, I'm gonna do it alone, and if you'd like, you can watch it.
Oh, all right. You can suck a dick then. I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, thank you.
I'm gonna but I've been thinking, how I do my little videos, and I haven't made one in a minute, but I have.
You don't think that was out of pocket a little bit, like saying stuff like to me like that? Come on now.
You mean that super inappropriate
Yeah,
comment
it's
I
like
just
very,
made?
very inappropriate and very disrespectful for no reason at all. Right? Like, have I ever said anything disrespectful to you?
So, and I'm sorry, I was really trying to be very joking when I
Well,
said that
it's
comment.
not really. It's not really that of a joke, So it's okay.
I
Apology
apologize. I
accepted.
didn't mean to be disrespectful, Cage. I won't joke like that with you again.
Yeah, apology accepted. It's okay. It's fine.
I grew up in a very crass household with older brothers and a lot of male friends. This platform has been sort of more of a
All right, but
joking, like,
let's say,
communal.
okay, we're on the line, right? Okay,
I'm just
let's say
explaining.
let's say we're looking face to face. Do you think you'd be saying that to me or no?
Yeah, I would. I would say that
Oh,
to
you
your face
would.
as a joke. I would say that to your face as a
Well,
joke.
that's different, right? Because you have body language, I'd probably laugh with you, but at the
Yeah,
same.
that's true.
But online, it's a lot different, right? So just people hear things and they jump to their conclusion.
And that's why, again, I
So
will
thank you
apologize.
for saying sorry. Yeah.
I didn't mean it to come off that way. So
Well, it's just we're public. It's in public, and it's like, okay, that's kind of fucked up. I've never said anything fucked up like that ever to you. Have I ever disrespected you?
no, and I hope I
No.
haven't disrespected
Okay,
you.
well, okay, then why you say crazy ass shit like that for no reason?
Again, it was not meant to disrespect you at all. I'm very sorry.
Like, imagine I came out of nowhere, suck a clit, Ezra. Like,
Actually, I think you have. No, let me take this back for a second. I think you have said some kind of crass things like that to me before.
No, I
like
haven't.
telling me to shut the fuck up, or.
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
Are you
Never.
sure? Okay, if I'm pretty sure if I did, you would remember it. I mean, now you're just trying to backtrack and blame it on me.
No, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we have joked
Okay,
around like that
you're not
before,
pretty sure.
and maybe it was more private. We've had a lot of conversations, Cage. Excuse me for not like articulating the exact comments, but I'm pretty sure you've told me to
Okay,
shut
it
the
doesn't
fuck
matter.
up.
Let's move forward. Let's talk about these different brainwave cycles and all.
I think I thought you were going to do the show by yourself. That was like the whole
No, it's not
reason
by
I
myself. But I'm saying
started.
it could be. No. If you, there's always we could collaborate. You know what I mean? So let's collaborate now. So can we start with the first wave or the first start? Okay, what about how do you get to the point where you're in rapid eye movement and start dreaming?
Well, it's definitely a connection to a release of hormones and then like a certain amount of time spent in cycles, but like everybody's obviously a little different. So it can be anywhere from like 45 minutes to 90 minutes, but you usually go through each stage. So you start in one, most people pretty quickly transition to two. You spend most of your time in stage two, which is when you go into the beta and theta wave stages. And then alpha is more is awake. Sorry, theta is actually stage one. So it has everything to do, and I'm going to pull up here. If you give me a second. I have a newer computer. I used to have all this stuff saved.
That's
but
fine.
I can show you.
So okay, maybe you don't have it at your fingertips right now, but I'm sure
It
we
won't
can
take
look
me.
into
It
it.
won't take me long to pull it up for you, though.
Yeah.
So you can see what the brain waves actually look like, or kind of under. I shouldn't say what they, because this is not at all showing you what I would look at when I did sleep studies, but kind of gives you an idea of the different. Oh, there's some good ones here. Yeah, here we go. This is a basic one. Well, let's do this one to start.
It's interesting. You know what? I can actually pull up all this stuff and create something right now. We can learn about it if you want.
Right. Well, and it's like like I said, that's why I had to
Okay,
save.
let's remove from here, and then here we'll add you up. There you go. Yeah, look at that. The EEG, right? It says electroencephalogram or whatever.
And we look at like if you did a full, like there's different types. So like I didn't do okay. So in the hospital setting, when they're detecting brain activity, there's a mass head setup that gets put on your head. When I was doing this, it was they call it the 1020
That's
because of
interesting.
the variation of where we put the electrodes on the head. So we use a lot less.
So does it depend on the position of the head, what reading you're going to get back?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite things was we had leads that specifically were meant to go to the occipital lobe on the head, which is not where your eyes are, but it's where your eye muscles are.
Okay,
Which is
yeah.
on the
It says
right
it's
back of your
okay.
head.
Yeah.
So you could see that moving, and that's actually how we would detect REM. So REM here, and I want you to take a minute to look at how fascinating. Here's awake on the top line. You can see that person is very much anxious and like doing some sort of heavier activity, because when you're relaxed, you can look actually a little bit like this, like a little bit more like this. So you can actually look like you're awake when you're in REM. It
Wow.
is probably one of the most fascinating things to witness.
That's very interesting.
Okay, now here's Delta, and why I was telling you, Paige, look at the brain activity when you're in Delta.
Oh, it's expanding. Okay.
It's just
With
like
larger
crazy.
spikes in there.
And then that's where I'll see, when I was doing studies, I would see the muscle twitching happening in the legs and arms if I was detecting REM behavior disorder, and things like that shouldn't have necessarily been happening is during that. And then this is stage 2, and there's super important parts about stage 2 sleep. where like you'll see a K complex which connects to delta, or you'll see a sleep spindle which can connect to what you would see in alpha. So again, both very fascinating aspects of how your brain activity works. And then let me pull up this other
Very
one.
interesting.
Because this one I felt like was.
I think I found a really good book about this. I'm going to turn into something that could really break it down, even for a student like you who learn this stuff, right?
And you know, like I got into this like quite
I
randomly.
found the ISBN number, ISBN 10 number. So I found that number. So, yeah, there's something called Anna's Archive, where they have over 51 million books and 98 million different papers. So I'm sure we can find it.
Wow.
Let's type in the ISBN. Should pull it up. Oh, no. Didn't pull it up. All right, well, maybe we can do it a different way. So, yeah, maybe that's not the correct format. It's called Neuroscience, second edition, in the edit by Sunderland, 2001.
Definitely like would love to talk to you a little bit more about that too, because I want to expand my library quite extensively now that we're going to have this foundation. Because now we can actually, like, Kevin's going to help pay for like an online database.
Okay, well, here, I'm going to show you, like, what people have been doing here. Like, here, let me add my thing to the stage quick. Like,
Bring it up.
Yeah, let's bring it up quick. So, hold on. Give me a second here. All right. So, here, I found this resource the other day. And, like, look. This has everything, and it's free. But if you can't get it at the library, or, don't, pay the actual author, if you can, Brett says me, you should do it. All right, but either way, if you can't and you're just trying to learn, knowledge should be free. So here, let's try this here. Let's find it. We could probably get the first edition. Here's that. Go here. And this is all about, what these people are taught over there. You know what I mean? Sunderland, MA. Try to find it. I'm sure we can find it. Oh, missed the answer.
One of us should volunteer. You see how it says looking for volunteers right up there?
No, you're not going to get paid for it. Like, you just love doing what you're doing. Anyways,
No, exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's an open source project. This is them always behind the kind of stuff.
Nothing. All right, we're gonna have to find something else here because I'm looking at the National Library of Medicine. Because like over here, I'm looking at this book. See.
Okay. And like I have actually done some videos like on the neuroglial cells. I just saw that as like one of the first topics.
GABA receptors. All right, we'll go back here quick. I'm gonna find something about this. I'm gonna actually create something about how this shit works quick, live with you. And yeah,
all right,
we're collaborating.
That's right.
Why not?
I
Even
know,
though it could be depending to other business right now, but
I'm not going to really be doing panels anymore. Like, I'd love to do more stuff like this, and I will definitely be more professional and not tell people to do inappropriate fellatio.
Well,
But
it's not
just
cool. It's like some people are actually like not playing games, and some people are real. And you want to fuck with those kind of people, you're done. But here, while we do that, here, let's listen to something like this because you think you're sick on the internet. Listen to this quick.
A phenomenon that really blurs the lines.
While I do that, I'm gonna actually
and
make a
real-world
new
danger
one
in some
about
truly
this.
Okay, sounds
unsettling
good.
ways.
I'm gonna be doing
We're going to
something.
unravel the
quick.
complex web of the comm. This community of young English-speaking cyber criminals who are fundamentally redefining what it means to be a modern-day gang.
It's a fascinating, if disturbing, evolution of crime, really.
To guide us, we've gathered a compelling array of sources, from recent breaking news reports to in-depth expert insights from leading cybersecurity researchers and even law enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
These materials will help us understand the critical questions. Who exactly are these individuals? What terrifying range of activities do they actually engage in?
And why? That's a big one.
Exactly. Why are young people drawn into such illicit and frankly harmful acts? And what are the very real, often devastating consequences of their online actions?
Consequences that ripple out far beyond the screen.
Our mission today is to cut through the noise, give you the essential insights, and uncover some truly surprising and at times, yet chilling facts about this rapidly evolving threat.
What's particularly fascinating here is the sort of paradoxical nature of this digital community.
How so?
Well, on one hand, it mirrors many characteristics of traditional criminal organizations, the hierarchy, the money making schemes, the violence.
Right, the classic gang structure.
But it operates with this unique, almost innate online fluency and a level of digital anonymity that makes them incredibly effective and really difficult to track.
So, native digital skills meet old school crime tactics.
Pretty much. We are, in essence, witnessing a very contemporary form of organized crime, fueled by youthful audacity and the vast, often ungoverned expanse of the internet.
Mhm.
This isn't merely about kids dabbling in minor online pranks, it's about a sophisticated, dangerous, and rapidly maturing network.
Okay, so let's unpack this. We're going to explore how teenagers and young adults are not only being recruited, but also, it seems, exploited within this ecosystem.
Right, it's not always a voluntary rise to the top.
We'll examine the terrifying breadth of their criminal activities, from sophisticated hacks to truly depraved real world violence.
Yeah, the scope is just wow.
And perhaps most importantly, we'll discuss why their unique blend of technical aptitude, coupled with a masterful understanding of human psychology, makes them so remarkably dangerous.
That social engineering piece is huge.
Definitely. We'll also delve into how law enforcement is finally catching up and how these groups have recently turned their opportunistic sites onto critical sectors like the insurance industry, exposing new vulnerabilities we all need to be aware of.
That's a very recent, very worrying development.
Okay, so to truly understand the COM, we first need to define who they are. You might have seen headlines, but let's get a crystal clear picture of their identity and demographic.
Yeah, let's pin down the basics.
Our sources consistently paint a very specific portrait. These are primarily young English-speaking men.
Mostly men, yeah.
Their ages range widely, from teenagers as young as 17, extending into their early 20s. We're talking individuals aged 19, 20, 23, and even 25.
So a fairly narrow age band, but starting young.
And they are predominantly recruited from English-speaking countries, with significant numbers originating from Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom.
Which gives them that linguistic advantage we'll talk about later.
Right. This geographical diversity, yet linguistic commonality, creates a truly international, albeit loosely knit, threat.
And it's crucial to understand that the COM isn't a single hierarchical organization like, say, the mafia with a clear leader.
No top boss.
Not really.
Mhm.
It's more accurately described as a larger hacking community, functioning as a fluid, amorphous ecosystem of individual actors and various, often competing subgroups.
Ah, okay. So more like a scene or a network.
Exactly. This decentralized structure makes them incredibly adaptable, resilient, and notoriously difficult for law enforcement and cybersecurity firms to pinpoint and dismantle.
Makes sense. Harder to decapitate.
Precisely. And Ian Lynn, he's the director of research and development at Packet Labs, a Canadian cybersecurity firm. He emphasizes a critical point.
What's that?
Despite their relative youth, we as a society don't give them enough credit for what they're actually capable of doing.
Underestimating them because they're young.
Yeah, he cautions against that, noting that they are far from script kiddies merely playing around. They are, in fact, highly effective and capable adversaries.
Okay, so they're young, English speaking, loosely organized, but highly capable. Now, here's where it gets particularly insightful. What truly drives these young people?
The motivation question, always key.
What makes them participate in something so deeply illicit, dangerous, and at times just outright abhorrent? Why do they get involved?
Allison Nixon, she's a chief research officer at Unit 221B, the cybersecurity firm. She offers a stark description of the COM culture.
What does she say?
She calls it very toxic, and a central pillar of this toxicity is the relentless pursuit of clout and respect.
Clout, like online fame or notoriety.
Exactly. In this warped online hierarchy, gaining notoriety or clout is tied directly to the subjugation of others.
Wow. So hurting people gives you status.
Essentially, yes. It's about public displays of dominance, humiliation of victims, and boasting about their exploits to climb the ladder within this dark community.
That's grim.
Indeed. The motivations are multifaceted, but often rooted in a desire for immediate gratification and a distorted sense of power.
Like what specifically?
Well, young people are primarily drawn in by the allure of quick money, often referred to as payouts.
Ah, the financial incentive.
Right. Ian Lin explicitly states that these individuals are receiving payouts, and he points
Yep.
out something truly alarming. They possess the ability to defeat technologies that people have spent millions creating them.
Millions spent on security defeated by kids, basically.
Highly skilled kids. But
Yeah.
yes, this isn't pocket change, it's substantial financial gain for these young individuals.
Okay, so money's a big part.
Right.
What else?
Beyond the financial incentives, some join seeking protection from other members within this often vicious community.
Protection. So it's dangerous even for members.
Oh, absolutely. It can be a snake pit.
Yeah.
So, joining a faction gives a perverse sense of security in numbers.
I see. Safety in the pack.
Others are
Still
motivated
working on
by
it.
a
We're gonna make
desire
one
to
about
lash
the,
out,
the
maybe having
stages
been
of fleet.
victims of online harassment or crime themselves, and finding a channel for their anger within the comm.
Kind of a revenge motive almost.
Could be part of it for some, yeah. And then there's the powerful, almost magnetic allure of fame or infamy.
The cloud again.
Yes. Allison Nixon states that for these individuals, it's essentially the same thing to them. Fame or infamy, it doesn't matter.
Just being known.
Exactly. They openly boast about their audacious stunts and criminal activities on platforms like Discord and Telegram to boost their online notoriety to become big or respected within this toxic community.
So it feeds the ego.
Massively. There's a powerful perceived sense of cool that draws them in, a twisted sense of belonging and power derived from their ability to disrupt and harm.
It's almost eerily similar to how traditional street gangs recruit, isn't it?
It really is, but with the added layer of digital anonymity and global reach, allowing them to operate across continents from the comfort of their bedrooms.
That's a chilling thought.
Allison Nixon actually draws a truly compelling and unsettling analogy here. She likens the comm to pre-internet teenage street gangs.
Okay.
She explains that the underlying social phenomenon is strikingly similar. Teenagers with nothing better to do, rough home life, they meet each other, they congregate, they form a critical mass, and they perpetrate money-making schemes and violence, and they're a negative impact on their local communities.
Sounds familiar.
Right. The critical difference, of course, is that the comm is the same phenomenon, but playing out on the internet.
Which amplifies everything.
Totally. This digital environment provides a global stage, a perceived shield of anonymity, and a dangerous detachment that can amplify their activities and the profound harm they inflict, often without immediate real-world consequences for them, at least initially.
What's even more concerning and speaks to the depths of this toxicity is that this online environment isn't just a place for criminal collaboration. It's a hotbed for what researchers describe as radicalization.
Radicalization, in what sense? Not political?
No, not in the typical sense. One researcher familiar with the comm characterized it as a radicalizing environment for some of these cyber criminals, where the radicalization is explicitly cybercrime and being the worst human being you possibly be.
Wow. That's bleak. Radicalized into pure malice.
Yeah. It isn't about political or religious extremism, but rather a systematic indoctrination into depravity, where the goal isn't just profit or notoriety, but a complete and utter disregard for ethical boundaries and human suffering.
It's a chilling insight into the psychological erosion that can occur within such communities.
Definitely.
God.
So, okay, when you hear cybercrime gangs, you might immediately think of sophisticated computer hacking complex code, breaching firewalls, that sort of
A
thing.
Hollywood image, yeah.
But our sources reveal that the comm operates on a much broader and, frankly, terrifying spectrum. Their reach extends far beyond digital intrusion into actions with profoundly disturbing and very real-world consequences.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, it's clear their activities aren't confined to a keyboard. They span from highly sophisticated digital intrusions to deeply disturbing real-world violence.
Crossing the digital divide.
Absolutely. Demonstrating a shocking willingness to cross traditional boundaries between the digital and physical. Intel 471, a prominent cyber threat intelligence firm, confirms that individuals and groups within the comm engage in an astonishingly wide array of criminal acts, making them a truly versatile threat.
Let's break down these diverse criminal activities. At their core, they certainly engage in highly effective cybercrimes.
The bread and butter, so to speak.
This includes subscriber identity module or SIM swapping, a technique where they gain control of a victim's phone number.
Right, usually by tricking the mobile carrier.
Exactly. Often by tricking cellular carriers into porting the number to a SIM card they control. This allows them to bypass critical security measures like multi-factor authentication.
That extra layer of security where a code is sent to your phone, if they have your phone number, they get the code.
Precisely. They are also heavily involved in large-scale cryptocurrency theft, often by gaining access to digital wallets or exchange accounts.
Following the money, crypto is a big target.
Beyond individual targets, the COM has been directly linked to major corporate intrusions and data breaches, which have resulted in staggering corporate ransom payments worth millions of dollars.
We'll get to some specific examples later, but yeah, major companies hit hard.
And account takeovers, where they seize control of online accounts, are another one of their specialties, providing gateways to further illicit activities, from financial fraud to identity theft.
A beachhead for launching other attacks.
But as you said, the operations of the COM go far beyond just digital intrusion, spilling into severe real-world harm.
Yeah, this is where it gets really dark.
A particularly insidious tactic they employ is sextortion, which can be both financial, demanding money to prevent the release of intimate images, and also non-financial, where the goal is simply to humiliate or coerce.
Just pure cruelty sometimes.
This often plays out through online games and popular communication platforms like Discord and Telegram. Allison Nixon provides a sobering insight here.
What does she say about this?
She noted that a lot of these people are not skilled enough to actually cause harm to companies. They can't hack, they don't know technology, but it's a lot easier to threaten girls.
Wow, that says a lot. Picking softer targets when they lack the technical chops for harder ones.
It highlights a disturbing aspect of their motivation and a readiness to exploit deep human vulnerabilities, preying on fear and shame.
Truly predatory behavior.
And it gets even darker. Members of the COM are known to engage in what's chillingly described as commissioning real-life violence.
Commissioning it, like paying others to do it.
Yes. This includes provoking swatting incidents, a highly dangerous act where someone makes a false emergency report, like a bomb threat or a hostage situation, to law enforcement.
Designed to draw heavily armed SWAT teams to a target's location. It's incredibly dangerous. People have died in swatting incidents.
Absolutely. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, is actively investigating the COM for a nationwide wave of swattings against schools and universities across the United States.
Schools and universities? Oh, man.
These malicious acts have included fake bomb threats that have affected hundreds of schools and universities, causing widespread panic, disruption, and diverting critical law enforcement resources.
Just pure chaos and terror for potentially thousands of people.
Beyond the digital threats and swatting, they actively carry out their internet rivalries with violence.
Real-world violence over online beefs.
Allison Nixon states unequivocally that they pay money to send someone to the rivals' houses and either throw a brick through the window or shoot at the house or try to burn the house down.
That's attempted murder, potentially. Arson. Major felonies.
This is not just online trash talk. These are tangible, physical acts of destruction, intimidation, and even attempted assault.
We've seen chilling examples in the sources, right? Like the Braden Williams case?
Exactly. His alleged harassment of an individual referred to as Victim A. This included sending unsolicited food deliveries to Victim A's home, which is creepy enough.
Annoying, but then it escalated.
Massively. A terrifying incident where two masked males smashed a doorbell and threw a brick with a threatening note through a neighbor's door, clearly designed to terrorize Victim A.
Targeting a neighbor to amplify the fear. Calculated cruelty.
And perhaps the most abhorrent activity reported by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, it's really tough to talk about.
Okay.
Is that members of the COM are manipulating children online to commit self-harm, torture animals, and produce child sexual exploitation material.
Oh my God, that's beyond words, just pure evil.
It's a level of depravity that is truly shocking, underscoring a complete and utter lack of moral boundaries within this community.
It's a horrifying aspect of their operations that highlights the extreme malice and exploitation that can occur when unchecked online anonymity meets these radicalized individuals.
Yeah. Okay, moving on slightly. It's vital to recognize that these aren't small-time operators.
No, the impact is huge.
We're talking about massive, impactful breaches that have crippled major corporations, disrupted critical services, and compromised the personal data of millions.
The casino attacks in 2023 were a prime example.
Exactly. Those incidents severely crippled Caesars Entertainment, forcing them to pay a staggering $15 million ransom.
$15 million.
And MGM Resorts, which suffered a truly unprecedented $110 million in costs and losses directly attributed to the cyber attack.
Over $100 million. The scale is hard to comprehend.
These weren't just minor disruptions. They were system-wide outages that brought operations to a screeching halt, impacting everything from hotel reservations to casino floor operations.
Yeah. Caused absolute chaos for those companies and their customers.
Indeed. Their reach is extensive, and their targeting highly strategic. In 2024, one of the most significant incidents was the Snowflake data breach,
Ah, yes, Snowflake, the cloud data platform.
which was directly linked to alleged COM member Connor Riley Muka. Snowflake is a prominent cloud data platform widely used by large companies to store and manage vast amounts of sensitive information.
So hitting Snowflake means potentially accessing data from many companies.
Precisely. This breach accessed the personal records of millions of people, including highly sensitive information like financial details, passport numbers, and social security numbers.
Nightmare scenario for identity theft.
The impact rippled across a multitude of major companies that use Snowflake, including household names like AT&T, Live Nation, Ticketmaster, Advance Auto Parts, and Pure Storage.
Big names, huge potential downstream impact.
David Zhao, a mathematics professor at the University of Waterloo, didn't mince words, calling it one of the biggest cybersecurity breaches that we've had in history.
Highlighting its immense scale and potential long-term consequences for millions of individuals. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And the list of high-profile targets doesn't stop there. The COM has launched successful attacks on major tech giants,
Who else?
including Okta, which is a crucial identity and access management company, as well as Microsoft, NVIDIA, Rockstar, and Samsung.
Wow. Okta, Microsoft. Those are linchpins of corporate IT infrastructure.
Their demonstrated ability to breach such heavily secure, technologically advanced organizations speaks volumes about their capabilities, their persistence, and the effectiveness of their social engineering tactics.
They're not intimidated by size or reputation, clearly.
What's particularly noteworthy, and very recent as of June 2025, is their intense and calculated focus on the insurance industry.
Ah, the latest target sector.
John Holtquist, chief analyst with Google's Threat Intelligence Group, issued a stark warning about multiple intrusions in the U.S. which bear all the hallmarks of scattered spider activity, one of the COM subgroups specifically targeting the insurance sector.
And Scattered Spider is known for this kind of focus, right? They pick a sector and hit it hard.
Exactly. This group has a documented history of focusing on one sector at a time, making the insurance industry their current primary target.
Which makes sense, unfortunately. Insurance companies hold a vast treasure trove of highly sensitive personal and financial data.
A goldmine for criminals.
They are effectively a one-stop shop for identity theft and financial fraud. Health records, financial histories, social security numbers. It's all there.
This strategic shift has already had significant and immediate consequences for some of the biggest names in the industry. For example, Philadelphia Insurance Companies, or PHLY.
PHLY, right. What happened there?
Hit by a major ransomware event on June 9th. This incident completely knocked out their internal systems, email, phones, crucial customer-facing platforms, everything.
Total shutdown. Nightmare for an insurer.
PHLY responded by proactively disconnecting compromised infrastructure and is now in the painstakingly difficult process of restoring operations,
Which takes ages.
which has included bringing staff back online via hardwired connections, implementing widespread password resets, and rolling out enhanced identity verification procedures across their entire workforce. It's a massive, massive undertaking.
Huge disruption, huge cost, and eerie insurance, too.
Similarly, Erie Insurance, a Fortune 500 firm, detected suspicious network activity on June 7th, just days before the PHLY attack.
So, coordinated or just close timing?
Unclear, but the pattern is there.
Well,
They immediately launched their incident response procedures and are collaborating with law enforcement and forensic specialists. Their digital operations remain severely impacted.
customer portals down, communications limited.
Right. And this incident has even led to a proposed class action lawsuit alleging that Erie failed to safeguard customer data, potentially exposing personally identifiable information.
Putting individuals at risk of identity theft. This raises that important question about how even robust, well-funded security measures can be bypassed, especially with social engineering.
It certainly seems their tactics are particularly well suited to breaching complex, data-rich organizations like insurers,
Which often rely on distributed service centers, vast networks of third-party vendors, and extensive cloud-based infrastructure, all presenting numerous potential entry points.
Exactly. Beyond insurance, they've also targeted other financial heavyweights like PNC and New York Life,
Banks, insurers,
and major retailers such as Marks and Spencer, Harrods, and the Co-op.
So retail too, diverse targets.
The sheer breadth and strategic selection of their targets demonstrate a highly opportunistic and adaptable approach, constantly pivoting to where the most valuable data and exploitable vulnerabilities are concentrated.
They are market-driven criminals, always seeking the path of least resistance to maximum profit and impact.
So, what exactly gives these young individuals such devastating power, allowing them to breach sophisticated organizations and inflict such widespread harm?
The how? This is crucial.
It's not always about technical wizardry or finding zero-day exploits. Instead, our sources reveal it's something far more insidious and, frankly, more difficult to defend against: psychological manipulation.
Bingo.
Anyways, thank you for bearing with me. You know, I've made that new one here, Esther. I guess we've collaborated now. So, I'll switch it to that. Hold on. All right, so
And I'm here. I'm just I'm doing a little.
Oh, no. I fucked up. I should have done that because I should have put longer. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Okay, well, I'm going to have to delete that one and do it again. So this is, okay, now we're correlating.
Just out of curiosity, you did make an AI character of me, right? At one point?
No, I have never done that, Esther.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
No, I haven't. I want to do that unless you give me permission. Or something.
I don't really know if it's necessary. I was just curious.
Never did that, no. No, ma'am.
Oh,
M1
to your medicine on my doggo.
What kind of medicine if you didn't get dog?
Just a little apple cider. She's got a mild irritation going on with her ear. And so actually you can just do some light dabbing of apple cider vinegar. Keeps the infection at bay and then helps dry up crap in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I never ever made an AI of you. Unless you want one, I can make one now.
I don't really think there's a point to it.
I don't know. It's like your inner voice talking to yourself, you know, as well.
A little bit, but like, you know, it's not 100% like gone to who you are to full extent. It's a lot of it just pulling stuff off the internet, you know. Like, if you made an AI character, you'd probably like use words that it was like a sleep tech, so that I spoke about sleep medicine, right?
Well, I don't know. Like, you know, I could give you a 33 question questionnaire, and you can make it very, very accurate to the point where it probably freak the fuck out of you. You know, like I don't know much about.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to do that.
I'm saying I don't know too much about people like that. All right, so I can only just assume things and let it do its own thing. But yeah, like let's say I sat down there and really, really tried and like put a lot of time and effort into it, you could probably make it like indistinguishable from that actual fucking.
That's probably
personality.
true.
Yeah.
You could probably
I could whip it up in like 10 minutes and it'll be pretty good. But you know, if
it's all
so
good.
pretty much I need a psychological profile on you, and then I can like make it to the point where you won't even know if it's you or not.
And I don't need to waste your time doing that for me right now.
Oh, there you go. I'm just saying, it's like, you know, it's not really wasting time. It's like experimenting.
It's interesting to me. And I have probably dabbled with it like the least of like any of us. So I appreciate the efforts you put in because like you know, some of these things I didn't even know were possible yet. So it's just like kind of been fun to see that. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby.
I'm not a malicious person unless someone really wants to fuck around. And you know, my line is like family, right? So if you like try to harm my family, you do whatever you want. Shoot me in the fucking head. But if you want to like put my family into it, then watch.
I get that. I'm pretty loyal to a core.
Let's be on that. But yeah, Dom.
How you doing?
So let me play with the senses there. Let me make sense of that. So somebody can shoot you in the head, and then once you're no longer here, then we can mess with your family. Okay, good enough.
Oh no,
with
then
you.
I'm coming
No.
back even. Yeah, no. Then at that point, whatever. Get rid of the issue in your mind, and then if you want to play with my family, watch. I'm gonna come back and fuck you even worse. Oh,
Like a man protecting his family, and he
Delete
commits a
that.
crime, and now he's in jail, so now his family's non-protected. Okay, that makes sense to me. That sounds very much like the eagle talking. But hey, you say
Hey,
you can.
whatever you want to call it. I'm not here for me. If I was here for me, I wouldn't be here.
Who's the me? We say things that I find funny.
Well, maybe like you can ask questions and maybe see what I'm
I've already asked the question inside. That's why I'm talking with you out loud.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to make clarity when you've already spoken, so you've already leaned towards that direction. So I've already asked inwards, and it's like, yeah, he's being a
You
funny
can do
boy.
whatever you want to me, but if you want to bring my family in it, then you're gonna get really like
Who's
surrounded
family?
and fucked up.
Whose family? The human race?
Like people, like innocent, just people. Like, okay, you want to play in this fucking arena? Leave other. It's like this, right? Let's say we're both like shooting.
Nicholas, you know I'm teasing, right?
You better know your fucking backside.
You're going sideways already. You know I'm teasing you. You're already running on autopilot now. I'm teasing because I did say, who's your family? The one that actually birthed that vessel? Like, is that
No,
who
it's
family
beyond
is?
that.
Okay, good enough. Okay. Is it spiritual beings? That's your family?
I don't know. I can't tell you that, bro. It's classified.
Okay, because if it is, it's classified. So if it is, what would a gun to the back of the head or the front of the head actually do to that being?
Probably do him a fucking favor.
No, you'd probably just be affecting the vessel that you're in. Just putting it out there. Unless you think you're just the vessel, you're the age of the vessel, you're those front lobes, the gut and all that, which is great, but those are receivers, by the way. But where are they coming from?
That's the question.
It's an interesting question. And that question, then you can go into a state of silence, peace, inwards, and then you can meditate. You can listen inwards. You know that. Maybe even Ezra knows that. But most don't. And the ones that do, welcome. The rest of you, fuck you in the boat you came off of. If they're asleep, let them stay that way. Because they help the system that's here.
I hear you. I think this one's going to be really interesting, you know what I mean? So we're going to get into all the sleep cycles and all that, and how it correlates back to society.
What just happened? Sorry.
It's generating now because I had to go to make it a longer form. Right. Thanks, Ezra. You know what I mean? Thank you. That's a great idea. So
You're welcome.
all credit to Ezra on that one.
Well, it was my profession for over a decade, so.
All right, so okay, since it was your profession for over a decade, I'd love to play this when it's done generating when I get into the next room, and see how accurate it is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Right, because they're a professional at it, so I'd like to see, like, maybe this
I'm
will
kind
teach
of
you more
curious
than.
how it's going to dissect it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Right? Pretty sure it's spot.
Yeah, but Ezra, I gotta say this joke. Do you have a manager? Do you have sponsors? Because people, when they go pro, like.
Yeah, like what kind of what kind of body work sponsor should I?
Yeah, you can have you on your jersey. I worked for the hospital industry. I worked for the pharmaceutical industry. And then 20 years down the road, people are going to look back at people that are professionals and say, you guys knew fuck all. But hey, that's the technology we have now. And that's what we're going to
So
have.
should I have like a sportsman's like a race car jacket that has all my?
And you can,
numbers on it?
You got it. Then we can put all the what number? You can have a number in the back.
I got number 9 on mine.
No, that's already been
33.
Yeah, 33. There you go. I got like a gazillion numbers on mine. I got letters too, and I even got like little pictures and dots for the braille.
Yeah, I got like a whole password on my shit.
And you can have sponsorships, and then you can say, listen, I'm sponsored by the pharmaceutical industry. I'm sponsored by the gas companies. Because once you go pro, then you're going to have a headhunter, looking for more jobs for you. It's always fun when we specialize in an area and how we actually dumb ourselves down at that point. But hey, as long as we're around a bunch of other people that don't got a fucking clue what we're talking about, we sound important.
Exactly. Exactly.
Exactly, Mike.
I'm
Exactly.
really important, Dom. I'm
Exactly.
really, really, and I have to let
In
this
your
I'm
little
so
world.
important. Hold on, I'm so important. I have to let this dog out to go to the bathroom.
There you go. And you are. That's a valid point. And each individual being within that form is important. Outside of that, probably insignificant.
Yeah.
But fine. Carry on, Nicholas, if you don't mind. This ought to be interesting.
It's still
AI.
generating, Dominic.
Oh, is it? Okay, my apologies. I didn't hear that part.
It's learning. It's trying to figure out what's going on here.
Learning or gathering?
It's gathering information and putting
and
it.
Then it's going to spew it out. I love it.
Mm-hmm. It's a regurgitation.
But it's a good processing machine.
It's like a good cow. You know, a cow has like 3 stomachs or something. Like a cow eats the grass and then fucking pukes and then eats it again and then they somehow digest it and then shits it out and then you got fertilizer.
I wonder if that's karma. You know what I mean? Most people don't use their gut brain now. So when you become, let's say you get rebooted and you become a cow. So hey, we'll give you 3 guts there. Maybe you can learn something there. Or maybe you can become a tree and then you can meditate, stand still, grow some roots.
Yeah, this is really making it fucking think here. It's pulling everything out. I like that quote. It's like even the hairs in her head are counted.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. So it's done. It's ready. Look. You guys ready?
Carry on.
All right.
Let's do it.
It's ready.
You know that feeling when you've had a truly restorative night's sleep? Waking up refreshed, clear-headed, ready to conquer the day. Or perhaps, and this is surprisingly common for many of us, you felt that heavy, dragging grogginess after a fragmented, restless night. That sensation where your brain just refuses to kick into high gear.
It's a universal experience, isn't it? For something we dedicate, what, a third of our lives to, sleep remains one of life's greatest biological paradoxes. We instinctively know we absolutely need it. It's fundamental. Yet, why exactly we need it, what precisely happens during those mysterious hours, and how profoundly it impacts us at every level is still a subject of intense and ongoing research.
Today, we're taking a deep dive into that fascinating, often unseen world of human sleep cycles. We've got a stack of incredible sources, everything from meticulous physiological breakdowns that explain every subtle shift in brainwaves, to surprising research on how our sleep patterns evolve across our lifespan, and even how a complex orchestra of neurochemicals orchestrates the entire process. It's pretty amazing stuff.
But what truly elevates this deep dive beyond the purely scientific, I think, is how our sources invite us to stretch that understanding far beyond the individual body. We'll explore sleep not just as a biological imperative, a personal need for rest and repair, but as a profound and illuminating metaphor for something much larger, like how societies function and thrive, how our very identities are shaped and expressed, and even the intricate, almost mystical rhythms of the human soul.
Right. And you might have heard terms like alpha or beta bandied about in social circles, often used in quite rigid hierarchical ways. Today, we're going to unpack those concepts through the surprisingly revealing lens of sleep science. We'll discover that they're not fixed labels or permanent identities, but rather dynamic, shifting postures, much like the different vital stages our bodies and minds cycle through every single night.
Exactly. This perspective radically challenges our conventional understanding of hierarchy and status, doesn't it? It suggests that a truly resilient individual, or indeed a thriving, adaptable society, isn't about being alpha all the time or getting rigidly stuck in one particular mode. Instead, it's about mastering the entire sleep cycle of existence. Understanding when to lead with vision, when to build and maintain.
Sorry, Ezra, did you say something?
I'm sorry. All I said was, "Oh snap," because that's literally what I just had said earlier.
Oh,
What
yeah,
she said
perfect.
about it's not always about being alpha.
Well, look where we're paused at. Do you see the numbers? 222.
No way, really.
Yeah, look.
Whoa.
All right, we want to continue? Because I gotta get
Yeah,
to
sorry.
work and
Thank
water my
you.
plants. All right.
Yeah, go for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
When to rest and restore, and even when to retreat into profound transformative silence.
So buckle up. We're going to give you a clear structure, break down some complex ideas into easily digestible nuggets, share some truly surprising facts about what goes on when you close your eyes, and help you connect the dots in a way that will absolutely change how you think about your sleep, your role in the world, and perhaps even your own identity.
Yeah, our goal is for you to walk away not just informed about the latest science, but with a fresh, expanded perspective that sparks new aha moments about yourself and the world around you. Let's dive in.
Okay, let's unpack this. Before we get too metaphorical and start, connecting brainwaves to societal structures, let's ground ourselves firmly in the scientific reality of sleep itself. Our sources highlight two fundamental phases that make up our nocturnal journey: rapid eye movement, or REM, and non-rapid eye movement, NREM.
Absolutely. And think of NREM sleep as the initial kind of preparatory phase,
Okay.
further broken down into three distinct stages: N1, N2, and N3. The human body doesn't just passively sleep, it cycles through all these stages, including REM, approximately 4 to 6 times each night. Each complete cycle averages about 90 minutes. It's not a chaotic shutting down, not at all. It's a highly organized and remarkably precise physiological dance critical for our daily functioning.
So let's break down each of these stages. First up is N1. What's the main takeaway for that initial step?
Think of N1 as your brain's dimmer switch. It's the lightest stage, that really fleeting moment, right at the very edge of consciousness when you're transitioning from wakefulness into sleep. You might barely realize you've drifted off if you're awakened during this phase. Your busy, alert brain signals, those beta waves, start to quiet down, gently easing you into sleep.
Okay.
Your heartbeat and breathing begin to slow, your muscles start to relax. It's a very brief, subtle transition, typically lasting only maybe 1 to 5 minutes just before you truly check out.
Right, just dipping your toes in. So that's N1, the initial gentle drift. But we don't stay there long, do we? From this quiet threshold, our bodies naturally move into the stage where we spend most of our night.
Yeah.
N2. What's happening in this longer but still relatively light phase?
That's right. N2 is where we settle in for the long haul, accounting for like 45% of your total sleep time, a huge chunk. While still considered lighter sleep, your body starts to truly settle down here. Your heart rate and body temperature continue to drop. And importantly, eye movements cease.
Okay, so things are calming down more.
Yes, and what's truly fascinating in N2, scientifically speaking, is the appearance of unique identifying brainwave patterns. Sleep spindles and K complexes.
Sleep spindles, K complexes. Sounds technical.
They are, but they're important. Think of sleep spindles as brief, powerful bursts of activity in key brain regions. They're believed to be essential for stamping down new memories, especially the how to memories for skills and the what happened memories of facts, procedural and declarative memory.
So memory consolidation starts here.
Exactly. And K complexes, they're distinct long waves that act like little mental nudges, helping you stay asleep and also contributing to that vital memory work. This stage typically lasts around 25 minutes in the first cycle and actually lengthens as the night progresses. It's also often when teeth grinding or bruxism can occur.
Interesting. Okay, so after N2, we dive into N3, sometimes called stage 3. This is what many of us think of as truly deep sleep, the kind where you're so out of it, you're nearly impossible to wake up, like trying to wake a log.
That's a good way to put it. This is indeed the deepest stage of NREM sleep, often referred to as slow wave sleep or SWS because of the prominent slow, high amplitude delta waves you see on an EEG. Big rolling waves. This stage is incredibly restorative for the body and mind. If you're awakened from N3, you'll almost certainly experience sleep inertia, that disorienting mental fogginess and impaired performance, where you just can't think straight. That can last anywhere from 30 minutes to a full hour.
Oh, yeah, I know that feeling.
Our sources highlight N3 as the crucial stage for physical restoration. It's when your body undertakes essential tissue repair, builds bone and muscle, and significantly strengthens your immune system. Real heavy lifting physically. It's also the stage where sleepwalking, night terrors, and bedwetting most commonly occur, precisely because of the profound physical relaxation and disconnect from the conscious mind.
Right. The brain's kind of offline in a way.
Exactly. And what's particularly interesting is how this vital stage significantly decreases with age. Older people spend less time in this deep delta wave sleep and more time in lighter N2.
Which might explain why sleep feels less refreshing sometimes as we get older.
That's a big part of it, yes. This stage typically comprises about 25% of total sleep in younger adults.
Okay. So we've talked about these restorative and REM stages, but then we hit what our sources call the paradoxical stage. What makes REM sleep so unique? Your brain is buzzing like you're awake, but your body is totally still.
It's truly a marvel. REM, or rapid eye movement sleep, accounts for about 25% of total sleep, similar to N3. Your brain activity during REM looks remarkably similar to an awake brain, with a significant increase in overall brain metabolism, up to 20% more active than when you're awake.
Wow.
And as the name suggests, your eyes dart rapidly back and forth behind closed eyelids, your breathing becomes erratic and irregular, and both blood pressure and heart rate increase.
So physiologically, it looks like arousal.
Precisely. But here's the crucial paradox. Your body experiences a total loss of muscle tone, known as atonia. This temporary paralysis prevents us from physically acting out our often vivid and sometimes bizarre dreams, thankfully.
Yeah, that would be chaotic.
The first REM period in a sleep cycle is relatively short, maybe around 10 minutes, but it lengthens as the night progresses. The final cycle before you wake up could have a REM period lasting up to an hour. This is where dreaming, nightmares, and certain physiological responses like penile or clitoral tumescence happen. And people often spontaneously awaken in the morning during a REM episode, which is why those intense dreams are often the most memorable.
That's a powerful picture of brain activity.
Mhm.
But beyond just these electrical waves, what else is happening on a deeper level? You mentioned a chemical orchestra earlier. Are specific chemicals pushing and pulling us between sleep and wakefulness?
Absolutely. It's not just electricity, it's chemistry too. Our sources reveal a complex and elegant interplay of neurotransmitters that orchestrate this delicate balance.
Hmm.
For promoting sleep, gamma aminobutyric acid, or GABA, is key. It acts as the primary inhibitory neurotransmitter in your central nervous system, binding to specific receptors in the brain and effectively quieting down the wake-promoting regions in your hypothalamus and brainstem. Think of GABA as the chemical equivalent of a lullaby for your brain.
The brain's off switch, maybe.
In a way, yes. Adenosine also plays a significant role in promoting sleep. As you stay awake, adenosine levels build up in certain brain areas, increasing your sleep pressure and ultimately inhibiting those wake-promoting neurons.
Like a sleepiness timer building up.
Exactly. Conversely, wakefulness is robustly maintained by a different set of neurochemicals. These include acetylcholine, dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin, and histamine, all the stimulating ones. For example, serotonin and norepinephrine, released from specific nuclei in your brain, actively work to promote wakefulness and suppress REM sleep, keeping you alert and focused.
So they keep REM sleep in check during the day.
Right. Histamine, too, plays a crucial role in maintaining arousal. That's why antihistamines make you drowsy, they block histamine.
Hmm.
And certain peptides called hypocretins, also known as orexins, contribute to sustained wakefulness. It's a finely tuned system, constantly adjusting.
And this intricate chemical symphony isn't just floating freely, right? It's precisely orchestrated by a network of specialized brain structures.
Exactly, it's all coordinated. The entire sleep cycle, including your body's internal clock, your circadian rhythm, is primarily driven by the suprachiasmatic nucleus, or SCN.
SCM.
It's a tiny but mighty region located in your hypothalamus. Think of the SCN as your brain's master clock, synchronizing your sleep-wake patterns with the 24-hour day using light cues.
So that's why light exposure is so important for sleep schedule.
Precisely. Other crucial structures include the hypothalamus itself, which plays a central role in controlling the onset of sleep, the hippocampus, a memory region vital for forming new memories, which remains active during dreaming, and the amygdala, your emotion center, which is also highly active during dreaming, explaining why our dreams can be so emotionally charged, sometimes terrifying, sometimes wonderful.
Makes sense.
The thalamus acts like a gatekeeper, or maybe a bouncer at the club of your consciousness. It filters sensory signals and prevents most of them from reaching your cortex during sleep, allowing for undisturbed rest.
Muting the outside world.
Exactly. The reticular formation helps regulate the transitions between sleep and wakefulness, like a dimmer switch for consciousness. And the pons, located in the brainstem, is essential for initiating REM sleep and controlling those characteristic rapid eye movements. It's truly a highly integrated, distributed system with each part working in concert to ensure you get the restorative sleep you need.
It's fascinating to think that our sleep isn't static but shifts throughout our lives. From the erratic sleep of newborns to the changing patterns of the elderly, the duration and stages of our sleep change drastically. What drives these profound shifts?
That's a crucial question. What's a biological necessity here, and why does sleep evolve so much? Newborns, for instance, are incredible sleepers, clocking in approximately 16 to 18 hours per day. Crazy, right?
Wow, yeah. Wish I could do that now.
Tell me about it. Their sleep is often discontinuous, and uniquely, they often begin their sleep cycles directly with REM rather than NREM. This is because their circadian rhythms are still underdeveloped, leading to very irregular sleep wake patterns. But by just 2 to 3 months of age, these rhythms start to mature. Melatonin and cortisol cycles establish a more regular pattern, and sleep onset shifts to NREM.
So they start sleeping more like adults.
Sort of. REM sleep then decreases in proportion and moves to later in the cycle, and the total NREM and REM cycle lengthens to about 50 minutes. By 12 months, infants typically sleep 14 to 15 hours daily with fewer naps as their brains continue to develop rapidly.
And then as kids get older,
As children grow into toddlers and then school-aged kids, they gradually require less total sleep. By age 6, individual night owl or early riser preferences, our inherent chronotypes, start to manifest, driven by genetics and environment. Adolescents, perhaps surprisingly to many parents, experience a notable decline in deep sleep, that N3 slow wave sleep, and an increase in N2 sleep.
less deep sleep. That sounds counterintuitive for teenagers.
It does, but it happens. This often goes hand in hand with more daytime sleepiness during mid-puberty, a biological shift that often clashes with early school start times, creating that classic tired teen phenomenon.
Right. And adulthood.
As we move into adulthood, there's a general trend towards earlier sleep and wake times, with reduced overall sleep consolidation, meaning sleep might be a bit more fragmented. Adults aged 65 and older, for example, awaken approximately 1.5 hours earlier and tend to sleep an hour earlier than young adults. The most significant and consistent change with aging, though, is that progressive and substantial decrease in SWS, deep sleep.
Ah, back to that.
Yes. Some older individuals may even have very little to none at all. This often contributes to complaints of less refreshing sleep in later life.
And you mentioned gender differences earlier. How does that play out?
Yeah, it offers fascinating insights into how individualized sleep really is. Men, for example, tend to spend a greater amount of time in that light N1 sleep and experience more frequent nighttime awakenings. This can contribute to a higher propensity for daytime sleepiness and fatigue. Women, on the other hand, tend to maintain their slow wave sleep longer into adulthood than men. However, paradoxically, they more often complain about difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep, even if their objective sleep architecture, the EEG readings, appears robust.
So subjective feeling versus objective measures.
Exactly. And significant physiological changes like pregnancy.
I'll pause it there. Any thoughts on it, Ezra, since you've studied this stuff? Is it on point or what?
Yes, and I'm sorry because I'm eating, but holy crap, it's really good. I mean, they're getting
Really?
in all the nitty, and
Oh, the nitty gritty. Okay.
they even just brought up the whole thing that this is brought up new controversial to school schedules, and actually, one of the doctors I
Oh.
worked for
Mm-hmm.
was a part of changing the start time for the schools in the district that we worked in.
Oh, really?
It was it was kind of a big deal. Yeah. It was
Oh,
because of it.
wow. Wow,
So,
okay.
and then they got into like the in-depth aspects and the details of the parts of the brain and the connections with REM, and then the attributes of the hormones. Because I
Oh.
forgot to mention that.
Wow.
About that your body paralyzes itself. That's another fascinating. So anyway,
You can do that yourself,
I can what?
Well, I've been through it. Like, if you go into deep meditation, you can actually go at one point before you exit your body when you're conscious, you go into sleep paralysis. I've done it.
I used to do
As
it
well.
all the time. I used to be
Yeah,
a
but like on purpose.
I don't know if I shouldn't say that. I've known when it's coming on, so I guess kind of on purpose, but I guess not the same thing. That's fascinating. And I'm not sure what the purpose of that is.
Oh, well, to explore the mind. And look, here, it's kind of a distraction quicker, but it's only 2 minutes and 22 seconds, right? So, look.
The experiments were sponsored by the CIA funded by the Canadian government and handled by McGill University and a researcher named Donald Ewan Cameron. It's reported the medical team used electroshock and experimental drugs on patients dealing with mental health issues. Lanadine Ponting was only 15 when she was sent by her parents.
I was drugged up so bad, I can't remember half of what they did to me. I bore a son when I was at the Allen. I got pregnant.
Ponting and several other survivors and their families were in court today as their lawyers trying to get authorization for a class action lawsuit. It's the first step before the case can move ahead.
I think there is no question. No one has ever taken responsibility. No one has ever apologized. There was some modest compensation in 1992 without any admission of liability.
The courts already prevented the group from suing the U.S. government. As they argued successfully, the courts have no jurisdiction. The other parties, such as McGill and the Canadian government, argue they can't be sued because the plaintiffs waited too long.
There are many psychological reasons of blockages that just don't allow people to take action.
Judy Tanney remembers how her father was admitted over a neurological pain issue, but came out, she says, with permanent mental health damages from which he never recovered.
He didn't know us, my two siblings. He remembered my mother, but he didn't remember he had children or that he had a business or anything. And he was very detached. That never changed. He never came back to the person he was before.
It could take a few months for the court to decide if the class action can be authorized. And if it does move ahead, the plaintiffs may finally have a shot at getting some closure that has eluded them for 7 decades. Stéphane Giroux, CTV News.
So I used to use paste and just electrode.
Hold on, Sarah. Sarah, you know you're a part of that shit, right?
Yeah, I didn't use anything. I mean, other that not.
No,
that
no.
I
Let's be
know of,
honest.
it's not a
Okay,
part of
not that
any
you know of,
experiment.
but you know they've been using you to fucking further their fucking shit.
But
right?
I didn't use needles. I was trying to explain that
Listen,
when I came.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You're a part of it.
Yeah, most likely, and that point is
What do you
not
mean
ever going to
most
be hidden.
likely? Just say yes. You're a part of it, yes or no?
Not that I know of, but
Not that
most
you know
likely.
of, but okay. What do you mean most likely? Not that you know of.
Well, because like I know.
Well,
for sure
because no, there's no well because.
I was a part. If I can finish.
Okay.
A couple different studies that were done. That.
Okay, so you're a part of studies that were done. So you, all right, because they told you to do something and you went along with it. You're telling me you're not a part of it.
Oh man, dude. Okay.
All right. Continue.
Just villainize me and like let's not get into the subject matter.
I'm not trying to villainize it. I'm just be honest. I'm not saying
You're just
okay.
immediately like, and you
They
just
probably-
agreed.
No,
like,
they probably used
there's
you.
points where like if I could explain what it was for, none of it seemed like it was a bad thing or that I was doing anything that was a part of like a fucked up experiment. The stuff
All right,
that happened.
what time
to
is it?
these
Hold on. What
people
time is it
happened
right
a
now on the
long
clock?
time ago, Cage. Those
What time
kind of
is it
things
on the
were not
clock?
done in. If I can
Oh,
finish.
too late. Too late.
Those things were done in tiny sleep labs. End of story.
Okay, and what does that even mean?
It means I wasn't a part of these mass, like what you just showed. I wasn't part of anything like that.
You're unknowingly probably a part of it, huh?
Probably some form of some research somewhere.
And why? Because they paid you to do it?
Because I didn't think anything I was doing was for the wrong. Because if anything, I felt like what I was doing was for the better of humanity.
That's how they get you, right?
Of course.
I'm not blaming
They
you.
get everybody.
Hold
every
on,
fucking
listen,
day,
please,
dude.
Sarah. I'm not blaming you, okay? What I'm saying is inadvertently, they used you
and to do certain things. It's not right. The blame is not on you.
Blame the cat. Blame the cat over there. The icon with the cat. Blame that one. If nobody's wrong, then therefore how can we look for anything being right?
These people are fucked beyond belief.
We're off.
No, we're not.
That's why we keep reproducing as a species.
Speak for your fucking self.
Okay, I'm speaking from the self. I'm not speaking for the self. I'm speaking from the self.
Let me play a fucking side for you guys. Fucking nerds.
But what you're saying,
you guys want to fucking nurse you around?
Okay. But what you're saying, Nicholas, whether we are aware of it directly or indirectly, we're all participating. I could turn around and say me being in the electrical field, lining everybody's houses with wire, could actually act as some sort of trap for them. No different from somebody that actually plays with radio frequencies. You know, we're very short-sighted when we start blaming, let alone praising people. We don't know the full story. And even the term I've shared with you before, Nicholas, where it's erroneous to think it's cause and effect. You're in the effect and side effect. We really don't know where language came to be. We really don't know fully how does cancer cells work, how does air work, how do thoughts work. So what we do, we try to narrow it down by watching patterns in the physical. And then we'll probably hook up people.
Hold on, Dominic, I want to pause you. But look at this stupid fucking song that they gave everybody, right? Look, here. You're gonna fucking stream. Oh, look, go fucking. Merrily, go fuck yourself.
Mary, what can it be? Karen or Margaret?
What did you just say?
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Yep, it's all a fucking dream.
Anyways, that's the kind of shit they're giving to children, right? And of course, the person's name is Jordy Rose. Back to a fucking Rose all the time. It's fucking weird. But
Yeah. Outside of the music in the background, if the person's really hearing the message, life is just a dream. What is life? This is why when people start correlating the breath of life, we breathe it in that all the time. It's unconditional. That is what's unconditional. What we do, we all have conditions. So now, row your boat. What do you think about the story? These are stories that we tell each other because most of us are asleep. And then more times now, we're going to be raised by parents that are asleep. Dare not tell a parent, did you teach your child how to breathe? Well, no, then you've done fuck all for them so far. What about digesting their food? Well, not really. So then what the fuck have you been doing for them? You've been trying to condition them like this, like you've been conditioned. Now, we're using a language right now. Who gave us this language? Who conditions with the language? What does it mean to have a language like English or Sanskrit or Mandarin? People don't really put those investigations. So what most people do is they settle for little things. I'm going to specialize in an area. What area? Who taught you how to actually have words? Well, I don't know that. Well, who gave us all this technology that humans use? So now you're in a dream, not realizing where's it coming from. I don't know. I just go to sleep every day. No, you wake up every day in the conscious sleep. That's why in this age, with the age of information, most people are going to become consciously ignorant. They're going to be aware of it. They can't turn around and say, well, I didn't know anymore. No, we're not going to use nation anymore. You're still fucking asleep. If you still think you're that vessel, you're asleep. If you think you're the age of that vessel, you're still asleep. Now that person says, well, I'm those things. I said, then why the fuck are you talking? If you know all these things, but you're not going to apply discernment, then what are you doing here then? Waiting for the death transformation to occur all over again? Hence what death is all about. Well, for most people, this is a riddle for them because most people have fucking done a riddle to themselves. And if you're not willing to actually do that revolution, that revolting from within oneself, then why the fuck are you talking? I don't care who it is, because we already have thousands and millions of books written out there, and they're all at this point should be fucking burnt. Now that's going to go past most people. They're going to go back into that fucking sleep state. Got to go to work. Got to do all these things. Do all the many I am, whatever I am, and then put whatever persona. I'm a woman. I'm a man. I'm dark skinned. I'm light skinned. That's all personas. They're not ever question those things. Am I really a man? What makes me a man? I got to look at everybody else. But do you ever live outside of that? That's only in the conscious state. Or are we going to play the eye of the beholder? Anyway, enjoy, guys. Like always, enjoy. Just go back to the regular tune channel. It's called Being Asleep. Make sure you have popcorn because.
Well, that's the only other thing I'll add, Dom, is that what I was kind of mentioning too. It's not just the sleep stages; it's actually that alpha state that's a problem as well. That's been programmed into being like some acceptable, like constant. Yeah, and
That's
then
that's the masculine energy. Yeah, but that's the masculine energy. That's the programmable energy. The gut brain is actually the teachable energy. So most people that are scholars, scribes, or they're led by their king and queen of hemispheres, that's the programmable. That's why you have TV, radio programs, all programs. They're not ever questioning those programs with your teachable within oneself. It's okay, I'm going to use discernment. Women are preset with that because they're also the ones that can reproduce, not create, reproduce another suit. And then
You know,
something.
I can stand the fuck up, Dominic, and I swear to God.
Who you get mad at now? Who you getting mad at?
No, I'm not going to swear to God. I'm not mad at all. But I'm
Okay,
saying,
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I stand on it. Is okay. I'm not going to fucking disturb people from their rest or their sleep. But either way, you know what I mean? You want to play this fucking, okay, we'll turn into a fucking nightmare if you really want to. But I won't. I won't have to do anything. Right? I'm not going to fucking fall into that little trap. So either way, yeah.
But you're in a cage. Maybe that's the reason why you're in a cage. You're supposed to be held back.
That's an ironic name.
No, but that could be a valid, energetic name.
Should I call it uncaged? Should I change my to uncaged?
No, but maybe you are supposed to be caged, as most people are still asleep, and that's okay. You know, are we going to blame?
I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission. I'm planting seeds. I'm on a mission.
Okay, make sure you get good fertilizer.
We got great fertilizer. Every day people give fertilizer. You know, in North Korea, they make you fucking have a shit quota. They make you put it in a bucket, and then, you know, if you don't shit enough, then you don't make the quota. So
I guess I'm going to go back to the taking accountability. If a person goes and joins the military and doesn't realize how they're being played like a puppet on the string, and they say, well, I really can't be blamed. I said, no, you can take accountability for your ignorance. Now, when you're no longer in that suit, that's a different game. But right now, unless the person humbled himself and said, listen, whether I'm aware of it or not, I participated in some way. It's like when people say to me, Dominic, I don't drink fluoride. I say, what does that mean to you?
We all have. We all have.
Yes, but then I would turn around, especially if I pick up the energy from them. They think
the fucking electrician.
Once again, Nicholas, please let me.
She's in dream shit.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
What do you think?
What I'm saying is, if somebody says, and I pick up energetically that they're coming on with their ego, that I don't drink Florida, I'm like, okay, so you know, if you actually shower in it, it's even more harmful to your vessel. And that's what most people do. They talk from a very narrow position. So am I, but I just see it for what it is. I'm like, it's interesting. I don't have that kind of agenda, but for most people, they don't realize they do have an agenda. Their agenda is what's right or wrong, what do I agree or disagree. At that point, when you can fucking throw all that shit out, you can play chess, not worrying about the outcome. But for most people, they're already caught up in the outcome. I think I'm right, so therefore somebody must be wrong. What about red or left or straight?
Let him fucking win for now, or whatever. Let him win.
Who's winning? Let him who's
whatever.
losing.
I'm saying if we're playing chess, yeah, it's not winning or losing.
Yeah, but I'm just sharing out loud. Because remember, I'm always the student. The shit that how I present it, that's not for me. If people don't want to receive that, that's on them. I don't give a shit. It's my gift. Whether or not I'm full of shit or not. Okay, but I get it.
Dominic, we still have like over a half an hour left in this, so you know, it's just barely fucking touching the surface. Like, let's see how this all correlates. Well, I have to get back to business. So either way, yeah, should we continue?
I guess I say yes.
And the first few months postpartum are associated with dramatically increased daytime sleepiness for women, underscoring how deeply connected sleep is to our hormones and overall physiology across the lifespan. These distinct patterns truly highlight the dynamic nature of sleep.
We talk endlessly about getting enough sleep, but why is it so critical? Our sources mention that while we know humans absolutely need sleep, the precise functions and the full scope of its necessity are still under intense research. It feels like we're just scratching the surface.
You're spot on. While the full picture is still being painted, the primary hypotheses are incredibly compelling and touch every aspect of our well being. Sleep is thought to be vital for neural maturation and development, especially in early life. It's a critical facilitator of learning and memory consolidation. Those N2 sleep spindles and K complexes, for instance, are directly linked to reinforcing both procedural memory, the how to knowledge for skills, and declarative memory, our memory for facts and events.
So pulling an all-nighter before an exam is actually counterproductive for memory.
Absolutely. Terrible idea. There's even a fascinating hypothesis about targeted erasure of unimportant synapses during sleep. Basically, forgetting information that might clutter the neural network, decluttering our brains to make space for what truly matters, like cleaning out your mental inbox.
Huh.
Beyond memory, sleep is undeniably vital for overall cognition, clear thinking, problem solving, creativity. But it goes deeper. During sleep, particularly deep sleep, your brain undergoes an essential detox process. A system called the glymphatic system, which acts like the brain's waste disposal unit, becomes highly active during sleep. It clears out metabolic waste products like beta amyloid, which are generated by intense neural activity in the awake brain. Think of it as a nightly pressure wash for your brain.
Wow. Okay. Clearing out the junk.
Exactly. It also plays a crucial role in the conservation of metabolic energy, allowing the body to reduce its energy expenditure and recover. Ultimately, all these functions come together to restore a fundamental balance among neuronal centers, which is absolutely necessary for overall physical and mental health.
The clinical significance seems huge then.
Profound. Since humans spend about 1/3 of their lives asleep, any disruption has far reaching consequences. Lack of sleep directly impacts our memory, our ability to think clearly, and can lead to serious neurological dysfunction, manifesting as mood swings, heightened irritability, impaired decision making, and in severe cases, even hallucinations.
Right.
Chronic sleep deprivation also carries a significantly higher risk of developing serious long term health issues like obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease, making it a critical public health concern. With an estimated 50 to 70 million Americans chronically suffering from various sleep disorders, it's clear that sleep quality is of immense clinical relevance. It profoundly impacts individual well being, daily functioning, and overall quality of life, not just for the individual, but for their families and communities too. It's a systemic issue.
So what happens when this intricate and delicate sleep cycle gets disrupted? We've learned how precise and vital it is, but our sources detail several common disorders that affect millions, turning that restorative rest into a source of chronic distress and significant health issues.
Indeed. Many conditions can significantly alter sleep quality and the crucial time spent in each sleep stage. Things like depression, traumatic brain injury, TBI, certain medications, and disturbances in our internal clocks, circadian rhythm disorders can all throw it off balance. To precisely diagnose these complex issues, a polysonogram is considered the gold standard. It's that overnight sleep study.
Where they hook you up to all the wires.
Exactly. It records a wealth of physiological data, brain waves, eye movements, muscle activity, heart rhythm, oxygen levels, airflow, breathing effort. It gives a detailed minute-by-minute picture of what's truly happening throughout the night.
Okay, so what are some of the big ones? Sleep apnea comes up a lot.
It does. Among the most common sleep disorders is sleep apnea. This condition involves recurrent episodes where your airway collapses or gets obstructed, typically during the deeper sleep stages of N3 and REM. These collapses momentarily stop or significantly reduce breathing, which consequently reduces the time spent in those restorative deep sleep stages. The result: fragmented sleep and, crucially, excessive daytime drowsiness, often leading to fatigue, poor concentration, irritability, and even serious cardiovascular strain over time.
And there are different types, right?
Yes. Our sources distinguish between two main types: central sleep apnea, which is a brain signaling issue. The brain intermittently fails to tell the respiratory muscles to breathe. And the much more common obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA, which is a mechanical problem involving a partial or complete blockage of the upper airway, often due to relaxed throat muscles during sleep.
Got it. Then there's something called REM sleep behavior disorder. That
Yeah.
sounds dramatic.
It can be REM sleep behavior disorder, or RBD. During normal REM sleep, as we discussed, our muscles are atonic paralyzed. It's a crucial protective mechanism. In RBD, however, this temporary paralysis is disturbed. This allows individuals to physically act out often vivid, unpleasant, or even violent dreams with vocalizations, shouting, and sudden, sometimes dangerous limb movements.
Whoa. So people are literally fighting things in their sleep.
Pretty much. While the exact cause isn't fully known, it's frequently associated with neurodegenerative conditions like Parkinson's disease or Lewy body dementia. It can often be an early sign. Interestingly, it can also be a side effect of certain antidepressant medications. Imagine the distress of waking up having punched a wall or your bed partner because you were dreaming.
Yeah, that's intense. What about narcolepsy? People falling asleep suddenly.
Narcolepsy is another significant sleep cycle disorder. It's characterized by persistent, overwhelming daytime sleepiness, often punctuated by irresistible urges to sleep, sometimes called sleep attacks. It's frequently accompanied by brief episodes of sudden muscle weakness, known as cataplexy, which can be triggered by strong emotions like laughter, surprise, or anger.
So, like, someone laughs hard and their knees buckle.
Exactly. What's remarkable about narcolepsy is that individuals often skip the initial NREM sleep phases and fall directly into REM sleep, even during short naps. This leads to an irregular sleep pattern and severely limits their vital deep sleep. N3. The sudden loss of muscle strength during cataplexy is essentially the body entering that atonic, paralyzed state of REM sleep unexpectedly during wakefulness, usually lasting seconds to minutes.
That must be incredibly disruptive to daily life.
Extremely. Then there's some nambulism or sleepwalking. This is particularly common in school age children, and it's important to clarify a common misconception here. Sleepwalking occurs during the NREM phases, usually N3, the deepest sleep stage. Crucially, individuals who are sleepwalking are not acting out their dreams because vivid dreaming happens in REM, where the body is paralyzed.
Right. Good distinction.
Instead, it's believed to be due to an immature or still maturing sleep cycle in children, where the proper sleep-wake cycles aren't yet fully regulated. It's like a partial arousal from deep sleep. Sleepwalking is often associated with common, seemingly purposeful behaviors like dressing, eating, walking around, even trying to leave the house, though the individual typically has no memory of it upon waking.
And finally, the big one, insomnia. Probably the most common complaint.
Definitely the most widespread sleep complaint globally. It's defined as persistent difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing non restorative sleep, leading to significant distress or impairment in daytime function, despite having adequate opportunity for sleep.
So it's not just having one bad night, it's persistent.
Exactly. It affects approximately 10% of the general population chronically. While it's common, effective treatment is crucial. Non-medication options, most notably cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, or CBTI, are often the first line of treatment. CBTI helps individuals identify and change the thoughts and behaviors like worrying in bed, irregular schedules that contribute to their sleep problem.
And medication.
Pharmacologic therapies are also available, including benzodiazepines, non-benzodiazepine hypnotics, Z-drugs, melatonin receptor agonists, and certain antidepressants. Benzodiazepines, for instance, specifically work by increasing the arousal threshold in N3 and REM sleep and also decrease the total time spent in these stages. This can make them useful for treating conditions like night terrors and sleepwalking that occur in these deeper sleep stages by sort of suppressing them.
It's clear that sleep is absolutely crucial for optimal functioning, but the consequences of not getting enough or having consistently fragmented sleep really hit home.
Right.
It's not just about feeling tired, it impacts your entire system.
You're absolutely right. Beyond the specific sleep disorders we've just discussed, the broader systemic health impacts of sleep dysfunction are severe and far reaching. For example, studies have shown that patients who have experienced a traumatic brain injury, or TBI, often experience prolonged sleep onset latencies, meaning it takes them much longer to fall asleep.
That makes sense after a brain injury.
Right. They also report significantly shorter total sleep time, more frequent nighttime awakenings, and crucially, less REM sleep compared to healthy individuals. This significantly contributes to poor overall sleep quality, increased daytime dysfunction, chronic fatigue, and often a reliance on more sleep medication, severely impacting their quality of life and hindering their recovery process.
So sleep disruption can really snowball.
It really can. The overall picture for anyone with chronic sleep issues is bleak. A pervasive lack of quality sleep is strongly linked to a higher risk of developing serious long term health issues like obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. More broadly, it profoundly impairs general well being, the ability to function effectively in daily life, whether that's at work, at school, or in relationships. It can disrupt family dynamics, strain personal relationships, and significantly diminish one's ability to care for oneself or others. It's not just a personal inconvenience, it's a systemic issue that impacts public health and societal productivity on a grand scale.
Okay, here's where it gets truly fascinating. This is the pivot. What if we could take this incredibly intricate understanding of human and biological sleep cycles, all the stages, brain waves, chemical symphonies, and apply it as a grand, sweeping metaphor to something as monumental as human society? Our sources suggest that society itself might operate like a sleep cycle. It's a big idea.
It really is an aha moment that the sources present, offering a unique lens through which to view collective human experience. The core idea is this: if individual human sleep provides a homeostatic balance, a crucial equilibrium between physical regeneration for the body and cognitive emotional processing for the mind, then perhaps societal organization reflects a similar cyclical balance of roles and functions. Our sources particularly focus on what they call alpha societies, those characterized by dominance, innovation, control. It's a bold thought. Societies might, in a very real metaphorical sense, have their own NREM and REM phases, their own rhythms of intense activity, necessary repair, and visionary dreaming.
So, in this grand, sweeping analogy, what social groups or functions would correspond to each specific sleep stage? How do the layers of society map onto this biological blueprint of our sleep?
Our sources draw direct and quite thought provoking correlations. First, NRM1 and NREM2 are light sleep stages, are analogous to the peripheral social layers.
Peripheral layers, like who?
This includes the working class, the vast service sectors, informal economies. These are, in a societal sense, the most vulnerable and responsive parts of society, much like light sleep processes, recent sensory inputs, and prepares the brain for deeper integration. They are highly attuned to external fluctuations, economic shifts, policy changes, immediate consumer demands, and they respond to and help stabilize initiatives from the upper classes. Much like light sleep helps stabilize the transition into deeper states, they are the daily operators executing the visions.
Okay, the frontline workers, the service industry. Makes sense. What about deep sleep? N3.
Moving to NREM3, our deep sleep stage, this correlates with the institutional foundations of society. This represents the vital underlying infrastructure, the unwavering rule of law, and the core systems of power. Think of the judiciary, the military, fundamental scientific bodies, the education system, civil service. Just as deep sleep is profoundly physically restorative for the individual, these systems maintain society's structural integrity, continuity, and long term health.
The bedrock systems.
Exactly. This is where the crucial, often invisible, bureaucratic, and systemic maintenance occurs, akin to the brain performing synaptic pruning and cellular repair during slow wave sleep. These are the unsung heroes ensuring the machinery of society runs smoothly, anchoring collective reality.
And then REM sleep, the paradoxical stage. How does that map onto society?
And then we have REM sleep, which our sources align with the alpha class or the cultural innovation layer. This is where the paradoxical nature of REM truly aligns with the societal metaphor. Remember, the individual brain in REM is highly active, buzzing with creativity, abstract thought, but the body is temporarily paralyzed. This parallels the elite strata, the alpha class, who engage in high level strategic thinking, significant cultural innovation, artistic creation, global governance. They're often quite detached from the manual mechanisms of production and enforcement. Like REM's crucial role in creativity, emotional integration, and dreaming up new possibilities, these societal alphas dictate narratives, shape ideologies, and chart future trajectories for the collective. They are the dreamers and the visionaries for society as a whole.
Wow, that's a striking comparison.
The key insight here, what's truly crucial to grasp, is the oscillation. Just as REM and deep sleep alternate throughout the night to consolidate functions and repair the body, the alpha strata, the visionaries, and foundational institutions, the maintainers, must continuously oscillate their influence and priorities to maintain a resilient and adaptable society.
So you need both in balance.
Absolutely. A society that functions primarily in a rigid NREM only mode, focusing solely on maintenance and routine without enough of the creative, disruptive energy of REM, becomes stagnant and inflexible, unable to innovate or adapt. Conversely, a society without enough of the grounding, restorative deep sleep The N3 SWS, provided by strong institutions and infrastructure, becomes chaotic, unstable, and unable to maintain its structural integrity. Much like a chronic sleep-deprived brain, a healthy society needs the full rhythm.
This is a powerful analogy. If societies can be seen as having a sleep cycle, then it logically follows that they can also suffer from sleep disorders.
Yeah.
What does that look like on a grand societal scale? Are we seeing signs of social insomnia or collective narcolepsy around us today?
This raises a profoundly important question, and our sources propose striking parallels. Let's consider insomnia, for example, that persistent inability to fall or stay asleep. On a societal level, this mirrors a culture plagued by hypersurveillance, relentless demands for 247 productivity, and a pervasive lack of rest, reflection, or quiet.
Sounds familiar.
Right. It's a society unable to unplug from constant stimulation, leading to chronic stress, collective burnout, and a persistent state of hyperalertness that prevents deep, restorative collective reflection or structural repair. Think of the constant news cycle, digital notifications, the pressure to always be on leaves no room for society to truly sleep.
Okay, what about REM behavior disorder, acting out dreams?
In the societal metaphor, this parallels elite overreach. This is when cultural visionaries, the alpha class, brimming with new, often abstract ideas, attempt to implement those visions without sufficient grounding in structural readiness, practical capabilities, or widespread public engagement.
So big ideas push too fast without checking reality.
Exactly. It's like having vivid dreams that lead to physical actions completely detached from reality, which can be disastrous for the collective body. Imagine grand policies or social movements pushed through without considering the foundational institutions or the lived experiences of the peripheral layers. It's dreams without a body to support them.
And narcolepsy, sudden sleep attacks.
This strikingly resembles social upheaval or revolution. It parallels those unpredictable, uncontrolled creative surges or revolutionary bursts that emerge suddenly and powerfully, disrupting the established order. Often, these rapid shifts occur without the underlying stability, careful preparation, or foundational strength required to sustain them. This can lead to volatile transitions where a society might experience intense, high energy bursts of change that lack the steady, grounded support to truly integrate, like lurching between intense activity and collapse.
So if the alpha class or stratum represents the REM phase in this metaphor, buzzing with ideas and vision, what happens if a society becomes too REM heavy? What are the consequences of an overabundance of this particular sleep state?
That's a critical question for our contemporary world. In alpha societies, where the elite class functions predominantly as the REM phase, highly strategic, abstract, constantly innovating, but often ungrounded from daily realities, a critical imbalance can emerge. Our sources warn that without the counterbalancing influence of deep sleep, institutional legitimacy, structural repair, or even light sleep, public engagement, social cohesion, functionality, the collective becomes deeply disassociated.
Disassociated, how so?
It's analogous to a brain that dreams vividly, constantly generating new ideas and visions, but is profoundly unable to act on those ideas effectively or to repair its own fundamental structures. Think about a brain that is REM heavy without sufficient slow wave sleep. It develops severe issues like emotional instability, memory fragmentation, cognitive fatigue, even psychosis. Similarly, a society overwhelmingly dominated by intellectual elite ideas, without consistent grassroots repair, ethical regulation, or genuine responsiveness to public sentiment, becomes ideologically volatile. It grows disconnected from practical realities, making it prone to collapse under the weight of its own abstractions. It's a society that talks and theorizes beautifully, but struggles to build, maintain, or sustain its own foundational well being. A society of endless, ungrounded dreams.
Here's where we dive even deeper into those alpha and beta labels that are thrown around so casually. Our sources tell us that these aren't truly scientific classifications of personality or fixed identities, but rather postures. Can you unpack that for us? What does that mean, a posture?
That's an excellent point. What's truly fascinating here is that alpha and beta are, at their core, social constructs. They're terms used to define perceived dominance or submission, high or low status within a hierarchy. But in human context, they are not rigid, innate roles you're born into. Instead, they are ways individuals perform power or status based on perceived social scripts and situations.
So it's a performance, not who you are.
Largely, yes. For instance, many alpha performances, while appearing outwardly confident, aren't necessarily indicators of inherent strength. Surprisingly, our sources suggest they can often be compensatory mechanisms, a form of social armor masking internal insecurity or past trauma, protecting the psyche from revisiting feelings of helplessness. It's much like REM sleep itself, intensely active and vivid, but fundamentally paralyzed at the bodily level, creating visions without direct physical engagement. The performance can be a defense.
And the beta posture, often seen as passive.
Right, popularly equated with passivity or agreeableness. Yet our sources suggest that individuals adopting beta postures are often not weak, but are deeply rooted in systems of functionality and support. They are the slow wave sleep of society. Stable, consistent, often humble, but absolutely indispensable for maintenance, emotional depth, and practical execution.
The quiet foundation.
Exactly. While they may not perform for status, they're frequently the ones who enable the practical day-to-day functionality of social, familial, and organizational systems. They do the unseen foundational work, the crucial support, even if they aren't glorified for it. They are the bedrock.
This understanding allows us to refine our metaphorical map, moving beyond that simplistic alpha versus beta dichotomy and seeing a more nuanced range of roles that mirror the sleep cycle, like upgrading the map.
Precisely. The sources guide us beyond that binary, suggesting a more complete range of archetypes. First, the alpha archetype aligns with REM sleep, representing the visionary. Dominant, performative, vivid in their ideas, but potentially vulnerable without grounding. They generate the new ideas.
Okay.
Next, the beta archetype correlates with NREM3, slow wave sleep, becoming the grounder. Supportive, consistent, vital for maintenance, stability, and emotional depth. The stable, slow wave sleep of society, the builders.
Visionary and grounder. Makes sense.
Are there-
Are there others?
Yes, our sources introduce more complex archetypes. The sigma archetype, linked to circadian drift or maybe atypical REM intrusions, manifests as the lone wolf or nonconformist.
The outsider.
Kind of. This reflects an individual intentionally detached from mainstream structures, often performing outsiderhood. They operate on their own rhythm, like an atypical sleep pattern. They often offer innovative yet disruptive insights from the periphery, seeing things others miss.
Interesting. And the last one, omega.
And finally, the omega archetype, aligning with sleep disorder or fragmentation, emerges as the disruptor or the rejected. These are often highly creative or deeply traumatized individuals alienated from the mainstream. They represent a fragmented or broken sleep cycle at the societal level, often pushing for radical change, sometimes destructively, driven by a need to break the existing cycle. They can be the whistleblowers, the outcasts, the dream breakers who expose hidden truths or dysfunctions.
It seems this whole alpha versus beta thing often comes from really misinterpreting animal behavior, doesn't it? Like we took a flawed idea from wolves and slapped it onto humans.
You've really put your finger on it. The popular understanding arises from outdated and largely misinterpreted animal behavior studies, particularly those on wolf packs. It's a pervasive myth. In reality, modern research shows wolf packs don't have alphas in that rigid dominance driven sense. They're primarily family units with fluid, often parental leadership that shifts based on context. We applied a simplistic, flawed understanding to vastly more complex humans.
Right. Humans are way more complicated.
Far more nuanced and modular beings. We don't inhabit a single fixed role. Someone can effortlessly be an alpha at work, strong leadership, decisive, but that same individual might then be a beta at home, supportive, agreeable, maybe even submissive in their family dynamic.
So we shift roles constantly.
Exactly. This fluidity profoundly reinforces the core idea.
Hmm.
We cycle through different roles based on context, hormones, environment. Much like the brain cycles through sleep states for optimal function, a healthy human adapts and shifts their social posture. It's about flexibility.
It's not just what role we play, but when we play it. Is there a timing aspect to these postures, a chronobiology of power, as our sources hint? Does our social performance have a rhythm?
That's a fascinating insight. And yes, absolutely. Our sources suggest a distinct chronobiology of power. These social postures are often phase locked to specific conditions or times. Alpha posturing, for example, is frequently a time bound strategy, a performance to assert control during social uncertainty or flux. It's highly performative, seeks external validation, much like REM sleep intensifies later in the night, driven by accumulated psychic material needing processing. It's the moment for vision.
And beta.
Conversely, beta posturing is often time deferred. It's rooted in long-term investment, consistent service, systemic support, reflecting deep sleep's invisible but essential role in anchoring memory, repair, and restoring the body over time. Beta is about patient foundational work. The key insight is that society doesn't need permanent alphas or betas. It needs different personas at different developmental stages, different times, different contexts. Just as the body needs different sleep stages at different times, society needs the right posture at the right time. It's about adaptation.
In our hyper-connected, social media-driven age, there's a huge incentive to perform those alpha signals, always appear dominant, independent, in control. What happens when everyone's trying to project that singular image? What's the collective cost?
That's a critical question, and the answer is quite stark. When REM-like behavior, that constant state of ideation, self-projection, performative dynamism, is mimicked without the underlying rhythm or foundational support to sustain it, it leads to a cascade of societal dysfunctions. You inevitably get a pervasive burnout culture, everyone exhausted from constant performance and chasing validation. It generates empty charisma, a facade of leadership lacking substance. We see increased social fragmentation as hyper-individualism detaches people from collective purpose.
So it's unsustainable.
Totally. The sources paint a vivid
Oh,
picture. You
are you
simply
there,
cannot
Kate?
have a world where everyone dreams loudly and nobody maintains the body, where everyone's a visionary and no one is a caretaker, a builder, a grounder. It's like a brain constantly stuck in REM without restorative NREM. It suffers emotional instability, memory fragmentation, cognitive fatigue, eventually psychic collapse. Similarly, a society obsessed with constant alpha performance will talk beautifully but struggle to build, maintain, or sustain itself. The system needs balance.
So if we move beyond these static labels, alpha and beta, and embrace the idea of dynamic postures, how should we then think about identity itself? What is the true nature of the self in this context of constant rhythm and change?
Our sources suggest that the psyche, much like sleep itself, is fundamentally nonlinear. It's not made of fixed traits you possess permanently, but of oscillatory phases, constantly shifting. Identity states are phase sensitive,
Phase sensitive.
meaning they manifest differently depending on the internal and external context. REM-like identities, our alpha archetype, are dream-driven, embodying social ambition, charisma, future-facing vision, the parts of us that envision and perform. In contrast, NREM-like identities, our beta archetypes, are body-grounded, focused on systemic participation, patience, repair, the parts of us that build, maintain, support. Just like brainwaves shift, human personas shift across time within different hierarchies, in intimacy, under stress. People don't become alpha permanently. They occupy alpha states when required, like the brain enters REM to process deep psychic content. We are not fixed roles, we are temporal processes.
This idea of shifting roles and archetypes resonates through our stories, doesn't it? Myths, movies, we see these phases playing out.
It absolutely does. The dreamer archetype, embodying REM alpha, appears throughout myth as figures who challenge and innovate. Think Prometheus stealing fire, Lucifer questioning order. In modern narratives, Odysseus the strategist or Tony Stark the brilliant, audacious innovator, they disrupt.
And the builder, and RM beta.
Personified by figures like Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, Noah building the ark through steadfast dedication. In pop culture, Samwise Gamgee, Frodo's loyal companion, or Alfred from Batman, the unwavering maintainers providing the indispensable foundation. What's crucial is that the heroic journey often relies on the REM-driven individual needing the NREM character to stabilize their path, ground their visions, ensure survival. This mirrors precisely how the brain uses REM for novelty, but relies on NREM, especially slow-wave sleep, to consolidate that into reality and strengthen the neural architecture.
So extending this even further, society itself is like a giant scaled-up brain with different brain waves or roles operating simultaneously, a kind of collective consciousness.
Precisely. The concept is that institutions, people, media, technology collectively form a social neurophysiology. Alphas are the cultural creatives, visionaries, provocateurs, society's REM thinkers. Betas are the engineers, administrators, teachers, caretakers, the NREM, slow wave sleep stabilizers. Our sources even introduce more. Sigmas as hackers, lone geniuses, radical independents like REM intelligence offering insights from the periphery. Omegas as whistleblowers, outcasts, dream breakers exposing hidden dysfunction.
That's a complex picture.
And the analogy powerfully holds. If REM dominates the brain without deep sleep, you get psychosis. If deep sleep dominates without REM, you get stagnation. Similarly, a society dominated by alpha posturing collapses into unregulated ambition. One overly rooted in beta order stifles innovation. Balance and oscillation are key.
It sounds like holding onto these postures too rigidly or feeling forced into them can even be a form of trauma response, disrupting a healthy cycle of self.
This is a critical and deeply poignant point. Often the alpha posture isn't inherent, but a defense mechanism against early powerlessness or insecurity, a social armor to mask vulnerability. to feel in control. Similarly, the beta posture can be a withdrawal and adaptive compliance to avoid confrontation or exclusion. Over time, these roles can become calcified, creating rigid identities disconnected from the soul's full range.
Like getting stuck.
Exactly. The sleep metaphor here is poignant. Just as PTSD profoundly interrupts healthy sleep cycles, fragmenting deep sleep, increasing nightmares, psychological trauma disrupts our identity cycles. It locks individuals into rigid roles that may no longer serve them, preventing natural oscillation. Healing, therefore, both in sleep science and identity, is fundamentally about restoring rhythm, fluidity, and safety to these disrupted cycles, allowing for natural movement and expression of the full spectrum of our being.
And beyond alpha and beta, our sources hint at an even deeper, almost mystical dimension, something called the delta state. This feels like the truly uncharted territory.
This is where we step into profound territory, bridging science and ancient wisdom. In sleep science, delta waves are the slowest, highest amplitude frequencies, characteristic of N3 deep NREM sleep, associated with unconscious healing, physical restoration, even ego dissolution.
Ego dissolution.
A letting go. Spiritually, the delta state is described as the space of pure mystical awareness, pre-egoic and post-egoic consciousness, where transcendent insight can be accessed sometimes from near-death experiences or deep meditation. The underground river of consciousness. Our sources describe the delta archetype in spiritual traditions. The hermit, the oracle speaking riddles, the madman who sees truth, even the dead speaking in dreams. In modern terms, shamans, profound healers, whistleblowers sacrificing social standing for deeper truth, or burned out geniuses rejecting the social game.
So these aren't typical social roles.
Not at all. Crucially, delta states cannot be performed. They're not about status. They are entered through profound, often challenging experiences. Deep grief, solitude, severe illness, psychedelic revelation, extreme surrender. A society that fears or neglects its delta class, those embodying this deep, silent wisdom, loses its soul. Without mystics, it becomes sterile. Without death walkers embracing change, it fears it. Without prophets speaking uncomfortable truths, it clings to dying structures, lacking capacity for renewal.
Wow, that's a heavy thought.
And there's an esoteric truth here. All mystical traditions hold this hidden law. Descent precedes ascension. The hero must metaphorically die to their old self before rebirth. The ego must dissolve before true, selfless leadership arises. The deepest truths are found not in dominance, not in noise, but in surrender to the void, in the quiet, receptive space. This is the Delta law. Profound transformation happens in silence, beneath language, beneath status, in the unseen depths. Hashtag outro.
So what have we learned from this incredible deep dive? We started with the hard science of REM and NREM sleep, the vital functions each stage performs: memory, repair, emotional processing. Then we stretched that understanding, seeing how societies, groups, even our individual identities can mirror these same dynamic cycles. We saw that the rigid labels of alpha and beta are often just temporary postures, fleeting performances, not fixed realities.
What's most profound here, I think, is the powerful call to move beyond those rigid hierarchies and superficial labels. A truly resilient individual or a thriving, adaptable society isn't about permanently inhabiting one persona or getting stuck in one sleep stage. It's about recognizing that we are each an entire sleep cycle, constantly oscillating. The true alpha, if such a thing exists, isn't the person who dominates, but the one who masters the entire rhythm, knowing when to lead, when to rest, when to support, and crucially, when to simply be to enter that deep, restorative, transformative delta state.
So, as you go about your day, maybe today or this week, consider this. If your personal identity is a dynamic sleep cycle, what stage are you in right now? Are you in a REM-like dreaming state, full of ideas, maybe a bit detached? Or are you in the deep NREM phase, focused on repair, grounding, quiet work? And what does your personal and collective ecosystem really need from you in this moment?
And beyond that, if a healthy society, like a healthy mind, needs to cycle through all these archetypes, visionary, builder, lone wolf, forgotten mystic, then perhaps the future doesn't belong to the alpha or the beta as we've known them. It belongs to the one who can integrate them all, moving with grace and rhythm, like the night itself. To dream vividly but also ground deeply, lead when called, support when needed, to truly vanish when it's time to vanish, and to return not as who you were, but as who you became in the profound silence of Delta.
Something truly deep to mull over, isn't it? Thanks for joining us on this deep dive.
Wow. Okay, first of all, the sun is literally epically setting for me right now over the coastal mountain range. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. And hopefully, Cage, you'll trickle back here, but that was impressive.
Was that good, Ezra?
It was really good. And it was the parts where so first of all, they did a great job of dissecting sleep. And they touched on, they even touched on CBTI.
Oh, wow.
Cognitive behavioral therapy. And like briefly, but still, like they mentioned that and they mentioned all these other aspects. And then, and like I was saying earlier, like they broke it down even into the different parts of the brain and then even the different hormones.
Well, you know why? You know why, Ezra? It's because I spent the time to look into the proper sources and put it into one thing.
It was
And then I made
really
it
good. And
generative.
then it
I'm
was
really good at research and stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah, it was also then whatever you put in for it to do the societal breakdown, it came up with stuff I had never even thought about. That's something we need to reference back. I mean, did you hear that part? It was literally talking about like
What, should I charge people for this?
it's so good.
Wow, thank you.
It was like wow, like I would really like
Wow.
to,
Mind
I
blowing.
would really like to listen to that second.
Would you
that
like
sec-
okay? Would you like me to send you an open link to it?
Yes, I would really appreciate that.
I got you.
Because like this is stuff I've talked about, as you know, a lot. I've been talking
Well,
about
I'm
this like since I
multitasking.
first came on to YouTube and their breakdown of how they got into the Sigma and the Omega aspect as well.
Mhm.
Wow.
I missed a bunch of it. I'm gonna have to go back and.
You need to re-listen.
Review it.
You will it's gonna blow your mind.
Oh wow. All
That
right,
part
so
especially it's the societal structure breakdown part.
I'm sure there's a way here. Like I don't know why it's not showing me to make it public. So I can send you a public link. Oh right. Oh, it's right here. Okay, here. Copy share. There you go. It's in the private chat for you. You know, since they're an expert at
I'm
this
gonna
stuff,
save
apparently.
the fuck out of this. And I can access
There you
this
go.
from a website, right?
Yeah, just simply click the link and you can review it and look at it anytime you like.
Oh my god.
12
That was
o'clock.
so good.
There you go. Yeah, some people don't play around, you know?
And I need to hear it again because I need to be able to dissect what they were saying a little bit more. There's a potential that some of it might be a little fluffy in a couple spots. Otherwise, though, it was like it was solid. It totally got it.
Oh yeah, right. It was pretty on point, huh?
Yeah, I'm a little emotional over it. It was so good.
You're emotional. You have emotions, Ezra? Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, shut up.
It's a joke.
I know, sorry, and I'm joking too, as you know.
So is anyone going to join the link? We have apparently 4 people there. I have lots of work to do here. I'm still going to make dinner or breakfast or lunch or whatever at the end. I'm meal prepped. Then we're going to join, or what is it? I'm going to drop the link in there again. What other topics would you like to explore? Oh, we got maggot.
I think that one has my mind rolling, and I'll have.
Is that too much? It's too much for one sitting.
Well, no, just like I want to dissect it more mentally, but like
Megan's saying, what about people with no personality that sleep all the time?
yeah, right. Like that, like they were suggesting
Megan says you want
personality type.
$3.
That was the thing. And then they were talking about how people like flux and flow out of that. But then they were talking about people with like extreme, like can have extreme psychosis on one side versus like the loneliness factor and how they kind of play into how that factors into like a sleep cycle.
But
It
nobody's
was
truly
so
ever
good.
alone. Nobody's truly ever alone. You got the big Geo stairs taking care of everybody.
I was able to download it as a WAV file.
There you go. Now you have it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So do whatever you want with it. And don't claim it as their own. Like try to make it.
Oh, I won't. And I will give all credit to you at putting that together.
Do whatever you want with it, okay? But at least like credit me.
I don't know exactly how.
Because I put my fucking time into it. So yeah, don't like be like, oh, it's mine. No,
but
okay, it's a
collaboration.
Okay, actually, you know what? It's yours. Do whatever you want with it.
No, it's a collab because you definitely looked up whatever you looked up research wise, especially on the
Well,
societal.
I'm good at
structure part, I gave
finding
you
certain things.
zero direction on. So, yeah.
But anyways, do whatever you like with it. I won't even put it on my channel. Okay, it's yours. Do whatever you want.
It will just.
Even if
I'll
I
use
did,
it
it's not
for.
like
I'll use it.
it's not like
you
I've
know
ever
what?
taken a single solitary fucking penny off of anybody either way. So
You
what
know
does it
what,
matter?
Gage? You know what
Yeah.
I'm gonna do? I'm
What?
gonna save it. I'm gonna break it apart, and I'm gonna turn it into like one of a podcast that you can come and join me for. That I'll do
Well,
like a
no, I'm
little.
fine. I'd rather do my own thing, but thank you for the invitation.
Okay, if you don't want to, because like I would do like an interview with you, asking you questions based on.
No,
like,
I'm not trying to be interviewed. Thank you.
Okay.
But yeah, just have that. Do whatever you want with it. It's yours now. Simple.
I'm still
It's
getting
called a
credit.
gift. It's a gift for you.
I appreciate it, and you're still getting it because that's how
Yeah,
I
no
roll.
problem, no problem. No, it's fun for me. I learned.
Yeah. Yeah, I learn every day, and I have so much ahead of me with this project. So
Look what we got. Look what we got, magazine. I got the hospital in court waiting for my lawyer to ring. Oh.
What? For real?
Yeah. Yeah, last time they fucking put my grandmother in the hospital, you know what I mean? I kept calling. I'm relentless. So I kept calling until I got put to the right person. I'm like, they just hear from me, you know? I'm like, yeah, you better release her tomorrow. And guess what? She was out tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, so are you in the hospital right now, Maggot? I'm sorry, man.
No, he's gonna be just fine, guaranteed. Because it's brought to my attention. I don't know. Where I could pull. There's no draining of energy when you know how to bring it from the ether.
I hear
Yeah,
that.
unlimited. No,
Yeah, I
beyond
know. I
words.
know.
Infinite. So it doesn't matter. Maggot is fine. Look, I'm gonna clap my hands 3 times. Done. Gone. That's it.
You
It's 'cause
fucking
I fucked
kid.
my operation.
You
I've been
fucking
paying since
kid.
2020. We can get rid of it.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're at home. My friend, my
See?
my business partner Kevin, has a long history of fucked up back operations. But he's doing really well. We both talked a lot about our game plans and stuff.
Game
And plus,
plan? Why are you playing a game? What do you mean? You need a plan to play a game?
no,
No.
get our shit in order. Which means
There
that
you
he
go.
pays
Enjoy.
this, like, because he literally pays for my existence, so he
He
gets
pays for
massage
your
for it.
existence.
Yeah, he's my boss.
He's our boss.
Yep, he is my boss.
Okay.
But we're best friends, so it's a totally different agreement. But
What do you
yeah,
mean?
he pays.
Again, it's
he
none of
pays
my
my
business.
bills.
Whatever works for you, enjoy it.
Well, it's not like sexual because I have a boyfriend.
I never implied that.
I know, but I'm making that really clear because I can understand where this all could probably start sounding real weird.
Well, no, I never even thought that at all. Everyone has a quote boss unless you're self-employed.
Yeah. I've been asked before with him a lot because we're really, really close.
And even if you're self-employed, you're gonna have to kick it up to somebody either way.
Well, that's the thing. And see, actually, he and I were talking about that a bunch, and I am going to help with obviously setting up ways for us to raise funds. But I keep saying, "Oh, I'm going to do this, to get it going sooner." And he's like, "No, just chill, just take a deep breath. We got time. We got time."
Look at Maggie saying, "I'll be fine. Life is my curse." You don't have to reframe that. What do you mean, life is your curse?
Uh-oh, Maggie, don't talk that way in front of.
You said
Nicholas.
I concreted and raced motorcycles my whole life. It's my fault, really. Okay, well, guess what? Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Cause and effect. So if you did some fucked up shit, then yeah, you got to do some really good stuff in order to balance it out.
That's right. It's about
You said men are meant to look after women. Men have just lost their way. I haven't. Okay,
and
rephrase.
women are meant to take care
Okay,
of men.
man. Yeah, let's rephrase. Let's reframe or rephrase it, please.
Rephrase. Pain is my mistress, and she never leaves. Megan, I love you.
I'm gonna fucking move like Megan. Why don't you get on the panel, please, for once? For once. I'm gonna fucking drop the link. Please join. I don't know why you're so stubborn. You will never join the fucking panel. You just sit there all day and chat in the fucking thing. It's kind of weird. Join the
Megan,
panel.
you remember Kevin, right? Kevin's back I mean, we've been back in play for a while now, but we officially have a foundation.
Oh, but you have a plan to game people, right?
Yep, that's exactly what that's about.
You got a plan to game people. Oh, there you go. You finally got some
No, that's not what I'm doing at
Said
all.
I'm waiting for the lawyer. Is it a okay?
He did say that earlier.
The fuckers.
Fucking lawyer. Put his number in the chat. I'll call him.
You guys are fucking annoying.
Why are you making Megan wait? The guys are like, who the fuck is
Yeah,
Megan?
Let me call up the lawyer. Be like, you better get the fuck over there to Megan and make sure everything is resolved. Hurry up. Is it a Jewish lawyer? I got two
gets a
magic
free
words.
massage.
Jewish lawyer. Last time I
Megan-
was in court, they magically disappeared the evidence, right? So let's do that. I gave a van to a lady who feeds homeless people. Well
course you
done,
did.
Megan. You know what I mean? So you're doing better.
Of course you did.
I'm not the judge. I don't know you. I've never had a conversation because you refused to join.
I've known him in
Oh, an Italian lawyer. Okay, well, Italian is a
never, but known Megan.
Italian is a language.
Megan, you've been around since I was on Bernie's
I got
channel.
a Chinese lawyer. Well, China is a fuck. You know, people don't speak Chinese, right?
Italian lawyer.
Well, you understand people don't speak Chinese, right? It's mostly Mandarin or Cantonese.
Yeah, I forgot that, but I do remember hearing
Well, they
that.
speak Chinese. That's not a language. Fucking ridiculous.
Kind of semantics, though, too, at the end of the day. Yeah, Megan,
No, it's
isn't that
called
how I know
common
you?
sense.
Or do I know you from 007? Do you used to follow me?
Yeah,
when
last time I was on 007s, I seen somebody with a similar avatar, some Australian woman with a
you
little
probably don't
smug
know
on her
this.
face, like a duper's delight, and she was like, kind of
Paige,
weird.
you know that's how I got started on YouTube, and that was at the
Oh,
start
of
of the
course. Okay, that was the first and only time I ever been over there.
And I used to do a show with Richie, and I did a show together.
Who's Richie?
With
I don't know
Roxanne.
who these people are.
You don't?
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were over there.
One time.
Okay, well, then you kind of know who they are.
Okay, who's Richie? Is that the guy who goes under 007?
007, and he's been over on
there,
Close.
it's not that hard to piece together. There, now we have his name. Good job.
I think that's how I know Megan, and that would have been 2020.
But this Australian lady, I don't know who she was, but she had some avatar that's similar to other people's avatars. And she went on camera and she was like kind of laughing with like little like it's called Duper's Delight. So I don't know what kind of fucking weird game they're trying to play. But look, you just admitted it. You said, "Oh, he's my boss. We're gonna play a game."
What the fuck
So
are
what's
you saying?
what's going on here?
What psychosis did you just go down?
What is going on? Oh, okay. Now you're gonna flip it on me. What psychosis? I'm connecting dots that are obvious here. I said, okay, I got one dot, I got two dots, I got three, and then you connect them together.
Sure.
What do you get a line, or you get a triangle? So what are you talking about?
Okay, do you need me to leave?
I never said that. You can leave if you
I'm
like.
just trying to figure out what you're trying to prove.
Oh my god. Your little manipulation tactics don't work. People, you see it everywhere. You want to play this
No,
fucking
it
game?
doesn't. And Megan,
annoying.
see, that
Shut
was,
the fuck up with your bullshit.
it was probably Paul Cook into Bernie is probably
Okay,
how
now we're
we
hearing different names.
first started talking.
All right, so who do you think is sparking it all off?
Sparking what off?
This insanity of manipulation tactics that people try playing.
I don't think.
Oh, now he says. Mega says now I'm a confused lunatic.
I started off mud flooding. I remember Bernie. Who's Bernie?
Burn Eye.
Burn Eye?
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's. My
Weekend
friend.
at Bernie's.
You don't know Burn Eye, the Mind's Eye, Third Eye science
No.
guy?
No.
Who are you?
I'm not
Have
connected
you
to
ever looked at my channel?
I actually have never looked at your channel in my life. I'm not even joking. I've never looked at I don't know these people. It's different.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, that explains a lot then.
Well, exactly, right? I'm not connected to the people you are.
I know.
I don't want to be either at this point.
Hey, you don't need to be.
Okay, I don't need to be. Thank you. Oh, he said Bernie is a Canadian.
Yeah, he is a Canadian.
Oh, really?
You and Bernie would get along, actually. I'm surprised.
Oh, we get
you don't
along
know.
great, huh? Okay, yay.
Bernie does dude, really? Wait, because you okay?
See
We
this
need to
fucking
hook
shit?
you. Can I show
No,
you?
I'm gonna
Bernie?
mute the
Because-
fucking mic quick. Bernie is a
Okay.
good little dude, he says.
Yeah, dude, hold on, Cage. Let me explain something. This guy does like full-on science experiments and grows ormus and was like drinking his own ormus and like he works with all these other guys.
He's drinking his own what?
Ormus. He's
What is-
making his own colloidal silver and ormus in a lab. He's like a total crazy science dude.
Tell him to fuck off and go back onto the rock he crawled from.
Cage, did you reach a point of like anger? Is that like right? Like you're like 5 hours in on your broadcast and you just start like cursing everybody.
No, actually, we're 6 minutes. We're 6 hours, 4 minutes, and 18 seconds now. Yeah. I'm working the entire time getting things done. You know, I know it sounds crazy.
No, actually, I could tell, and I like that's my thing now too. If I'm going to be on, and I'm going to get off here because I need to get some good rest because I got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow.
All right, Ezra. Thank you for a lot for your participation. Have a great rest.
Yeah, and I again really appreciate the opportunity because it's been a while. I was just thinking about this because 007 and Bernie did a thing together, and Callum, who I originally talked about this, like
I don't know any of these people, but yeah,
I
continue.
know, but just let me explain. This is my OG introduction into YouTube. This is something I talked about with them 4 to 5 years ago when I first got on here. And they brought it briefly up the other day, and I brought that all back for me. And the fact that we dissected it like this was like something that like it like fulfilled something for me that I needed. I didn't even know because we hadn't.
Well, there you go. You have the file for this new thing.
I got
You
the
go share it
file.
with them and tell them, leave me the fuck alone. I don't know you. And yeah, have a great,
I won't.
have a great day.
I won't make them come over here or make you.
Have a great
interact.
Thursday.
But honestly, I'm gonna poke at you about Bernie again because I think you two would get along, and you.
I
would
don't want to
really-
be connected with any more people. Thank you very much. Leave me
But
alone.
it's like real life experiment stuff, dude.
Okay,
And
well,
he's in Canada.
real
I
life
don't think you guys live
experiment,
that
dude.
far away from each other.
All right, Ezra, get some rest. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good night.
All right, take care. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Cheers. Yeah, give me a minute, all. You know what I mean? I'm running up something for you. You gotta let it generate. I'd love to see any of you come meet me over here. You know what I mean? Meet me on the Jane. Let's see what the fuck is going on.
Okay, let's dive in. Today, we are taking a deep dive into, well, a really complex and I think compelling story. The Journey of Chalk Farm Drive. It's a community near Jane Street and Wilson Avenue right here in Toronto.
Hmm.
And it's a place that has, for a long time carried this really heavy, often negative reputation, particularly tied to crime, to
Yeah,
violence.
definitely.
But the story today, I mean, as it comes through in our sources, it's about much more than just that difficult past.
Mm.
It's really about transition, about some pretty dramatic change, and also about the challenges that, well, they still linger.
Absolutely. And for this deep dive, we're working from, well, quite a stack of reports and articles. They all focus specifically on this particular area, really zeroing in on those 4 high-rise apartment towers. You know, the ones built back in the 1970s.
Right, those specific buildings.
Exactly. And they're home to a significant number of people, the sources say around 4,000 residents. And these towers, they've really been at the heart of both the area's struggles and, importantly, its recent efforts towards revitalization.
Right. So our mission here in this deep dive is to really try and get beneath the surface. We definitely want to understand the history for sure, but maybe more importantly, we want to explore the dramatic shift in the atmosphere of this community
Hmm.
and how its relationship with authorities, especially the police, how that's changed. We'll look closely at what sparked the positive transformation, um, dig into the specific programs and initiatives that seem to be making a difference on the ground.
And crucially, I think we need to be really clear eyed about the persistent issues, the ones that haven't just, vanished.
Exactly. The goal is to give you, the listener, a truly well-informed, kind of layered picture of what life in Chalk Farm is really like now.
And I think to fully appreciate the scale of the changes we're talking about today, we absolutely have to confront those echoes of the past. Because for decades, Chalk Farm wasn't just, a place with some crime. It was, as the sources really indicate, known and often feared for its struggle with serious violence. Its reputation was, well, to put it mildly, it was notorious.
It's actually quite remarkable to think about that history when you read something like a recent police statement that's mentioned in our sources.
Yeah.
The police are saying that now the top complaints they get from residents in this area are things like garbage not being picked up
Yeah.
or minor issues on the street.
Right. Quality of life things.
Yeah.
Important, but different.
Totally different. I mean, these are concerns, yes, but certainly not guns or gangs being the top complaint. That simple statement, just about what residents are complaining about now versus what defined the area's past,
Yeah.
wow, that tells you a lot about the scale of the shift, doesn't it?
It really, really does. And that police relationship you mentioned earlier, the sources actually described the community's dynamic with the police back then as antagonistic.
Antagonistic, that's a strong word.
It is. It implies not just, a lack of cooperation, but maybe active hostility, a really deep-seated mistrust, perhaps even fear, maybe on both sides. It just wasn't a healthy relationship. And I mean, given the environment they were describing, that's sadly understandable.
And that past, it wasn't just a general feeling of unease or, higher crime stats on a chart.
Mm.
Our
Yeah, who do we
sources,
still got
they
in there? You got
highlight
2 people
specific
watching.
incidents that were
Comment
not
in
only
there
tragic,
if you
but also
can, please.
incredibly
I
disturbing.
know the 2 are
These weren't
watching.
just numbers. They were like real events
see who's
that
watching.
burned the area's
Imagine
negative
maybe
reputation
one of
into the public mind
Yeah.
and created this climate of fear for the
Who's the
people
other
actually
one?
living there.
Yes, the details in the reports are, well, they're stark. They paint a very grim picture of what life could be like there sometimes. There's that horrific story from over 30 years ago. The sources describe a teenage girl tragically falling 24 stories from one of the
Oh,
towers.
it's awful.
But the horror didn't actually end there. The sources recount that incredibly, shockingly. Her corpse was violated by a resident before the police even arrived on the scene.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That detail.
It speaks to a level of, I don't know, social breakdown, a lack of basic respect for life and dignity, that is.
Yeah. It's truly difficult to comprehend.
That kind of depravity happening right there within the building itself. It's hard to even imagine. It is. And these incidents, they continued over the years. You fast forward to 2006, and you have this almost unbelievable event where police are conducting a search of an apartment, right, in one of the towers, and the man they're investigating throws, wait for it, A grenade launcher over the balcony.
A grenade launcher.
A
Secret
grenade launcher. I mean, this isn't like shoplifting we're talking about. This points to a presence of incredibly dangerous weaponry and, frankly, a willingness to use it or just discard it recklessly right there in this residential environment.
Throwing a grenade launcher over a balcony in an apartment building. It sounds like something out of a, I don't know, really bad action movie. It was a terrifying reality for people living below or nearby.
Exactly. And then there are the more sort of personal tragedies, but equally grim, that are documented in the sources, like the man who came home to find his girlfriend had been strangled and then scalded in their bathtub.
Oh, no.
These are the kinds of awful things that happen, maybe behind closed doors, but they reflected the potential for violence and, I suppose, desperation within the community.
And the violence wasn't just confined to adults or, happening in private spaces. The sources also detail incidents that directly hit the youngest residents in places that really should have been safe.
Yeah, this is maybe the most heartbreaking part of that history, the deeply disturbing murder in 2007 of a 13-year-old boy.
Only 13.
Yeah. The sources state he was found stabbed to death in the chest and throat, rightly in the elevators of one of the buildings, surrounded by money, apparently.
In the elevators, a space every single resident uses every day, turned into a crime scene where a child lost his life.
It's a place of passage, right? A place of vulnerability, especially for a child. That image is just, it's powerful and terrible.
Yeah.
And hauntingly, the sources note that only about a month later, still in 2007, another young person was killed. An 18-year-old stabbed to death in the hallways of 160 Chalk Farm Drive.
Again, in the common areas.
Exactly. Violence happening right where residents should feel secure just moving about their building.
So, okay, when you look at this pattern, I mean, a teenage girl's body violated after a fall, a grenade launcher thrown from a balcony, a domestic homicide, and then two young people murdered in the elevators and hallways within, what, a month of each other in 2007?
Yeah.
It's just this concentrated history of extreme, often very public violence.
Yeah.
It's really no wonder that this specific history created this widespread perception of Chalk Farm that was just dominated by these incredibly negative and violent events.
Mhm.
It overshadowed everything else, didn't it? Made it a place many outsiders looked at with, well, apprehension.
And likely a place where many residents felt trapped and, frankly, unsafe.
Yeah.
That difficult and violent history, though, it makes the story of the transformation that has begun in Chalk Farm all the more compelling and, frankly, pretty remarkable. The sources we have, they point to a significant turning point. They note that a serious revitalization process started a little over 3 years ago relative to when these articles were written. But it seems it really began to gain momentum after Greenwood Property Management took over the buildings back in 2009.
And what's genuinely fascinating here, I think, is that the initial step, the thing that seemed to kick off this whole shift, it wasn't some huge, expensive construction project or a massive police crackdown. According to the sources, the transformation started with something incredibly fundamental, something that almost seems too simple.
What was it?
Picking up the trash and removing the graffiti.
It sounds deceptively simple, doesn't it? But the state of the buildings before this, I mean, as described by Jessica Green from Greenwin in the sources, it was dire. She paints this really vivid picture saying, quote, "You wouldn't recognize it today compared to before Greenwin took over. You'd walk in and you'd see people throwing their mattresses over the side of the building. They were throwing garbage over the balcony."
Mattresses and garbage.
Bitch.
Just thrown from the balconies. That's more than just littering. That suggests a complete disregard for the living environment, doesn't it? Like a feeling of hopelessness or maybe just no stake in the community.
Exactly. And Green connects that physical neglect directly to the residents' own morale. She stated, and because it wasn't being picked up, they had no pride in where they live. That's a really powerful insight, I think.
Yeah.
The visible decay, the constant presence of garbage and graffiti, it actively eroded any sense of dignity or care for the property, both by the residents and, implicitly by previous management.
So the physical cleanup wasn't just about making it look nicer. It was about demonstrating that someone actually cared, that this place mattered.
Precisely. And Greenwood's strategy wasn't just to do one big cleanup and be done with it. The sources really emphasized the persistence of their approach, especially with graffiti. They'd immediately remove it.
Okay.
And when residents graffitied again, because they would, initially Greenwood would remove it again and again and again. The philosophy was, and this is a quote, "You keep cleaning it up until they stop doing it." It was this relentless, consistent effort basically saying, look, this is the standard now. We are going to care for this property, and we expect you to eventually respect it too.
It's kind of a quiet way of establishing boundaries, isn't it? And just
My
demonstrating commitment day after day after day.
Yes. And that initial phase, that first year or so after Greenwood took over, around 2011 roughly, it involved more than just tackling the trash and the graffiti. The sources detail a whole range of physical and security improvements they made in that period.
Okay. What else did they do besides the cleaning?
Well, beyond the comprehensive cleaning efforts, they focused heavily on security. Makes sense, right? They changed the locks on the buildings, improve access control, make it harder for non residents, maybe people with ill intent, to just wander in.
Yeah.
They also changed the rent rules. They moved away from accepting cash payments. Now, this aimed for increased transparency in transactions and potentially gave them better control over who is actually renting the units.
Right. Controlling access and making things more transparent. That sounds like a pretty direct response to some of the issues that probably facilitated crime in the past.
It absolutely seems like it. They also address the physical environment outside the buildings, things that could contribute to feelings of being unsafe.
Yeah.
So, this involved cutting back overgrown trees and significantly improving the lighting in dark areas.
Simple things, but effective.
Totally. Making spaces brighter, more open. It reduces potential hiding spots and just makes residents feel more secure walking around at night.
And I guess increasing the actual presence of security personnel too.
Right, bringing in more security guards to have a greater physical presence, reinforcing that sense of order and oversight in the common areas and on the grounds.
Okay.
And as a sort of symbolic part of this initial phase, to signal a real break from the past and hopefully start shedding that notorious reputation, they even went as far as renaming Chalk Farm Drive itself. They called it the Oaks.
The Oaks. Yeah, it's definitely a softer image, isn't it? More natural sounding compared to the kind of stark, concrete associated name Chalk Farm. It was obviously a very conscious effort to rebrand the community, give it a new identity tied to this fresh start.
Yeah, definitely intentional. But while those physical changes and the security measures, while they were really crucial in stabilizing the environment, kind of laying a foundation, the sources really highlight that what has driven the deeper, more profound change in the community since that initial phase around 2011,
Yeah.
it's the social programming that has residents talking.
Okay, so this is where the focus shifts. It's not just about cleaning up the outside and tightening security anymore. It's about actively cultivating community and providing positive alternatives within the buildings and the neighborhood itself.
Exactly.
And they've done this by literally transforming physical spaces.
Right. That's what's so striking, I think. They've actually repurposed areas within the buildings themselves, areas that might have previously been neglected or worse, even associated with some of those past tragedies we talked about. Specifically at 160 Chalk Farm Drive, the sources note that floors located below sites of past tragic incidents have been converted into these vibrant community spaces.
Wow, turning spaces literally marked by sadness or violence into places of positive activity. That's incredibly symbolic, isn't it? What kinds of spaces are we talking about?
They've created a community hub, a boxing ring, and a gym in these repurposed areas. And these aren't just, empty rooms. They're furnished spaces designed for residents to gather, to learn, and to engage in healthy activities together.
So it's not just management saying, hey, things are getting better. It's physically creating the infrastructure for community life to actually flourish right there.
Exactly. And tied directly to these spaces, they've introduced specific programs and facilities that are having a really tangible impact. For example, there's a new basketball court that opened 2 years ago relative to the source's date.
Okay.
And this was spearheaded by former boxer and motivational speaker Spider Jones through his youth empowerment initiative.
Spider Jones. Yeah, he's a recognizable name. Using his platform for good right there in the community.
Yes, and bringing in known figures like that can add credibility, maybe some excitement too. And the impact seems real. The sources quote local teenagers who report that the basketball court sees lots and lots of use. It's providing a dedicated, positive space for young people to be active and just hang out together.
That's great. And there was another basic amenity, but
Mhm.
clearly an important one that was also brought back.
Yes, the pool. Apparently, it had been blocked off and just in disrepair for years, maybe another symbol of neglect. But it was reopened 2 months ago, according to the source's time frame. And again, local teenagers say it's also really well used. I mean, it's a simple recreational facility, right? A pool. But its availability makes a real difference in the residents' quality of life and provides another reason for people to gather positively.
So you've got the basketball court, the pool, and those indoor spaces like the gym and the community hub. But there's one program that seems to have really stood out, becoming a favorite of residents, like 14-year-old Trey Bowles, who's mentioned in the sources. It's called the Good Fit Battles.
The Good Fit Battles. Okay, that sounds unique. What exactly is this program and who's behind it?
So the sources explain it was conceived through a collaboration. On one side, you have Adam Alai, who is the Children and Youth Program Coordinator for Doorsteps Neighborhood Services.
Yeah.
That's a key community organization working in the area.
Okay, Doorsteps. Got it.
And on the other side, Alex Sava. Now, Sava is the founder of Circuit Fit Tea Gym and also the co-founder of a supplement company called Pharma Freak, which actually sponsors these battles.
Ah, so a partnership bridging community services with the fitness industry and importantly, bringing in external resources through that sponsorship. That's smart.
Seems like it. And how it works is that Adam Ali is there pretty much daily, helping kids train in the gym right there in the building.
Mhm.
Alex Sava, with all his fitness expertise, he drops in occasionally to lend a hand, provide some guidance.
Right.
Then, about once every 6 weeks, they host these battles.
Now, the name battles, it might make you think it's kids competing against each other, like trying to beat each other. Is that how it works?
No, actually, and this seems like a really crucial point about the program's design. The objective isn't about competing against others or trying to, one up someone else. It's all about improving your own personal scores.
Ah, okay. Personal bests.
Exactly. Adam Ali's explicit goal in starting this was, quote, to create something that's fun, and specifically to get youth and non-bodybuilders from the community to work out in a fun atmosphere. So it's focused on personal development, participation, and just enjoyment through physical activity rather than any kind of direct rivalry.
That's a really important distinction, I think. It fosters individual achievement and healthy habits, but in a supportive group environment. How has the community responded to this particular program, the Good Fit Battles?
The sources report that residents have been very receptive to it. Apparently, the battles themselves draw a packed house. Like lots of onlookers from the community come out cheering on the participants.
Wow, a packed house. That indicates real community buy-in, doesn't it? It shows the program is successfully creating a positive shared experience for everyone.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And it seems Alex Sava's involvement isn't just about, writing a check for sponsorship. He has a deeper personal connection to this kind of work.
Oh, really? How so?
He does. It adds another layer of authenticity, I think. Sava states that using fitness, the gym, martial arts, sports as a way to avoid drugs and street violence is, quote, something I'm a product of.
Ah, so he's lived it.
Yeah, he draws on his own upbringing in Flemington Park, another Toronto community where these kinds of risks were apparently prevalent. So his perspective comes from lived experience, which probably makes him a really relatable and credible mentor for the youth in Chalk Farm who might be facing similar pressures today.
That personal story, yeah, that resonates. It shows the kids that fitness can be a genuine pathway to a different kind of life. Now, we've talked about the programs and the people behind them, but how do the residents themselves, the ones who've lived there for years, how do they perceive the difference?
Godwin Larby, he's a 21-year-old quoted in the sources who's lived in Chalk Farm his entire life. He offers a really insightful perspective on the change. He describes the difference in a way that seems almost simple, but is actually quite profound. He says it's now common to just get a, hey man, what's up from fellow residents as you walk by.
Just a simple greeting. How does that represent such a big change?
Well, he contrasts it directly with the past. He said back then, people would give really dirty looks and just weren't as open or friendly. So that shift from dirty looks to just a casual what's up, it points to a fundamental change in the social climate, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It suggests less tension, maybe, less suspicion or fear between neighbors, a growth in social trust, and just general openness.
It's about the subtle but really significant change in how people interact day to day within their shared space.
That's powerful. It's not just about the big crime stats, it's about the actual texture of daily life and how people relate to each other.
Exactly. And Larby, who actually now works with Doorsteps Neighborhood Services himself, which is interesting.
Mhm.
He and Adam Ali, they talk about the current younger generation in Chalk Farm being lucky.
Lucky because they have these programs now, these resources that weren't there before.
Yeah. Yes, lucky because, as they put it, they have options. And Larby explicitly contrasts this with his own youth growing up in the towers. He describes his experience pretty bluntly, saying, quote, essentially, you start hanging out with the wrong people, and then you start doing really stupid things.
Whoa.
And he explains why he thinks that happened. You don't know what's good and what's bad. You just know what your friends are doing.
Oof. That really highlights the kind of vacuum that must have existed before. If positive activities and mentorship just weren't readily available, negative peer influence could easily take over, couldn't it? Especially if you didn't have strong guidance somewhere else in your life.
Exactly. So these programs, the gym, the basketball court, the good fit battles, the community spaces, they're actively filling that vacuum. They're providing those crucial options, offering structured, positive engagement and mentorship that just wasn't available to previous generations like Larbies, hopefully helping to guide young people away from those potential negative influence on the street.
And we see a really concrete personal example of how this plays out in the life of Trey Bowles, right? The 14-year-old you mentioned earlier, who's featured quite prominently in the sources.
Yeah, his story seems to really encapsulate the potential impact of these revitalization efforts, right down to the individual level.
It really does seem to. He trains, what, a couple of times a week in that small gym at 160 Chalk Farm Drive, the one funded by the Ontario Trillium Foundation.
Yep, he's actively participating in the positive spaces that have been created by the community groups and management.
And his perspective seems quite balanced. Like he acknowledges both the good and the bad still.
Yes, he's pretty candid about the reality as he sees it. The sources note that if you really pressed him, he would still say his neighborhood is violent and that his mom still warns him about who he hangs around with. So he's not like living in denial about the challenges that definitely persist in the area.
Okay, so he sees the positive changes, feels them maybe, but is still acutely aware of the potential dangers right outside the door.
Right. But what he prefers to talk about, what seems to occupy his energy and his focus is his training. He talks about lifting weights, spotting his friends, joking around in the gym. He describes specific workouts like flipping a 100-pound tire.
100-pound tire at 14. That sounds intense.
He agrees. He says it's his least favorite part of the workout because it's, quote, pretty heavy, but he knows it's necessary. And his personal goal from all this training, it's simple and direct. I want to get huge, like really huge.
Huh. A straightforward teenage goal focused on physical improvement. I get that.
Exactly. And this is where his personal goal ties directly into the program's broader objective and the whole community revitalization effort, right?
Yeah.
His pursuit of getting stronger, of building muscle, it actively keeps him engaged. It keeps him in a supportive environment within the building. And as the source explicitly states, it keeps him off the streets.
It's a tangible mechanism for providing that option that Godwin Larby talked about earlier. A clear alternative to potentially negative influences just waiting outside.
And the good fit battles, they add another layer to this. They aren't just regular workouts, they're public events within the community.
Yeah.
They provide that added spark, right? That incentive for him and the other kids to push themselves, to perform.
Mhm.
And the fact that residents pack the room to watch and cheer them on, that builds what the source calls a sought after sense of community around these positive activities.
So the programs are doing two things at once, really. They're fostering individual discipline and goals while simultaneously creating collective engagement and pride within the community itself. That's pretty powerful.
Adam Ali, who's witnessing this transformation firsthand through his work with doorsteps, he observes that the community has, in his words, come full circle around creating a more positive atmosphere. He notes there's a palpable sense of pride now among residents, and he says the area has been quite peaceful compared to the past he knew.
That echoes that initial police statement again, doesn't it? About the complaints shifting from major crime to, garbage and minor issues. It really suggests that the day-to-day environment for many residents has genuinely improved.
It certainly does, and this is precisely Greenwind's hope, right? That the deep-seated stigma around Chalk Farm will finally start to lessen. That it'll become a place known not for its past problems, but for being a community hub where residents are proud to live and want to live. Whether that name, the Oaks, fully replaces Chalk Farm in people's minds or not, the hope is that the association shifts to one of positivity and pride.
So we have this really powerful narrative of transformation. It's driven by focused effort, by community programming, and by the resilience of the residents themselves. However, and this is a big however, as you hinted at earlier, and as the most recent reports in our source material make undeniably clear, this isn't a story with a neat, completed, happy ending.
No, definitely not.
Despite all the significant progress and that growing sense of community, Chalk Farm Drive is just not entirely free from serious crime.
And this is where we really have to grapple with the complexity, isn't it? The seemingly contradictory reality of the place. Acting Inspector Sean Nareen, who's quoted in the sources, he confirms this kind of nuanced picture. He states that while major issues might be less prevalent, quote, guns and gangs and crime, those issues are there, but in a much more minor scale compared to the past.
Okay, minor scale.
But he's careful to temper expectations. He stresses that the transformation is, quote, by no stretch miraculous.
By no stretch miraculous, that's a really important phrase, I think. It acknowledges the real improvements, the hard work done, while also stating very clearly that these deep-seated problems haven't just magically vanished. And the sources, they detail several very recent, very specific incidents that serve as stark reminders of the challenges that still persist right there in the area.
And these aren't minor incidents we're talking about now. Let's look at the specifics from these reports. There was a shooting on a recent Thursday night. One headline actually identifies it as September 13, 2024. This happened right there on Chalk Farm Drive near Jane and Wilson around 11 p.m.
Okay, late at night, what do the sources say happened in that specific incident?
Well, an 18-year-old person was injured. Serious injuries, but thankfully non-life-threatening, according to reports. Police reported that it involved an exchange of gunfire between two groups, two distinct groups shooting at each other. And they saw a light-colored vehicle fleeing the scene afterwards.
An exchange of gunfire between groups. Oh, okay, that immediately suggests a level of organized conflict, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Potentially gang-related or tied to ongoing disputes. That feels distinct from, say, an individual act of violence or a robbery gone wrong.
Exactly. And the sheer scale of the physical damage described by reporter Jaden Lee Lincoln in one of the articles, it's almost unbelievable. She reported counting at least 25 bullet holes that had shattered the front windows and the area beside the glass doors of an apartment building entrance, specifically at 170 Chalk Farm, Dr. Farm.
25 bullet holes from just one incident.
Yes. And her reaction really underscores the severity. She said she'd, quote, never seen anything like this reporting in all the shootings that I have in the city. Residents who were quoted after the incident reported being really shaken up. They stated they feared for their lives during what they called a hail of gunfire, noting that there were over 41 shots fired in total.
Wow, 41 shots.
That incident alone just demonstrates that extremely violent events are still occurring and impacting residents directly right where they live.
Yeah, that specific shooting is such a stark illustration that while the overall volume of crime might be on a much more minor scale, as the inspector said, the intensity and the sheer danger of the incidents that do occur can still be incredibly high, terrifyingly high.
And then, in another really striking development, there were the major police raids that took place on a recent Thursday morning, also right there on Chalk Farm Drive.
Right, these sounded like really significant, large-scale operations from the reports.
They absolutely were. The sources describe hundreds of Toronto police officers descending on the area, SWAT teams involved. They detail officers in full tactical gear, some carrying automatic weapons, exiting rental trucks just after 5 a.m. to enter not just one, but 3 separate apartment buildings on Chalk Farm Drive simultaneously.
3 buildings hit at once. What was the focus of these massive raids? Was it drugs, guns?
Well, one major component reported was a large-scale human trafficking probe. Officers were actually seen arresting 3 young people during this operation, and they apparently used flashbang grenades as they entered the buildings.
Okay, so the area is still dealing with issues connected to serious organized crime, specifically something as horrific as human trafficking, requiring that level of large-scale police intervention.
Yes, and separately, but on that same Thursday morning, police also made multiple arrests that were connected to a murder that had occurred back in March.
Was this related to the killing of the 22-year-old Malcolm Marfo?
That's correct. He had died in hospital after being shot back on March 17th. Police explicitly stated that this murder was gang-related and potentially retaliation for an even earlier shooting that happened at the same location.
A cycle of violence?
Seems like it. And the building where he was shot was notably close to where these arrests were made during those Thursday morning raids on Chalk Farm.
So these raids, they really confirm that serious criminal activity linked to gangs, retaliation cycles, and maybe organized crime structures.
Yeah.
There's still very much a reality in and around Chalk Farm, prompting these major police responses.
And the incidents aren't just confined to these large shootouts or massive raids. The sources also report on another shooting that happened on a recent Saturday evening. Identified in one headline, interestingly, as also occurring on September 13th, 2024, same date cited for the Thursday night shooting we mentioned. This one was on Chalk Farm Drive around 7 p.m.
Okay, earlier in the evening this time, what happened in that case?
A 16-year-old girl was injured. She suffered non-life-threatening gunshot wounds to her hands and her face. Police are actively seeking 2 suspects in connection with this shooting and have issued warrants for their arrest.
A 16-year-old girl shot, and the sources provided specific descriptions of these suspects they're looking for.
They did. quite detailed. For Devane Donald Francis, who's 23, described as black, 5'10", 220 pounds, short black hair. He has some notable tattoos. The word danger tattooed on his stomach, and In God We Trust tattooed on his chest. He's also known to drive a specific car, a white 1992 Honda Civic, license plate AXPH 825.
Okay.
And for the second suspect, Jimmy Michael Dixon, also 23, described as black, 6'1", 200 pounds, short black hair, and said to be balding. I mean, these specific details point to ongoing active police investigations into violent crime with known suspects potentially still in the area or closely linked to it.
Yeah, warrants issued means they know who they're looking for. Beyond the shootings, there was also a stabbing reported recently on a Saturday evening in the General Jane and Chalk Farm area, specifically on Names Crescent, which is right nearby.
Yeah, what were the details of that incident?
This one was particularly distressing, actually. It involved a 10-year-old boy who was stabbed outside his home just after 5:30 p.m.
A 10-year-old
Yeah.
outside his own home. That's just awful.
Yeah. Initial reports indicated heavy bleeding and a serious condition for the boy, but thankfully, police later confirmed he was treated and released from hospital. So, not fatal, thank goodness. But police are currently searching for a suspect who fled the scene on foot. Even though the injuries weren't fatal, the very incident of a child being stabbed outside his residence. It just speaks to the presence of violence that can impact even the most vulnerable members of the community right where they live.
It brings that potential for danger right to people's doorsteps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No matter how much positive change is happening inside the buildings or on the courts.
Exactly. And finally, the sources mention one more incident where police officers themselves were injured. This happened on a recent Tuesday early morning, 2 a.m., in the Jane St. and Chalk Farm Doctor area.
How were the officers injured? What was going on?
They were in the area locating a stolen vehicle. During whatever happened during that process, a police car was damaged and the officers sustained minor injuries. They had to be taken to hospital. The occupants of the stolen vehicle, they fled the scene, but police did recover a firearm during their investigation, which they say is ongoing.
Okay.
So this shows that even what might seem like routine police work, recovering a stolen vehicle, it can escalate into a dangerous confrontation involving weapons right there in this neighborhood.
So, okay. When you take all these recent incidents together, the mass shooting with dozens of bullet holes, the large-scale raids targeting human trafficking and a gang murder, the shooting of a teenage girl, the stabbing of a young boy outside his home, and this incident involving injured officers and a recovered gun, they undeniably demonstrate that while the volume or maybe the nature of crime might be different compared to the darkest days of the past, the community is still grappling with significant, sometimes lethal violence.
Yeah, it strongly suggests that these issues may stem from, I don't know, external criminal elements, maybe persistent gang activity, or perhaps deep seated conflicts that just haven't been eradicated by the community based programs alone, as important as those programs are.
So, this deep dive really leaves us with these two realities existing side by side, almost jarringly so. On the one hand, you see this community that has made incredible strides. It's fostered pride, built connection through powerful programs, provided genuine opportunities for young people like Trey Bowles to stay engaged in positive ways.
Absolutely. Real, measurable progress.
But then on the other hand, the sources reveal that this same community is still the site of these intense violent incidents, large-scale police operations related to very serious organized crime, and acts of violence impacting residents directly, sometimes even children.